ooga chaka, nice guys, ooga chaka. It's been a while since we've been in here. I'm such a nice guy to her, and I always put up with her mood swings and let her cry to me and crap, and I am so in the friend zone that she openly talks about banging other guys.
Then you're not actually a nice guy, and OP lets him know what for. Hey, that's called being a friend. If you were such a nice guy, then you wouldn't be complaining about her treating you like a friend. If you only put up with her in hopes that maybe one day she'll do you, you're not a nice guy, and you don't deserve to have her. The only reason you don't deserve to be in the friend zone is because you're not a friend at all. You're a selfish prick who puts your dong before her feelings. Bro, we starting off strong. Big old truth pill. Shove it right down your gullet. I mean, this guy's obviously gonna deflect, but maybe if he hears the truth enough times, it'll sink in. Here's a dating app.
Looking for long-term, open to short.
Yeah, I think most people could only stand to be around this guy for a very, very short time.
About me, all American. When you try to pet my cat, she goes, please no, and I back off because I believe in mutual consent.
Okay, so far, well, not good, but decent.
I don't care about looks or sex. I just want to find someone who doesn't fall asleep or text during movies.
Pick better movies, bro.
Looking for someone cool to just drive around the city at night listening to loud music with.
Okay, we're all trying to sleep. Please get a real job. So far, none of this really does seem like all that bad.
I'm liberal and 6 feet tall. Just got back from Iceland, going to EDC 2023 in May.
Well, you know, that all sounds pretty okay. Unfortunately, once OP matches with this person, it's all downhill from there. First thing he says,
I love what you did with the tits.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
That's really bad, bro. That's a worse opener than like, I shit my pants. Can I get in yours? No, what are you talking about? OP responds saying, what do you mean?
It means they look great and really tie the room together.
Okay. Grimace emoji. This is so bad. I'm surprised you haven't unmatched already. And then all of a sudden this guy like lets his mask slip completely off and he's like,
oh my God, cut the crap. Are you actually offended? Or do you just feel like you should be because of the messed up repressed empowerment culture we sound day to day?
Yeah, we do live in a society, don't we, bro?
You show them off clearly in your photos. You're not being sly. So just be you with me. I can't stand fake people. What you on Tinder for?
I think there's really a thin line between being fake and following the societal contract. This guy obviously has never read it. He can't write his own name, so I don't think he signed it. OP says, wow, that was a lot of red flags. I'll cut the crap and get real for you. I don't give a damn that you notice my tits. I think they're nice and I don't mind showing them off. I was more cringing at your opening line because it was just kind of pointless. Apparently like matching with you was. Dump. Especially when your bio says that you don't care about looks. And the first 2 things you say to me are in regards to my appearance. Then you turn around and pop off with an attitude about empowerment and stuff. And all I said was, okay. Then you call me sly, or lacking thereof, and insinuate that I'm fake because of all that. You just wild AF. As for what I'm on Tinder for, thank you for making it so incredibly clear that it is not you. Have the day that you deserve. And then the unmatch. Dude, I love the truth pills that pop up in r/niceguys. There's definitely chicks that would be flattered by that line, but like, they're mostly bimbos. And they don't care unless you're rich, you know? Are you rich? You're not rich enough to act like this. You might as well have said, hey, nice legs, when do they open? Get the hell out of here, corny ass. L, Riz, etc., like the kids say. All right, we're moving on. Oh, here's from that forum that we never go to.
Why females owe me sex?
What? The title alone, I would never read this. I would never poison my brain, except for the content.
I'm a 21-year-old virgin, and I've never kissed a female. My whole life I was bullied in school by the males and talked to like I have autism by the females, even though I don't have autism. I deserve to bang the females that I want more than every other guy. I'm a good person. I'm not a racist or a sexist or a bully. I've been bullied.
I mean, there is a reason for that, okay? Feeling entitled to things is not the hallmark of a good person.
I'm straight edge. Unlike the rest of these degens in America, I've never done drugs, smoked, vaped. Alcohol's never touched my fucking lips. But do any females respect or care about that at all? No, of course not.
Yeah, because not doing fun things doesn't count as a personality. You don't have to do those things, but you do have to be at least slightly enjoyable to be around. Or I don't know, impress her with your intellect. Play the hand that you were dealt.
All these worthless thoughts are getting run through and ghosted by fuckboy a-holes one after another, and I'm so tired of hearing females don't owe you anything. You don't deserve anything. Shut the hell up. They all owe me.
Bro. How can you say you're a nice guy in the same post as all the rest of this stuff? I would love to see the comments in the thread. I guarantee every person in there's just gassing them up like, yeah, you do deserve it, don't you? He's only 21. Maybe he could have figured out, but I don't know, man. Based on this post, knowing the echo chamber that this forum is, I'm not exceedingly hopeful for that. So let's move on. Hey, here's another dating profile about me.
No ugly chicks or fat chicks, baby mamas, or bitches 35 and older.
Yeah, he totally has standards, at least on paper. Really, he'll take whatever the hell comes along. And I do like this profile way more than the other one that seemed normal until you start interacting. At least this one you can just get rid of outright.
If you got too many piercings or got any sort of snake or dragon tattoos, use pronouns.
Everybody uses pronouns, friend. It's an element of speech.
Identify in the least bit with LGBT, you can get right the hell out of here with all that nasty frickin' stuff. Up is up, down is down, left, left, right, right. Boy is boy and girl is girl. If you want to disagree, disagree with someone who gives a damn. All that aside, I'm really a nice guy. Let's link.
And his basics say better in person. I sincerely doubt that. Why are you doing any of these things? You think the dating profile is the place to make your political stand? I guess if that's a deal breaker for you, but if that's a deal breaker for you, I mean, that's just a little bit sus. Maybe an opposing view would help you to critically think about things a little bit more. I've changed some viewpoints because of talking to my wife. My wife has changed some of my viewpoints. It's a beautiful thing. We should be ever evolving as people, not shutting out any dissenting opinion. But I don't know. I guess you're not ready to have that conversation, so off we go.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry to bother you.
Bad start. Bad start. You're not bothering me. But to prevent any misunderstandings, I'm not looking to date anyone.
Wow, that rejection was quick.
How did you drop the ball this fast? What the hell are you doing?
What makes you even think I want to date you, lol? I guess you have a boyfriend.
You have made your intentions quite clear already, sir. And OP sees through it, yes, asking, why do you care? If you don't want to date me.
Answer my question first.
Sir, yes, sir. Look, I don't want to date. Period.
Whoa, Stop mixing me with the idiots who want to take you to bed straight away. You're assuming a lot there, girl.
Girl, what the hell are you doing? Make it stop! The pain is deep. You're not just hurting yourself right now, please. No doesn't mean not right now. I'm not gonna date you not right away either.
Why so stubborn, Heb? You can tell me about it next to a good coffee. Winky face.
You're trying so hard, you're not taking no for an answer. I wouldn't even go get coffee with you. This is a bad sign already out the gate. OP says, dude, please go and try and pick up someone else.
Well, it's certainly difficult to break the ice with you.
The ice shall remain unbroken. Especially when you're trying to break the ice with all these limp spaghetti noodles. And yes, that is an innuendo. Dude continues, lol, that's an exaggeration. Haha, many laughing emojis. It's also laughing with tears, but we know there's no laughing. He's just crying.
Stop making it into such a big deal, maybe, huh? You're seeing stuff you want to see for the drama. Acting like I'm being pushy, lol.
Dude, you are. Objectively, you definitely are. And OP lets him know, you are being pushy, dude. I said no. Not now, not ever.
How would you even know about not ever, though, without giving it a chance, though?
Yeah. How do you know you don't like it if you didn't even try? I don't think that logic holds up. Yeah, I'll just tell her the same thing that I told my 5-year-old to get him to try garbanzo beans. Bean Boys gang was here.
It's kind of judging a book by its cover there, aren't we?
No, you're not understand. She's not in the market for books at the moment. Are you getting that through your brain? OP says, I know because it's my goddamn decision. For God's sake.
Whoa, chill, girl.
Yes, surely she is the one that's being unreasonable in this scenario, right? How are you this unaware about yourself? Are you even sentient?
I guess we'll just try again later when you had some sleep, huh?
God damn it. I don't know how to fix this. Please stop. Of course, he doesn't stop, and the next day he sends her,
hi! Hey there! What you up to, girl?
God damn it! Do we have to do this? Do we have to do this every day until you break down my sense of self-worth to the point that I'll date you? It's not gonna happen. Block button's right there.
I think we know each other well enough that I at least deserve a reply. Don't I?
No.
Even if the cold shoulder hurts as fuck. Laughing emojis with crying tears, but really it's just crying. Hey, wanna grab a coffee?
I think all he can afford is coffee. Like me, throughout my 20s, he subsists entirely on coffee.
Hi! Merry Christmas!
OP either has the patience of a saint or she's just a cringe farmer, you know?
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Hey there, what are you doing on New Year's Eve?
Ignoring you.
Hey! Happy Easter!
Years just fly by, don't they?
Hi! This convo would be infinitely more interesting if you would deign to answer now, and then you know.
Yes, if you would deign it appropriate, please let us hold hands on the way to the local tavern.
Don't tell me you don't have 2 minutes to type a reply. Merry Christmas, beautiful!
Bro, we've gone full circle. It's Christmas again. Finally, OP says, stop.
Oh, look who's here.
You are killing me. Why are you like this? OP says, it has been years. You're fucking delusional if you think you can wear me down. Just stop messaging me. The fact that you haven't blocked him is also shocking to me. But yeah, it's good to know the extents that he will go to. And as we found out, there is no end. No end to his delusion and no end to the Merry Christmas text messages every year. So dude says,
Exactly. It's been a year, and I could do several more easily enough. I'm a stubborn bastard where it matters, winky face.
So you're admitting that you're trying to wear her down. It's such a bad look. Why would you ever do this? OP says, this is straight up harassment, dude. I'm taking this to the police.
Oh, so people talking to you online is harassment now? Why didn't you just block me then? Huh, princess?
Because I thought eventually you'd get the message. OP says, I did block you. You kept crying about it to my friends until they were fed up with it too. Remember? Fun times.
Look, I don't want you to pity me.
Don't you think we're a little bit past that point? Oh, God.
But if you just took the time to understand why I am the way that I am, you'd get a lot of answers to your questions.
Stop it. Get some help.
I don't have the time to invest in trying to unravel your brain. Nobody out here pities you. We could all accept that you're delusional and maybe hold you here indefinitely for scientific studies. If you had any pity, you used it all up years ago. OP says, hey, I never had any questions. Get lost.
Look, a lot of stuff happened to me last year. Maybe don't add to it on purpose, okay?
What about the human being that you are just constantly messaging? Maybe they're going through some things, you know? I don't want you to pity me, but also
a lot of bad stuff happened to me.
God.
I'm just trying to be nice here because that's the kind of person I am.
These long ones just kill me inside, man. I am dying.
I'm trying to cheer people up, even when I feel down and depressed AF. If you have the time to listen, I will explain it all, and you will understand. But don't judge me until you know the full story, please.
I don't want to know the full story. I just want you to leave me alone. If that's adding to it, that's not my problem. That's your own fear of rejection, which I'm pretty sure is how this conversation started oh so long ago. Do you remember that?
Sorry to bother you.
Yeah. He was immediately apologetic to get his foot in the door, and then he just barged in and never stopped messaging OP. Ever. OP does the right thing and says, yeah, I'm still taking this to the police. Bye-bye now.
Fine, be that way. I should have known you were a freaking psycho bitch.
There it is, the mask finally off. Make sure you give the police plenty of evidence there, buddy, okay?
Like everyone else around this stupid city, you're all just playing with good men and laughing behind our back, calling us creeps and complaining to the police like they even give a damn about someone talking to you respectfully. You're all delusional, cretin whores. I don't even care anymore. If I ever KMS, just know it'll be on you.
Jesus, dude. When he took that mask off, he really just flung it away. After a year, I guess this is just a year of bottled up vitriol, sourced from her rejection, poured out everywhere. Isn't he just so respectful? OP says, yeah, I'll be sure to prepare your obituary accordingly.
You heartless bitch. You're blocked, you monster.
Oh yes, she has cut me so. I was just a good person looking for a human connection. Which if you didn't have the entire rant in the middle, maybe I would feel a little bit bad. But I know what lies just below the surface, and it's ugly, and you deserve to be alone. I enjoyed that on so many levels. Let's move on. Some app I've never heard of says, hey, you both wanted to date.
Oh, cool. You on the way to a party?
Yep, just getting ready now. Oh, the jealousy is already stoking up, isn't it?
Have fun, lad. If only I was in town. Could have joined you.
Haha, yeah. Maybe next time when you're back from your trip.
Bet. How was the party? Can you reply to my texts? You just gonna ghost me?
Most people don't sit in the middle of a party on their phones, dude. No self-confidence here either. I think that's the through line between all of these guys. If a date ever was gonna happen, she's rethinking it right now. OP says, I wasn't on my phone.
Sure. What you wearing? Oh, man.
This is getting so weird.
Stop ignoring my texts. It doesn't take 5 minutes to reply.
Holy hell, what is going on in your head? Who ever thought that this would work? This is unhinged. He knows that she's already out. I'm partying. My phone isn't glued to my head. At least until we get the brain phones. And then you got no excuse to ignore this psychopath's calls. Doesn't seem so cool now, does it? OP finally says, look, I'm at a party. I'm not gonna be on my phone all the time to answer you. Not like I have to anyways. Yep, that date ain't happening.
I'm not saying you should always be on your phone. Just answer when I text you. Not that hard. Eye roll emoji.
Excuse me? You really think she owes you a goddamn thing? The date hasn't even happened. Now that she knows y'all both live in the same town, she's probably gonna move. I would get the hell out. Lest you get stabbed at the grocery store. OP just says, okay, look, I'm gonna unmatch because I am not feeling this. You're being very pushy when we just matched a few hours ago. It's the most pathetic thing I think I've ever seen. How do you let your insecurity take you to the point of being this overly controlling about someone you don't know at all? Imagine if he actually did get a girlfriend. He'd be like, turn your location on your phone. Where are you right now? Like, dude, you're so broken. Fix that first. Stay off dating apps until then. I'm so glad I don't have to date anymore. This is the level of partner that dating apps generally tend to attract. Now, I'm not saying you can't get on there and win, but man, you have to sort through a lot. A lot of stuff like this. I just don't know if it's worth the effort most of the time. Oh, OP adds on, and we only met each other a few hours ago and we're only texting.
I'm not being pushy. Just worried about you, babe.
That's just like a punch in the stomach, dude. The wind out of me for real. That is some sort of deflection.
You're at a party without me. Don't want anything to happen to you.
Okay, right. Bye. And OP got out of Dodge for good reason. Just worried about you is completely a cover-up. I'm horrified by this interaction. Somebody might have been reeled back in by that last line, but like, oh, that's so sweet.
Don't believe it. Stay away from this man.
If anybody ever says, oh, it's our 3-hour anniversary, you gotta FaceTime me for the entire party. It's not worth it. Just pack it in. I hate everything about this, bro. But it was still kind of funny, though, a little bit. Moving on. We got time for a few more, don't we? Oh, sliding into the DMs with a Giphy. What's poppin'? Yeah. OP says, not much. What about you?
Soldier boy, tell.
So our subject says,
I was just thinking to talk to you. I got a civil court case tomorrow. Oh my God.
Good icebreaker. Why you gotta do this?
It's gonna be my first time in court. I didn't do nothing wrong.
You are killing me. I don't. I need a minute.
1 minute later.
It's so casual. I'm in your area for court. You want to meet up? We can get a coffee. It's all I can afford after the legal fees. Do you think it's gonna happen, guys? I don't think it's gonna happen.
I have a case against somebody. It's gonna be online.
OP just comes in and says, "What? What does that mean? What you mean? Are good?"
What do you mean by that?
Oh my god. The subject replies and says, "Which part?"
All of it.
OP says, a case against somebody?
Yeah, I don't want to say because you then ghost me and I'll feel bad for opening up. Ha ha ha.
No, tell me. Bro, this is a trap, but essentially you trapped yourself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I don't know why you would talk about the court case and then not want to talk about the court case, right? This is just his weird way of ensuring that she won't run away mid-conversation. She's going to anyways. You know that, don't you?
Do you want to move to Facebook?
No. That's a good answer. I don't need you knowing who my friends and family are, thank you.
Okay, then no.
Okay.
Thumbs up emoji.
Bye.
Wave. You're mid. 4 out of 10 anyways. And overweight anyways. Skull emoji.
Yeah, but apparently she was mid enough that you decided to impress her with the super cool court case. I do want to find out what happened and such, but it's definitely not worth sacrificing your privacy over. Once he gets his claws into the Facebook, it's over. And OP knows it. But for some reason, she decides to keep the conversation going still and just says, smile a bit more, dude.
What's for supper? Don't be touching them sweets again.
I mean, okay, I'm fat, but I can lose weight. You are ugly inside and out forever.
You got anything wise to say, or can we unmatch finally?
You need her permission to unmatch? Is he still hoping that he can bring this back around somehow?
What was for breakfast? You know sugar's bad for you, do you? Also, you know if you couldn't figure out a career in your country, you're gonna be equally worthless abroad. Just making sure.
Dude, stop bothering me. Are you sick in the head or is your life this empty? I'm pretty sure yes to both of those. It's up to you to unmatch. Take him out back and put a bullet in him.
He's my dog, I'll do it.
And yeah, I guess now it is finally, mercifully over. Thank God. Here's something short from Tinder. I was gonna say short and sweet, but it probably is not gonna end up sweet, considering the rest of the content of this video, right?
I don't know, what are you open to? Ugh, why was this so much easier back in the day?
Ah, yes, the day. I remember it fondly. Throwing boiling water into the peasants' faces to cure the plague.
Hi. Friggin' whatever it comes down to actually meeting, people just disappear. Ugh.
Why are you so invested? Why can't you just let it roll off your back? That's what you really should do. That's the cool thing, right? But the nice guys always let the mask slip. It's an inevitability, just like the rising of the tides. OP does return and says, yeah, usually that means that they met somebody, and then when it doesn't work out, they might come back.
I get the drift. Well, welcome back.
Dude, it took him so many weeks to reply, and then a couple of hours after he got her reply, he's back in the app. Like, why are you so obsessed with this? Maybe you should walk away too. Get outside, touch some grass.
What's that there? Grass. That's right. Kneel down and rub it. Rub it.
Saying I get the drift? No, you obviously don't. And again, you ain't gonna bring this back around. It's time to pack it in, son. OP said, hey, there are other reasons too. I've installed and uninstalled this app so many times in the last year. Yeah, that's how dating apps work, I'm pretty sure. You use it when you need it. But this guy always needs it. He opens up his inbox and looks at the one person that sent him a message 3 months ago, and he's like, I better rant some hate into her inbox just to let her know that I'm still interested. Probably don't. That's all I'm saying. All right, one last one from the the dating apps, and then I'm out for reals. 54-year-old on the dating app. Unless he's widowed, I want you to be very wary of this man. About me. Hi. Did you know that 50% of women these days won't reproduce? As it us to be 80%. That's your about me? You're quoting birth statistics? You're 54, dude. You're way too old to be having kids. You're gonna be dead before they're in college. What are you talking about? 6'2", active, Aries, high school, socially, relationship, wants some, Catholic, right. So he doesn't have any kids. That is so terrifying to me. He's on Tinder swiping, looking for his 20-year-old breeding factory. I hope nobody falls for this, please. And then, of course, he answered some more questions because his bio leaves much to be desired, aside from a need to breed. Your biological clock ran out long ago, my guy. I guarantee you that I'm a nice guy, but I dislike ungrateful people. Yeah, bought you dinner. Now have my babies, you ungrateful bitch. Wow, that escalated quickly.
I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
If I could have a superpower, it'd be able to read people's minds.
Yeah, you do seem like the manipulative sort. Why can't we wish for flight or super strength? Everybody that says invisibility is kind of a creep. How about a door to anywhere? I could just open the door and have it lead to where I want it to lead. I could visit my family back in California so easy. Until the FBI kicks down my door and cards my wife and finds out that she didn't go through the visa process. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of trouble. I'll be like, no, I can fix it. We just open the magic door. And then the FBI starts to utilize the magic door and they're everywhere at once. And that's how the police state happens in an alternate timeline. Wow.
How she's been a breath of fresh air in the office.
That's coded speak for I want to smell her farts. I, 29 female, found out my husband, 34 male, is obsessed with our boss's daughter, and I have no idea what I could do or how I should proceed.
Hello, tiny one.
Come on.
I'm like skeptical reading the title. But Lady Angelia always delivers the good, I'm telling you. It's like, thank you so much for cross-posting this.
Absolute gold mine.
Throwaway account, because I don't want people following my main to know about these, at least not yet. For some context, I, 29, and my husband, 34, work for a small RMG firm here. Real estate management group? In the Philippines, it's giving me results for hospital supplies, so I don't know. Doesn't matter. OP says we were both recommended through a relative of mine. Hey, let's have a round of applause for nepotism, everybody, huh? I've been working here for around 6 years. My husband for about 7 years. During the work time, our boss would occasionally bring his then teenage daughter to work. She would have been around 15-ish when we first met her and had her interact with the employees and stuff to show her what we were doing and how things work, etc. I remember Take Your Child to Work Day. I remember them sitting me down with a Game Boy and I played Pokemon the whole time. I don't even remember what that job was. I was probably not 15 at that time. That was like 8 or 9. But yeah, So fast forward to January of this year. The boss brought her in officially, letting us know that she will be taking over a good deal of his work overlooking things. We were initially hesitant, considering she was so young, turned 20 this year, but ultimately, she wasn't taking over, more so learning how to handle the business, while the boss managed other work, I suppose. I hope she's not like an insufferable, entitled child. I hope she's gonna take this seriously, or else you're gonna run your business into the ground. The vitamin manufacturer that I worked for, they blew up. They no longer exist, and that's insane to me. I spent like 4 years of my life doing inventory management for them. The business was 4 or 5 generations old, and yeah, they had one arrogant kid, and he cratered it. Anyway, OP says it helped that she herself was also very keen on cooperating and taking advice. There you go. Often holding meetings to discuss things and making sure that she herself is the last to leave work almost every time. It's been an overall good development in that regard. I love to see that. Maybe she actually stands a chance. The business world is cutthroat these days, man. You gotta know your shit and keep your head on a swivel. So the issue started initially a few months after she started. She would occasionally hold office events just to lighten the mood, and this earned her a lot of praise from all of us, since it's not something that the old boss would have time to look into. And also, where we getting the money for all these pizza parties, huh? I'm trying to run a business here and you're bleeding me. They're fine, they can buy pizza at home. It's what I pay them for. No, but it is a nice gesture, though. We were all talking about her, so it didn't feel too weird at first when my husband joined in on the praising.
How impressive it is that she's so young, but so mature.
It's already creepy.
How she's been a breath of fresh air in the office.
That's coded speak for I want to smell her farts.
Everyone's so motivated to work because of her.
And by that, he means his dick. With hindsight, it seems like he was just in on talking about her with me in general. Every now and then he'd start singing her praises, but when we're at home, a huge talking point always being how she's so mature for her age and understanding, even pointing out how we weren't at that age. I didn't take it much to heart until one time I joked that it was fine if he was immature at times and that I would love him regardless, and his response was something along the lines of,
well, you were too, unlike her.
Jesus, dude. You're making a direct comparison between your wife and another woman. You never want to do that. This is only going to end badly. I think that was the first time that I felt a bit bad, because it felt like he was just comparing me to her now, but I tried not to think too much about it. This slowly spiraled too, going from talking about her maturity to her looks.
How she could still look good while being so busy with work and studies.
How she, and I quote,
was definitely more gifted compared to other girls.
Dude, you're a creep.
Get out of here, you creep!
You should be calling out this creep behavior. Are you not showing any sort of outward disdain for the things that he's saying? Step up and question him. Be like, exactly what do you mean by that, you know? He'll never bring it up again. I think a lot of this is just stemming from a lack of self-importance, and OP says as much in the next sentence. And once, out of insecurity, I asked if he thought she was prettier than me, and he gave me a,
of course you're attractive to me, but objectively, like, not considering my attraction to you, she is prettier.
Dude, you...
Divorce.
You fucked up now. You know that, right? This is not going down a good road. But hey, maybe give him the divorce, let him shoot his shot and get decimated, and then you can find somebody who actually values you and what you bring to a relationship. What a horrible thing to say. This messed with me for a while, and we ended up having a fight where I essentially banned him from bringing her up with me if it's not work related. Oh, if it's not work related. You definitely don't want to give a guy like this that caveat, okay? And the fight shouldn't have waited until the boiling point. You address it early, and then nobody feels the need to scream or yell. But if all this shit adds up, then you explode. It's not good. It's not healthy. Also, adding to that was the fact that husband started taking extra work every now and then and taking overtime. And while I initially thought it was just to earn money, I later found out that it was simply because he knew that she usually heads home late too. Usually after most, if not all, employees are gone. Pretty sus, bro.
You sussy bata.
I'm not liking that none too much. He's making his moves. You see he's making his moves. Get the divorce papers ready. Allow him to shoot his shot. If that seems sad or extreme, you have to consider that you just can't control other people in that way. If he's really making his decision to do this, which clearly he is, then yeah, you just have to prepare your counterplay, you know? Fast forward to a few days back. The weekend happened, husband was out with his friends, and my laptop was at the repair shop, so I used his laptop without his permission. I mean, you guys are married, right? So it's probably fine. Unless...
I just hope she doesn't look on my computer. Actually, I'd better go check.
We are relatively free with each other's devices. Like, we never have reason to use each other's devices, but if for some reason we did, the other didn't mind, so I didn't think that much of it. My wife and I are much the same way. We know all each other's passwords. There ain't nothing to hide. Lay it all out there. OP says, I had put some videos on autoplay as background noise as I did some work when I opened his PC folder, and on the left quick access bar, there was a folder with our boss's daughter's name. Ooh, you PC snitching on you, bro. Maybe just don't do creepy things. It could be work-related. Maybe OP thinks it's work-related. She says, I had to click it, but like, did you? I guess I would too. Tell me the wicked truth. OP says, when I did click it, I actively couldn't believe what I was seeing. A folder of over 1,000 pictures of her. Screenshots from Instagram and other apps. Any and every pic he could find of her, and just an insane number of pics just taken without her consent, like with either a hidden camera or his phone at the office, ranging from her just sitting down or working to some high enough angle to get cleavage or down blouse, or even a few under the table shots, though those didn't have anything to show, at least not from what I'd seen. Jesus, this man needs to be executed. He's like a rabid dog. You're not gonna be able to wind this back. No, it's not worth the taxpayers' money. We'll just put him down. It's fine. He's my dog, I'll do it. Actually, make OP do it. That's her dog. OP says, this creeped me out beyond anything, since it was almost impossible to place my husband, who I had always known as the sweetest guy for the 6 years we've been married, as someone who would do something like this. That's weird. You've seen beyond the mask now. Now you wait for the nice guy mask to slip off, and he's gonna get real angry for you violating his privacy and such and such. Yeah, that's if OP even brings it up, which she seems a bit of a noodle spine, so I don't know. The evidence is in front of you. What do you do now? OP says, I was shocked and just didn't really know how to react. If I should feel disgusted or sad, angry, I didn't know. Yes, you can feel any of those, and if you feel nothing now, I'm sure you'll feel it in due time. This OP might let it fester until the point where she stabs him in his sleep, but I don't know about all that just yet. OP says, then it got worse. Oh no. I used search to look up her name on his laptop and found something that basically turned any form of sorrow or sadness I would have felt into just pure disgust. Oh, what'd you find? He basically had a folder poorly hidden deep in a number of things, just full of photoshopped pictures of her, some solo, some with him, some with other members of the office, and some just absolutely vile and disgusting. This guy hilarious to me though. He's like, I'm gonna nest this folder deep within some folders that are empty and nobody will ever find it. And somebody's just like, yeah, search bar.
What? No, it's not even mine. I just clicked on it.
If you name them anything different, your ruse could have gone on. What am I doing? I shouldn't be giving out tips here. Let these idiots shoot themselves. OP says, I deleted all traces of me having seen or searched for those, though I doubt it was necessary since my husband isn't the most tech savvy to begin with. Yeah, I could tell. I took a picture of some of the shit I found and left the laptop. I was furious, but I also didn't want him to know just yet. Oh yes, nothing I love more than snake in the grass covert schemes. That's not true at all, actually. I enjoy direct conversation. But some people feel so hurt that they feel a need to hurt other people that, you know, I can't tell you how to live, but come on. I guess it depends in what way you hurt him, so please do tell. OP says, I acted normal that night, and the next day. I called up my cousin. She was pregnant and her husband was away, and I asked if she needed help, and I used that as an excuse to move in and help her for a bit. I've talked to my husband, though limited, mostly through texts and occasionally at work, but for the last 4 days, I've been living with my cousin. Yes, this sounds like a good plan, okay. Remove yourself from the situation. It's unfortunate you have to see him at work, though. And I suppose you're also playing it cool through texts, but it would be really tempting to just walk up behind him while he's tip-tapping away on the keyboard and get him with the piece of piano wire. Pull real hard.
It's beautiful.
Honestly, I am disgusted. I think we all are. But I also don't know what to do, exactly. Like, I feel a big mixture of being cheated on, which I know he didn't do anything with her, but still, I can't explain it. It is emotional cheating, yes. He's become obsessive. Maybe it's something that you guys could fix with the help of a therapist or something like that. If the relationship's worth saving. Have you had a good time these past 6 years? It sounds like it. But I'm not the one who gets to make that call. OP continues. On top of all that, I feel disgusted that my husband was this sort of man. But even talking about it to my friends or family feels weird. Yeah, you married a creep. And your mother's gonna say, I told you it was no good. I told you. I tried to share with my cousin, but the embarrassment didn't allow me to say anything. Hard lessons to learn. At a certain point, OP, we gotta start advocating for ourselves, don't we? OP says, I just don't know what to do right now. I can't stay at my cousin's house forever. I'll have to head back sooner rather than later, but I also don't think I could just go back home and pretend none of this happened or I didn't see any of it. So, thought this was the best way to stay anonymous and ask for some form of advice. What should I do and how should I progress? I mean, in my experience, Reddit as a whole will just tell you to break up with him. I think since it's not physical, it could be sorted. Some heavy therapy and emotional work. But again, it costs money. Do you want to make that sort of investment in your partner? Not just monetarily, but like emotionally. That's generally why I advocate for these things to just be laid out on the table immediately. Hey, I found this and it's weird. Would you tell me about it? Let's talk this one out. Sometimes it's hard, but like, it's a lot harder to hold it in. Come to Reddit with hat in hand and be like, let me relive this entire story through text. I mean, I appreciate it personally, but yeah, just a conversation. Although, maybe she's still processing, I don't know. There is an update here. So a lot happened in the course of these few hours. I honestly wanted to wait a few more days to cool off myself and then do whatever was needed, but some of the comments did have me worried. If he got an idea and deleted everything, if he did something harmful in the meantime, and as my friend pointed out, if he, somehow as unlikely as it might be, found the post and put 2 and 2 together. All very good things to consider. So we ended up going over about 4 p.m.-ish, knowing we'd have a few hours to collect whatever. I made sure to copy everything on the 2 folders to a flash drive and took a video of it being from his laptop too, in case that was something that was needed. Then, as another comment suggested, we looked for my name, which came out with nothing but regular pics and stuff. After that, my friend asked me to look up coworkers' names, and when I did that, that hit some results. No.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
With 4 other co-workers' names, all women, but none to the same extent as the boss's daughter. Like, between the downloaded pics, creep shots, and edited pics, all 4 of them combined didn't match hers. Yeah, but it's still really creepy. He's building up those collections. This is some really horrible stuff. And you know the behavior's only going to escalate the longer it goes unaddressed, right? They're collecting all the things they need for the divorce, the confrontation, which I think is good. Mature. She didn't firebomb his entire life over it. At least, not yet. OP says all the folders were hidden the same way inside a few layers of new folder. Like one folder and another folder, another, etc. up to like 8 to 9 new folders. Yes, nested folders because he's so sneaky. We took those too. Then my friend pointed out that some of those might be files he received, since the file names were different and some were similar to WhatsApp files, as she pointed out. This is something that I hadn't noticed, but the edited files were definitely named differently. Some being daughter's name plus adult video action, and then others just being something like image number and WA0014 or something along those lines, which my friend said are pics that he received in WhatsApp. Yeah, that's what WA stands for. Big brain!
This is big brain time.
We confirmed that they were indeed received from WhatsApp in the pic information. Oh, this is getting real deep into the nitty-gritty. I like this.
Yeah, boy.
Some real PI detective work. Tell us more, Gumshoe OP. This ultimately made me do something that I shouldn't have done, since it could have blown up in my face, but it had made me anxious and I needed answers, so I asked my friends if they would stay until my husband got back. They agreed, and I decided to take that time to pack my bags, just necessary things for now. My friends did say he's logged into Facebook, but didn't want to check his Facebook without me, and by the time they told me that, it was already time for him to come back, so we decided not to do anything. Oh, trust me, the evidence you already have is damning enough. Though it will be real quick to copy those Facebook chat logs. Go in there, open it full screen, Control A, Control C, Control V in the notepad, stick it on the flash drive. Boom! We got him! You can print it all out and read it, just like Chris Hansen. I'm curious what's on his WhatsApp, too. So we waited and waited until he finally came back. See, he was even late getting back. He could have done all the things. But like I said, he's basically already buried. OP says he was surprised to see us, but didn't seem to suspect anything, and I told him to sit down. He did, and I think that's when he noticed his laptop on the couch and asked, what was going on? I told him I saw some things related to the boss's daughter and that I wanted an explanation. He tried to get angry at first, but quickly dropped that act. I told him I wanted to hear what he had to say, and then I would decide what to do. Yeah, you can't get angry at me for actions that you took. That's ridiculous. He said he was fine talking, but only if my friends waited in the dining or another room, as he wanted to explain things to me alone. Well, the fact that your first reaction was to get angry with her doesn't bode well. I think I'm gonna stay here. Are you okay with me leaving? Essentially, you don't even know who this man is anymore, right? So maybe the friends should stay. OP says my friends were hesitant, but I told them it's fine, and that if they hear any issues to, quote, send the drive link to the boss. Oh my god, the nuclear option! This was a bluff that I wish I had thought about before he came, but I told him that I saved everything in a Google Drive, and I wouldn't hesitate sending it to the boss if he tried anything. That's like the axe waiting to fall just over his head. Even if it was a bluff, that's like a super good bluff. It's in the cloud now. You can't stop it. He assured me he wouldn't act up and asked me what I wanted to know. At that point, I really just wanted to hit him. Just the look on his face. He looked guilty, like he was looking for excuses but failing or something. I don't know, but I really hated it. I mean, you could hit him. It's probably fine. Just one good one. Any more than that, I don't consent. But OP says I stayed calm, and I told him that I saw a lot of things, including all of the pictures of her, the edits, and a few other things. I asked him to explain. Yes, gather round, let's watch him explain. He kept asking me exactly what I wanted to know, and it was becoming obvious that he was either stalling for an excuse or trying to see how much I knew. Yes, that, exactly that. This turned into an interrogation situation. I didn't know what I was getting into with this, but I'm glad it's this juicy. I told him finally that I saw the pictures, the hidden camera pictures, and even the edits. He pleaded with me not to get mad and to hear him out, and I told him I'll consider it. He took a minute and told me that he had noticed that he was growing more and more attracted to her sexually, and he apparently struggled with these emotions a lot, which is why he did that, and that he wanted to, quote, release his tension without harming anyone. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. Just making foul soup into a tube sock. What's wrong with you? This is not normal. You've got a gorgeous wife, presumably, who's at your beck and call. Why are you trying to go chase around basically teenagers? Super young adults. It's not a good look, fella. She's not looking for the same things you're looking for. I guarantee it. So that's why he made those, and he kept it to himself. Yes, thousands of them every night. He spent hours of his life doing this. And everybody's just like, oh, that makes sense. It's really weird. I then asked to see his WhatsApp, and the color on his face almost drained. Oh boy. He told me, I knew he didn't use WhatsApp, but I told him that I had checked his Google Play to see what apps he had installed. Another lie, but I was sure he was using WhatsApp, so I still went with it. Dude, swinging for the fences. This interrogation-style deception that's going on. It's just ambrosia. I don't know what I expected today, but I didn't expect this. It fits in with my other passion of true crime. Seriously, I watch a lot of true crime videos. Seriously. After a bit, he handed me the phone and told me not to overreact. Oh, Jesus. I took his phone and searched around for a bit. He has a lot of pointless apps downloaded, and it was hard to spot, especially since it wasn't even on the home screen, but on a folder file inside the slide screen thingy that Android has on the third page. Sorry if that explanation confuses you. Yes, the little sidebar. I mean, you could also use the search function, but we'll get there one way or the other. I open it to find just one group chat with 3 other colleagues, members of the team that he is in, basically. Oh. Bro, if I was the boss, I'd put all of your guys' heads on fucking pikes and leave them out in front of the office. This is so not okay. And you know it might progress to something further. Group of 4 30-something men sitting around discussing a 20-year-old girl. Oh, God, dude.
Unforgivable.
This is horrible. So this group chat was just filled with pictures of the boss's daughter. This girl. Creep shots taken from different areas. Zoomed in for the most part. There were even some from today. Like, literally a few minutes before he handed me the phone. I don't know if execution is enough anymore. Can we go with exile? Just nobody's allowed to interact with him. He learns to survive on his own in the wilderness, or he withers and dies. Who are these other people? Is this just a photo dump? OP says, a lot of conversations in Bangla, which I guess is Bangladeshi. I don't know. About fantasies on how they would have banged her. Scrolling up, it just kept getting worse and worse. I won't get into details on the specifics, but a lot of it was about wanting to force themselves on her as a quote-unquote revenge on the boss kind of thing, but with her acting as the boss, and some were even full-on well-thought-out scenarios where they were playing out what they would do and whatnot. Just 4 grown men sitting around discussing their deepest, darkest fantasies. Nothing good could come of this, you know that. I'm serious. Show the boss. The boss has enough money to have them taken care of. We'll never see them again. If you ever read something and just face pure whiplash, that was me at that moment. Literally just unable to even process it properly. Yeah, that's a lot to take on. I'm sorry you had to endure this, honestly. After you've looked all this ugliness right square in the face, I wouldn't blame you at all if you decided you wanted to walk away. Probably for the best, honestly. So OP's husband kept apologizing, telling me he loved me, and that all this was to keep himself in control, and that it was ultimately just harmless fantasizing. Yeah, until it's not anymore. Fantasizing about is essentially giving yourself consent to do it at some point in the future. The more you fantasize, the realer it gets until you're standing there with the girl's blood on your hands, you know? Is it illicit? No, I guess not. Is it deeply concerning? Oh yes, it is. I only caught bits and pieces of what he was saying before just turning on the screen recorder and scrolling, recording the conversations. And the more I scrolled up, the more vile it got. The conversation did predate my husband joining, it seemed, but that didn't really matter. He was very actively taking part in it. This has to be one of the weirdest things we come across on the channel. How this girl formed like her own cult that she had no idea about? A soon-to-be murder cult? I wish the conversations were in English, and I wish I could see those chat logs, because I would love to go over them. I'd probably have to censor a whole lot of stuff. But this is just I don't have the words for how horrifying this is. OP says, I recorded a good chunk of it, but it just didn't seem to end, so I simply went to chat media, and even that was a huge scrolling down of pics, creep shots from phones, fakes, etc. I ended up getting as much as I could and sending it over to myself, making sure it was saved on my phone. All the while, he kept begging me to forgive him and not ruin his life and career. Sorry, and I quote, our lives and careers. No. This is alimony right here. I'm taking a tropical vacation somewhere. OP says, I told him that I felt betrayed, and I told him I was disgusted at the man he truly was. And through his apologizing, he kept insisting that it didn't really hurt anyone. Do you not see your wife right now? Far more broken than she deserves to be because of your actions. Because you couldn't control your fetid little wiggle worm. Ain't that right? Terminal cum brain. That's my analysis. OP says, I told him that it hurt me, and if she found out, it would hurt her too. And he simply pleaded with me not to tell her. She deserves to know, doesn't she? I think she deserves to know. You are simply reaping what you sow at this point. For a while, we just cried, for different reasons, I presume. But the entire time, he kept switching between how sorry he is and he loves me to how it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be, and how they were just messing around online. They weren't hurting anyone. My friends checked in on me a few times, but didn't interfere. This is heinous. You know it's heinous. That's why you're crying, so don't try to minimalize it, okay? After a while, I pulled myself up and told him that I don't see myself staying with him, and that I want a divorce. Hell yeah! He pleaded with me not to do so, but I simply said that I didn't want to listen to his excuses. I then told him that I wanted to take the laptop, and he froze. I was half expecting him to reject me, but he simply begged me not to show this to the boss or the daughter. I told him that I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that, which was a lie, and that I was thinking it over. I told him not to delete the WhatsApp conversations or tell the others, and that if he does, I'll send everything to the boss. Ultimately, I want to talk to the daughter first, and then I'll decide what to do and how to tell the father, but that will have to wait, I guess. There was a bit more pleading, and I simply left it on, I don't know what I want to do. I need time to think it over, and will let him know, but told him not to contact me in the meantime. And that was all we said, as we all left with his laptop. I do hope he doesn't alert his friends, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter, since the screen recording has all their names and numbers on the group chat, and a huge chunk of the stuff they said. It's probably not even a fraction of the stuff they said, OP. This has probably been going on for longer than you care to conceive of. If it's any longer than just a couple of years, then your punishment will be worse. Far, far worse. OP says, the thing is here, since nothing physical happened, I know the police won't take it seriously 90% of the time, with the only possible time they might take it seriously is if that girl took action herself, so I intend to give her all of what I have, and let her proceed with whatever action she chooses to take there. She's no nonsense. She's a ball breaker. Go get him! I do wish I had waited to talk to lawyers before taking things this far, but the fear and emotions had me wrapped up, and I just ended up taking action. It seems to have worked out, but I don't know. Husband seems pretty defeated today, but considering how little it feels like I actually know him, I honestly can't tell with him anymore. I will see how things play out and maybe do one final update. But from my understanding, things will probably just end with a divorce and him getting fired. Still, thank you all for all the help, even just snapping me into action. Yeah, lives did hang in the balance here, and I think you made the right move, honestly. This was handled quite maturely. 6 years down the drain, but you know what? Better than 12. OP says, when we were leaving, he was basically sobbing and begging for forgiveness, or claiming how it's all just a mistake and nothing actually happened. To the point where I almost did feel bad for him. Almost, but I don't think I could feel sympathy after those chats and whatnot. My friends, luckily, were also there to remind me that regardless of what he says, his actions are not for me to forgive. I like that a lot. And I'm glad it was addressed. You didn't hold on to this thing that hurt yourself. You laid it out on the table as soon as you were comfortable doing so. Now husband has to deal with the fallout, but yeah, the fallout that he created. I hope the boss takes him out back and beats him to death with a sturdy ReddX Industries brand lead pipe. It's good for what ails you. OP says, right now, I don't really know what to feel. My mind's a bit of a mess, and things are processing weirdly. Apologies in advance if some of this is incoherent or feels like there are blanks in between stuff. Trust me, there are a lot of blanks in my head too, right now. Yeah, it's like a whole whirlwind of emotions. A few things I did want to specify. On the post, some people took the he's not tech savvy bit as though he isn't good with tech at all, which isn't the case. I think of tech savvy as being great with tech, and that's what I meant. He's not that great, but he's still decent. It's sort of insane to me that you're defending him from the comments. Let him drag him, like, who cares at this point? Whatever. We work in RMG offices. A lot of our work is with Modaris, Photoshop, and Illustrator, and he's decent with those. I just mean that in the sense that he's not the type to hide folders or passcode wall stuff, if that makes sense. You know how easy it is to set up a partition on a fucking hard drive? Never mind. That's fine. I bet he's great at it, totally. Sits there and uses programs with a carefully engineered GUI, and he's like, yeah, I'm really a computer master now. Do you have any idea what went into making that code? Do you? You don't. He knows how to use Photoshop. That makes him decent. Whatever. I'm just taking personal offense. It's fine. The second thing is hidden camera. Was less talking about an actual hidden camera and more just the style of it. Most of those are taken via phone, and as we found out now, multiple phones from multiple different people. Third, some people thought she was a minor. She isn't. Some people didn't read the post. She's 20 as of this year, but that still doesn't change the fact that he knew her when she was a minor, and that they started this when she was 19. It is really creepy and horrible, and probably the boss will kill them once he finds out. I'm not kidding. I would figure out a way to make it happen.
I got nothing to lose anymore. It's my precious little princess.
You can like drive them out into the middle of nowhere and make them dig their own graves and stuff like that. Record that. Send that in the WhatsApp group chat.
This is what comes of people who disrespect me and my family.
God, I haven't heard the boss say one line, but he seems really cool, doesn't he? Obi says, fourthly, I've been going back and forth with who to tell exactly, and while she is still young, she is still strong, and as much as I'd hate to say this after hearing it from my husband for so long, she is mature for her age. And as she's directly involved, I think it's only fair that I tell her and let her decide who she wants to share these facts with. I've made attempts to reach out, preferably outside of work, and I'll let him know how she wants to approach everything from her side. Fifth, am I worried about my job? A bit, for a few reasons. Firstly, because me and my husband were both recommended by a relative, and now, all of a sudden, that changes to someone that my relative recommended creeping on the boss's daughter. And secondly, because I will be technically the ex-wife of the guy who stalked her to her and the boss, and yeah, that's something to worry about too. But regardless, I still think it's the right decision to make. Yeah, the social web is super complicated. I try not to get too caught up in it. Morally, it feels like the right thing, and therefore it's going to pan out. If it results in you losing the job, then it's all part of the plan. You're going to find something better. It's fine. You're doing the right thing. Just move forward. Keep moving forward. Faith, not fear. Lastly, about the divorce, I am worried about it, for sure. But we don't necessarily have a joint fortune, and most of our finances are our own, with a very small fund saved up that we usually keep for trips and stuff. And I personally think I have enough proof on me as well, but still, I will get legal counseling within the next few days, preferably before things blow up in his face. I'm currently staying at a friend's for a few days while I look for a new flat. I wanted to move in with my parents for a bit, but my gut is telling me that that's the last place that I should go once this news breaks. Why, what's wrong with your parents? What's going on there? Oh no! We're gonna have to jump into the next post to find out, so let's do it right now. Update! I, 29 female, found out my husband, 34 male, is obsessed with our boss's daughter, and I have no idea what I could do or how I should proceed. Yes, the way you've been proceeding is fine. With caution. Give him a wide berth. You might quickly find out that he's also the vengeful type. Update to previous posts, so I think this will be the only update. I saw a few people who were asking for updates before, too, but I honestly needed some time to myself as well, and I wanted to see how things played out before making an update. Essentially a week between these posts, 6 days. One was November 9th, one was November 15th. And indeed, once the shite starts rolling downhill, it definitely gathers some speed, doesn't it? But it's good. I called OP a noodle spine at some points, but she ain't taking no disrespect. She's getting up and out. I take it all back. You're doing what's best for you, and I love to see it. Continuing. So, as I said in the last edit and some of the comments, I ended up going to the boss's daughter. I showed her everything I had, and I told her I had the laptop too, if she needed. I could tell it was a good bit for her to process initially, but she said she's used to stuff like this. Yeah, screw this place, honestly. And so she composed herself. It's probably not even just this work environment. Like, life is just super hard for hot people, okay? People always paying attention to me all the time, like, ugh, give me room, you know? Afterwards, she asked if it would be fine for me to help her go through the screenshots and screen recordings and pictures, since she'd rather not have to go into checking the details herself, and I agreed. We sat at a local fast food chain and basically wrote out a detailed HR report. Like, not a report to the HR, but a report from the HR regarding that team. Oh yes, heads will roll. Not literally, which I think is unfortunate. They're just gonna do this same creep shit somewhere else, you know that. Maybe some of them will learn a lesson, but I doubt it. Like I said, terminal cum brain. I went over the different aspects of the text caught on the screen recording and the edited pics, as well as the creep shots of her. She assured me that I won't be facing any consequences for this, and to leave talking to her father to her. She asked if I were to be called to the police station, if I would be willing to go, and I said that I would. She concluded that while in other areas this could have been used to better punish them, chances are high that this won't do very much, other than maybe a few days worth of jail, but that she still would be going to the police, as this would be a good way to make sure that if they ever even consider doing something, this could be used to screw them over. Yep, gotta get that paper trail started. As for their jobs, she said she would keep them for a few days while the filing and reports work their way up, and then fire them on the spot with no reference or experience certificate, basically rendering any attempts of showing work experience at this company impossible. And should they try, future hirers will be sent the HR report that we built. We concluded the meeting there with her telling me not to worry and just not to interact with them at work. While I do think it's hilarious that prospective employers might find out that they're a sex pest, I mean, it's relatively small potatoes as far as punishment goes, isn't it? I was hoping for some bloodshed. Come on. After all this, OP says I spoke to a lawyer, showed him everything I had, and while he took a small bit, he said that things can be done relatively easily. Thing is, it's not like me or my husband have that much joint property or wealth, that there would be much of a dirty breakup financially. But from the looks of things, so far at least, things seem to be going in my favor. Oh yeah, you got this locked down. Cold, there's not really a question of how this went. He played himself completely. Maybe the other boys did encourage him to do it or something, but at the end of the day, you're responsible for your own actions. You had a wife who loved and respected you at some point, and you gave all that up for your little fantasies. Pathetic. OP says, my husband did call a few times and texted to see if I'd reconsider, but I blocked him, more or less. Oh yeah, I didn't want any part of his BS, honestly. This is the part where the shitstorm I had mentioned started. Calls and messages from relatives, all with the purpose of letting me know that these things happen and that I shouldn't hold it against him. These things happen? What? I don't think so. I don't think those things happen. This is a problem. This man should be at least in therapy, if not medically sedated. OP says I talked to my mother and found out that what he told her and a few other relatives, including his parents, was that I got jealous because he accidentally showed interest in the boss's daughter, but he never planned to act on it. Oh yes, some choice omissions there. This caused almost everyone but his mother to side with him, and while his mother called me to apologize, saying that she was ashamed of what her son had said, I originally told my husband that I wouldn't blow this out of proportion, but I ended up telling my mother and his parents, the former, who responded exactly as I thought she would. She told me it's not like he acted on it and that this is nothing to ruin a marriage over. Dude, there was some sick, degenerate shit said in those conversations. You want to read them? This is what your baby boy was saying. The R-A-P-E word was applied liberally. Liberally! OP says, none of this surprised me, since when one of my aunts got cheated on, she and her other sister had essentially taken the stance of just ignore it and forgive it and move on and don't bring it up and things will be happy. Is that the type of person you want to be? Do you want to sacrifice your happiness for someone that gives like that little of a shit about you? That's pathetic. That's embarrassing. Don't ever do that to yourself. Gather your strength, stand up, and walk away, like OP did. That's the only correct response in my book. OP says, my mother and I had a huge back and forth where she brought up family reputation, embarrassment if family finds out what he did, embarrassment that I'm a divorcee in my 30s. Yeah, that's a thing here, sadly, and yeah, 29 is still reaching into the 30s. Yep. But things in my 30s were way cooler than things in my 20s, so, you know, I take it. We ended the call on pretty bad terms, but that was expected. The family itself is more or less on the same stance, with only some choosing to stay away. And even now, when I ended up sharing the exact reason with a few members, they responded with, let it go and fix the relationship, or something akin to that. Get him into therapy. Like, I can tell this is a cultural thing. Nobody suggested therapy at all. They're just like, sweep it under the rug. It's fine. It's never fine, okay? These things are going to come bubbling up to the surface at some point, whether you want them to or not. It's good that we're addressing it now. We don't need to hold on to this hate for any longer, okay? It's over, it's done, something better will find me. Continuing, the pleasant surprise came from telling his parents, though, who took my side. They know he's a little cum-brain, don't they? After things blew up, his mother apologized to me, telling me she was ashamed of what her son did, while the father told me,
he'll make sure my husband won't be causing any issues for me in the divorce or in general.
Are you gonna kill him? Can I watch? I was honestly expecting them to take his side, like my family, so this was a welcome surprise. Yeah, a little swippity swap there, huh? Parents know their kids. They're surprised that somebody like you stuck with somebody like him. They're sad to lose you as a daughter. At least that's what I infer from all this. OP says yesterday, the team was called into the boss's office along with some police. Whoa! I don't know what was said and done, but they were in there for a long time. And by the time they all left, they looked defeated, especially my husband. It seems she did exactly what she said she'd do and fired them. I don't know the specifics of it, and I don't necessarily intend to ask either. I mean, probably they just got fired. I'm going to pretend they got put on a certain registry for people that should be registered when they do things like this. But probably they didn't. The case isn't severe enough yet. We'll wait until they offend again, I guess. As for me personally, it's been rough. It's easy to get angry when everything is happening. It's the moments when things are calm that memories and feelings get the best of things, but I'll be fine. I get to keep my job, which is huge in my opinion. The whole thing with family isn't getting much better, it seems. Got a bit worse after the firing. I have my stuff and I moved in with a friend for a few days while I look for a smaller apartment. As for husband, I don't exactly know. But I assume he'll be moving in with his parents, who are still pretty annoyed with him.
Crawling back to mommy and daddy. Mommy, daddy, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my pee-pee in my pants. I had to take pictures of the girls.
Yeah, we always knew you're a weird, pathetic little worm. Let's see how you can build up your shit pile of a life from way down here. The apartment we stayed in was something that we both contributed to live in, so without an income, I can't see him maintaining it at all. Honestly, this is probably it. I don't really see myself making any more updates to this. It's been a mess, but still, I want to thank everyone for their love and support. It really helped a lot. I haven't really thought out the response too well, might have missed parts of some stuff, and if I did, I'll try to answer anything I can, but other than that, this might be it.
And so it was.
What an absolute roller coaster. My favorite part, the gumshoe detective work, going in there in the interrogation and telling like the whitest lies to get him to let his secret slip. Oh, it's so good. You eviscerated him. I am sorry that it caused a little bit of family turmoil, but I mean, what can you do? That's much better than carrying this around with you. Letting it cut you deeper every single day you see him being a fake asshole. You made the right moves. It takes a strong person to do it, but you did it. Up and out, OP. Proud of you, OP. Taking care of my kids? Don't want that. Lying to women about my Rocket League ranking? Yeah, that's it.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
Hey, did you block me on Facebook?
No, my profile got deleted. Maybe. I don't know, lol. Long story.
Hey, you don't have to lie.
Yeah, and you don't have to care about being deleted on Facebook. Hope he says I'm not lying. You can ask pretty much anyone. The profile is gone.
Hey, I'm not gonna waste my time finding out that you're lying to me. So now you're just gonna ignore me?
What? I'm supposed to sit here and defend myself for your accusations? No thanks, one life, ain't spending it here. OP says, it's not like that, it's just, I don't like being called a liar.
I didn't call you a liar. I just wanted to know what was going on.
Yeah, just a little bit of contrition there, because you know you can get ghosted just that easily. OP says, I told you, and you said I lied, dude.
I'm sorry. I've just been going through some stuff. That sucks about your Facebook.
Oh yeah, can we start over? No, we can't. We're done here. OP says, whatever, shit happens, it's cool.
I've just been in my head, and your memes brighten my day.
Ew. Ew, dude.
What the f is this piece of sh?
There's a lot of ways to slide into the DMs. This is probably the worst way possible.
I got weird because I didn't do anything wrong for you to block me like that.
Yeah, at least not that she knows about, huh? OP says, my memes are actually what got me banned. Yeah, Facebook's a little bit sensitive on things like that. That's why we don't post too much over there.
Dude says, for real? That's crazy. You post them all the time, though. It must be something messed up. Well, if you make another Facebook, you better add me first, laughing with tears. I'll be waiting. Just kidding. Just kidding.
He's not kidding. He's going to harass you about this tomorrow, I'm fairly sure. OP just says, lol. Yeah. Tried to brush him off, but it's hard sometimes. Creep, of course, not taking any signals, plows through to the next line of conversation, or attempted line of conversation, I guess.
Smiling emojis. So what are you doing, dork? Causing more trouble for Zuck?
Oh yeah, good old Zuck. My buddy over there. I also really hate dork as a term of endearment. Please don't insult me. If you're going to be affectionate, be directly affectionate. If we don't know each other that well, then don't be directly affectionate. And that includes sidelong affection with names like dork. OP says, I don't know, not doing anything, just hanging out.
That's so cool.
Oh my god.
Reel it back in, you freak. I bet you're kicking ass in Animal Crossing, huh? Is that fun? It looks too much for kids. Lol, 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 lol.
I don't know, dude. If you like a game where you can just turn your brain off and chill, yeah, it's pretty cool. You continue to insult things that she likes, call her a liar, and then you wonder why she won't talk to you. It's all self-sabotage, you know? Whatever, okay, we all know he's an idiot.
It must be good since you keep ghosting me. Do you play any real games?
OP, how is Animal Crossing not a real game? It's one of my most played games on Switch. Somewhat over it now, but I guarantee Animal Crossing's deeper than anything that he plays. What are you playing, Call of Duty? Huh?
Yo, you serious? It's dumbass animals or something being your friends. Not real gaming. You know that.
I'm pretty sure it counts as a game experience. If you're too cool for it, well, that's on you. It doesn't really matter. If you like it, continue to play it. OP says, well, what's a real game then?
You don't have to get an attitude. I'm just making fun, dork. Laughing emojis.
You're a fucking tool, you know that? Has anybody ever told you that? I'm gonna be the first one to tell you that. Just an absolute meatball.
Rocket League is a way better game than that.
Oh yeah.
But I guess that's not cute enough for you. Games like Battlefield, Cyberpunk, Far Cry, shit, Madden. I could help you play them.
None of those games are deeper than Animal Crossing, and you can take that to the bank. Like all the games you listed are just crap, but in a completely different type of way, you know? People have their tastes. Mine and niceguys don't really line up. And oh god, help OP to play them, yeah. I'm sure that'll be a lot of fun. Can you say backseat gaming? OP says, wow, tell me you're a basic white guy without telling me you're a basic white guy. Damn, dude. You cut him deep.
You got jokes, laughing emojis.
All that shit is casual. Pick up a real game. Get on my level. Damn, you big called out, dude. You don't have the space in your brain to remember the crafting recipes? Come on, tell me for real. Who's your dream villager, huh? If you say Anka, I'm gonna rip your dick off. You know that?
Nice guy says, what the frick are you talking about? I'm not playing around, dork.
That's right, I don't play video games either. I just get mad at them. OP says, every game I play is so much more hardcore than what you just said. Witcher, Shin Megami Tensei, fucking Fable, even. I mean, for its time, Fable was revolutionary. These days, it's kind of like, ugh. But to each their own. Creep says,
why are you being such a bitch about it? I'm literally trying to have a convo. That's it.
You're talking down to another person consistently. You want to join the conversation? Do you want to participate in the thing that I'm participating in? I'm sure you'd be more than welcome, but you can't seem to go 5 minutes without trying to make yourself seem better than somebody else in some way. And in my own experience, people don't take too kindly to that. That's how you get thrown off the roof of a sorority house.
Ow, ow, ow.
It happened in the Roger Manifesto. You can look it up. OP says, I feel like I should have blocked you, even if I did have Facebook, because you're insulting my game choices. This is the only personality he has, OP. You have to understand that. And he has to imprint it on you so you can become his manic pixie dream girl forever. I'm sure the relationship hasn't gotten even close to that far in real life, but in his head, oh, he's already gone the whole way. Got a white picket fence with RGB lights on it. OP shaved half her head and dyed it blue to be his cyberpunk dream girl. Yep, that's the life for me. Creep says,
because those games are weak AF, and you're being mean over nothing. Whatever.
Dude, you're the one being mean over nothing. She's being, like, accepting of your droll, dry, fucking boring conversation starters, if you can even call them that. They're basically just thinly veiled insults. She's been tolerant to a certain point. Is this gonna start to shift? Because I really hope it starts to shift about now. OP asks him, does your mom know that you talk to women like this?
My mom won't around. Why you bringing that up?
Yeah, that checks out. You have zero respect for me or anyone. That's true, OP, himself included. He's been raised by the bing bong woohoo machine, and yeah, there's no saving him now. Creep says,
oh, well, you're just a fat bitch who does nothing and leads people on. You're nothing. Screw you. I was being nice.
Yeah, let it all out, big boy. It's fine. I'm sorry they didn't immediately pivot from a thing that they like because you said so. Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds?
No wonder you can't get a boyfriend, meanie.
OP says, I don't settle for trash like your baby moms. You called me a liar, crapped on my games, when you play fucking even more trash games.
Burn him!
It's so true. I am completely on board. Creep says,
at least they're getting dick. Unlike you, fugly. You have no idea what you do. Bet you have herpes, you fat piece of poop.
It's the worst insult of any insult. In order to get herpes, don't you have to, like, do the thing? Be participating in intimate relations? He's really seething.
Coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing.
You can see it in the text that he's seething. There's no coherent line of thought. Maybe that's just how he is all the time. OP says, how many kids do you have custody of again? Lol.
How many of your boyfriends died?
Wow. So this is what you do to get girls Insult them?
Again, I was playing, but you had to be a bitch.
Again, a little contrition. Possibly we could reel it back in. No, I think it's done. Cut the line.
Take one step on that rope and I'll cut it.
You brought up the dead boyfriend, which presumably is a thing OP's kind of sensitive about. This is not salvageable. OP says, okay, I'm sorry. I've been going through shit too. No way! You are letting him reel it back? This is ludicrous. I don't know how to feel anymore. Whatever, he's gonna make her regret it. She says, how are you at Rocket League anyway? Creep says,
I understand. I sorry too. I'm pretty good. I can show how to level up.
Yes, play the same game over and over and grind for levels. We don't need immersive stories or upgraded skills. Just let me play the same thing over and over again for thousands of hours. Fortnite, PUBG, Rocket League, it's all the dum-dums understand, you see? Grasp the fact that I don't care about my levels. OP says, what's your ranking?
Platinum.
What's your gamer tag?
Why?
I want to see for myself. What console? Oh boy.
What's it matter? You don't have an Xbox.
I play on Switch, but it's on all the consoles. Maybe she's not letting him back in. Maybe she's just trying to catch him in his lie. Pathetic little lie that makes him feel like his life is worth living. Yes, I'm platinum on Rocket League, m'lady. Would you like me to help you level up? You can stop playing those childish games like Animal Crossing, keeping a house and home. Why would I ever need a woman who was able to do that? Yeah, you're right. Good point. Creep says,
why don't we just hang out? And then I could show you.
OP says, what's your tag? I've got trust issues. It's not that big of a deal. Smile.
What do you mean you got trust issues?
OP says, I'm just curious. It seems like you're lying.
But I'm not.
And then OP sends, it smells like bitch in here. Yeah, it does. And that's all it takes for the mask to slip right back off. Creep is like,
screw you, you fat piece of crap. You have no idea who you mess with. Screw off. Go friggin' die. Everyone at Dre's friggin' hates you and thinks you're a whore. I thought differently. I wanted to give you a chance. I thought you were a nice girl and I wanted to be your friend.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's what this was all about. Why don't you come over to my house? I can trap you in my room. It'll be fun. If you were really interested in being friends, you wouldn't mind starting online first. Maybe you'd put in years of online interaction because you're not there for a physical relationship. You're actually there because you enjoy being friends. But no, he tried to rush it right into that. OP saw through it, and that made him very upset. Good. I'm glad. Die mad. OP says, yeah, I'm sure this was the best way you could do all of that. By the way, have a fresh meme. Oh, it's the Drake meme. Taking care of my kids? Don't want that. Lying to women about my Rocket League ranking? Yeah, that's it.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
All right, I'll give it to you. OP does make some pretty dank memes. I love it.
Just end yourself already.
Yeah, no, you.
You're screwing with me. You screwed up, slut.
OP says, wait, so can I not get dong or am I a slut? Yes, both things at the same time.
Both is good.
This is how the nice guy brain works. It's in a state of quantum flux, where both possibilities are true at the same time.
Creep says, yeah, I bet you'd want it after this. Choke on a dog, whale. Everyone you know hates you and thinks you're a fat idiot. Seriously, go end yourself. Thanks for showing your true colors.
It's like he's talking to himself. It's really quite poetic in a way.
I can't believe I wanted to build something with someone so freaking dumb and nasty.
You build something. Another baby you could abandon, presumably? OP sends a meme saying, dudes get their feelings hurt. Yeah, sometimes. That ego's a hell of a thing, isn't it?
Creep says, everyone knows you're a slut. A fat one who uses people. Couldn't get a boyfriend for freaking years. That's because everyone knows that you're a bitch.
She's got another meme, the Eric Andre shooting somebody meme. Mark,
you're a liar, slut, your games suck. Why would Maggie do this?
So, OP's Maggie and Creep is Mark. But yes, again, excellent use of a meme. I still like the Drake one the most, but it's a valiant effort. Creep says,
got too much time on your hands, but I bet your mouth is filled with someone's nasty pork sword.
OP says, yep. And it's not yours. And that's the best part of all. Everything he did was flagrantly obvious. I don't know if he just doesn't know how to interact with people or what. Probably he doesn't. He's trying to connect with somebody over some Facebook memes, and maybe that's the state of societal generation that we've reached. Like, you just can't build actual human connections anymore. But I like to think that's not the truth. I like to think that Mark might be functional in some other capacity, but after all that, yeah, I have my doubts. He's a rabid dog. You gotta put him down. It's over, Marky boy.
Come out back with me. He's my dog, I'll do it. Frothing at the mouth because you couldn't get a pretty lady. Biscuits and mustard.
I don't know what's going on. Overall, yeah, he can't get his insults straight. It's blatantly obvious what he was trying to do. He's about 1 billion times less smart than he thinks he is. And that's the most hilarious kind of dumb person. Good on Maggie for taking it in stride. Mark the Creep, pull it together, dude. This a mess. I would say call your kids, but they probably don't want to hear from him either. All right, how about this one?
That's pretty shallow,
is the title. OP says, hi, I'm so glad we matched. I'm Kel. What's your favorite anime?
Oh, holy boobies! Oh, golden boy!
Who the f starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
This is a terrible start, but okay. OP takes it in stride and says, thank you. My favorites are Chainsaw Man, Demon Slayer, and My Hero. I always feel like I'm missing out on something with these anime things, but then I try and watch it and I'm like, ugh. I think Dragon Ball Z is what did it to me. Now I get like just 10 minutes of filler and I'm like, I can't do it anymore. One life to live, can't spend it here. Then the Creep says, that, sounded pretty negative. The thank you? Yes, the way that you've introduced yourself is disgusting. I'm sorry you don't see it the same way. I don't know if I'm so glad we matched anymore. Goodbye. And then it's over. Then you don't have to deal with it anymore. That's a red flag thrown up right in your face, you know? But OP tries to talk him through it. She says, from past experiences, I am very wary of people's motivations of getting to know me. I don't want to be viewed as a sexual object until after I've gotten to know them. And I know that that is not their primary motivation. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. No, you can be rude. He threw rude out the window like instantly. Gloves are coming off, OP. Just lay it down as flat as you like. Creep says, oh, that's pretty shallow. Maybe I just appreciate breasts more than your average guy. Maybe I'm just an open and honest person. You may have deluded yourself into believing that, but you're not going to delude me into it. You're a disgusting person.
You sick pervert.
You want to make your lecherous ill intentions known immediately, and I appreciate that, but that's not something I want to participate in. Boom. Blocked. Do it, OP. Go ahead. But no, she's gonna try and talk it out. OP says, okay, not wanting to be viewed as an object is shallow. I'm sorry. I'll drop the boundaries that I've had to build over time so that I'm not being taken advantage of. Believe it or not, 9 out of 10 girls will be instantly turned off by those types of comments about their body as soon as you start a conversation. Don't give this guy any tips. He doesn't need them. He's gonna be a mess in a relationship anyways. He has to learn how to function as a normal human being first. OP says, I was actually excited to get to know you, but that comment instantly eliminated the spark. I was gonna let it slide, but your reaction completely blew it. Good luck out there. Boom, and then she cut him off. All right, good job.
That's what I'm talking about!
He's definitely not gonna be hearing anything that you say. He's gonna go do this again to like 10 more girls in the next 5 minutes. That's if he has any matches. The well is probably running pretty dry at this point, ain't it? What a specimen. Maybe I just appreciate breasts more than your average guy. I don't think that's possible. I think dudes like them things a lot. Like all of them, basically. It's just not the right opener for a conversation. Okay, moving on.
Post on Liz, I'm about to show you quite a collection of red flags.
All right, then let me have it, fella.
Yes, okay, well, I'm conservative and very traditional.
That's okay, me too in a lot of ways.
I'm part of a congregation, but I'm not particularly religious.
I'm also checking that box.
I love to cook, read, and go to the gym.
Cooking and reading are good. Gym I need to get back to.
I'm from the countryside, so I also love the nature and spend a lot of time in the woods.
Yes, I too enjoy the nature and the woods.
I'm very much an alpha male, and I hate weak men.
And there's where the wheels fall off. You hate quote-unquote weak men because you see something in them that you hate about yourself, you know? You wish you were strong and self-assured enough to do the things that they do. But you're not, so you cover it all up with this Sigma male persona. I could be from the countryside and read and do all this stuff, and still enjoy some nice nerdy video games at the end of the day. And I think that's what really gets this guy's goat. He wants to do it too, but he can't find the way how. So good, at least one big red flag for me. The rest of the stuff might be red flags to other people, but I identify pretty heavily with a lot of that.
I want an obedient wife and a big family.
Yeah, that's probably another red flag. That's the first request you have about your wife? Obedient? Ugh, I'm not liking that dynamic too much.
I'm funny and nice, and I get along with everybody.
I have yet to see anything funny that you've said, or even nice, really. You talked about hating weak men and wanting an obedient wife. It doesn't seem all that nice. That's all I'm saying. I don't think we'd get along. You say you get along with everybody, but despite a lot of parallels, I don't think that we would vibe, especially because of the next sentence.
And I do believe that pure white men are the peak of evolution.
Oh boy. There we go. 3 strikes and you're out of there. Probably that counts for 3 strikes. We're up to 5 strikes now. The game is over. Pack it in. Go home. Oh, there's more. Okay.
You are correct, perfect Asian babe. Everything about interracial dating and marriage is so hot in my opinion. I low-key love saying no to white girls.
Dude, this is really weird, like self-hating behavior. I don't know what's going on. I'm in an interracial marriage. I'm acutely aware of my whiteness a lot of the time. But is that what makes our marriage function? Is that what makes it so hot? No, dude. I had a mental connection with this other person. You're turning it into like this weird fetishistic thing, and I don't like it. I don't like it none too much. And then also, like, doesn't that entire thing conflict with, like, the pure white man being the peak of evolution? Well, now, look what you've done here. You've thrown off the peak of evolution. I think that's just something that somebody with nothing else going on in their lives would say. He's convinced himself that he's inherently valuable because of nothing more than his skin color. He's a vapid human being who thinks with nothing but his pee-pee and really not worth interacting with. How many books do you think he's actually read? He's a disgusting human being with a teeny tiny little mind. Can't see any points aside from the ones that he's programmed himself into. I feel bad for him in a way. No, I don't. That's a lie. He's probably the biggest weirdo we've seen thus far. Like, you want to do some race play stuff, I guess, whatever. But it really icks me out pretty hard. Slightly even more icky is that, like, these are excerpts from an ongoing conversation with OP. OP omitted her parts, which makes me feel a little more sussy about it, but from what was shown, yeah, pretty gross. I hope you're not getting too involved with that because pretty gross. But I can't live your life for you. We'll move on into the next one and see what we've got over there. Post title is, I'm not here to hurt you in any way.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Quickest way to identify somebody that's going to hurt you immediately. OP says, oh, that's not awful. How long have you been single?
I'll be upfront and honest with you because that's the way I do things.
Yeah, just like I'm not here to hurt you. When they tell you that they're upfront and honest, they're lying. They're trying to gain your confidence. Be upfront and honest with me without needing to throw it in my face. Trust me, I'll figure it out for myself at some point during our relationship. I don't need your reassurance.
I'm married, and happily married at that for the last 22 years.
Oh boy.
We have an amazing relationship together. We've had fun with others for the last 4 years, others being like-minded couples. We don't see many couples, as my wife is very picky and, to be honest, men are worthless, lol.
Well, if I was living in a meat suit as worthless as yours, I might think the same.
Everything you and I have talked about's perfectly okay. And in fact, she wants me to show you an amazing time. I'm very much into showing you a simple, wonderful time like you've never seen before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure talk is cheap. It's gonna be a lot more simple than it is wonderful, isn't it?
Hey, baby, I'm about to give you the best 30 seconds of your life.
Cool, can't wait for it to be over. OP says, I didn't know you were ENM. Nice Guy says,
we have fine things a few years now. Have always had an amazing time with anyone I've chose to spend time with. I would absolutely love to do that with you.
Yeah, sounds weird, complicated, gross. I'm not gonna do that. OP echoes my sentiments. Yeah, that's not what I'm interested in finding, unfortunately.
Everything I've said is the truth, and could bring you something absolutely great you might enjoy.
Oh, we've gone from wonderful time to might enjoy. Yeah, standards are slipping around here, ain't they?
I understand that isn't what you're looking for, and I'm not doing you from finding that. Hope you do. It doesn't mean we can't hang out still.
Gross, pushy. Yeah, it does. You're distracting me from finding the thing that I'm actually looking for. You're just asking me if I want to sit around and waste time together. No, I don't. Thank you, bye.
Why don't you try something good with a man that is good at everything? Have some enjoyment for once. You've gone 30 years of your adult life knowing shit. I'm not here to hurt you in any way, and in fact, you might find it fun as hell with just myself. Question mark?
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Tell her that she's a bozo that don't know nothing. Only my magic weeder can give you the deepest, most cleanest pleasure. I'm sure that's the truth. I'm sure you're not gassing yourself up at all. I want to curl up and die right now.
I'm gonna go home and myself. Goodbye, friends.
Did you block him? You didn't block him. It continues.
That was it?
This isn't what I'm looking for. Good luck in your search. Yeah, just unmatch, block, do whatever. We're done now.
I've had great luck. Always do. What I'm trying to bring you
Yeah, come and kiss me, Blarney Stone.
You've gone this long without anything good in your life. Why wouldn't you at least try and see each other?
Because it's not what I'm looking for. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're just gonna keep harassing her about it until she gives in and says yes? That's how you got your wife, isn't it? You just harassed her into it.
You do know you're supposed to surround yourself with that you seek.
Oh, is that the secret? Okay. We're gonna organize like a 12-on-1. We're gonna film it, put it up on the hub. Surely that will find me that which I seek.
Hello. Yeah? I'm here for the gangbang.
Dudes really won't just say anything, won't they? It's so ludicrous. OP says, it's bold of you to assume that I haven't had anything good. Also, I've told you, I'm not interested. You could actually just respect that. I love these OPs that try to talk sense into people. His brain is not functional anymore. It's porn-addled and crippled. You cannot have an intelligent dialogue with this person. I guarantee it. Creep says,
it's what you've said.
OP, I told you about my dead partner. That's not the totality of my experience. Damn, you open it up like that to strangers? Do you know this person more than a stranger? What the hell's going on right now? Creep says,
I do respect you, so don't think I don't. That's why I am so good at things and married. Some of us are good at shit.
OP says, except listening. Damn. Yeah, basically nailed it down. Creep says,
I won't bother you then if you're not open-minded enough to simply enjoy, as if I'm stopping you from anything. No, listening is on point as well. Not too much that I'm not good at.
Yeah, except being humble, I guess. This is a prime example of the Dunning-Kruger effect in action. Look at him work! He really thinks he's making big moves right now. He was like, dang, so close to the finish line. Nah, dude, you came across as a real creep. Didn't accept the stop signs that were thrown in your face. He did finally leave her alone in the end, I guess. But yeah, OP had to stop talking. He's just the sort that loves the last word. Okay, good. Tell it to your wife who probably despises you. That's why she's like, just go get out of here. Chase other women, just leave me the hell alone. He's not had any action in a very long time. You could smell the thirst on him. Whatever, good luck out there, fella. Let's get into the next one. Title is, I care that girls actually hear it from a man firsthand. Yeah, it's gonna be something gross, isn't it? It's so funny that you are one of the first girls I've seen on here asking the magical question, are there any men into a girl with a career? To make this simple for you and help you out, most men, unfortunately, are not looking for some boss babe. They don't care if a girl has a career. They prefer you don't have one, and would probably prefer that you don't have one. Crazy to think, right? But most men want to be providers, so they need a girl who's going to be supportive, encouraging, and loving, not a girl who's out in the workforce being like some badass like that. I don't think that's the case for most men. Most men can roll with the punches. I've helped my wife to start multiple businesses. She's like, I want to do this, that, this. I'm like, okay, here's the money. Let's make it happen. She does get easily discouraged, but I'm still there for helping her find her passion. See, that's the male being supportive and encouraging in the relationship. Does that blow your mind or something? Probably. That's far too much nuance for this fellow. He continues, but you're starting to see it now in the girls 30 plus, starting to realize that the girl empowerment push is leaving them single and confused. I'm taking the time right now to write all this to you because I care that girls actually hear it from a man firsthand. Yes, this act out of generousness, benevolence, whatever you care to say. I'm sure there's no ulterior motive whatsoever.
You do you, and keep up what you believe is best for you and your future. I'm being honest like your profile says you are. So if you delete me, that's fine. I feel I'm doing my part by speaking out. But when I open up your profile and see independent, strong, etc., it's scary.
Maybe for a shrimp dick like you, yeah.
Guys don't want that. Boys wouldn't mind it, but men, and when I say men, I mean successful men, like myself, don't care for that.
Oh, wow, he's successful. And we know he's successful because he said he's successful. That's what successful people do, tell you that they're successful. This is the dumbest thing ever.
We don't need your success. We don't need your money, and definitely don't need the attitude that comes with that. Because most girls who support this whole girl empowerment push have the mentality of, I'm a boss babe who has a career, make my own money, and I know what I want.
A woman wanting to be her own person just really blows your mind, does it?
You're 32 years old with a career, and you stand strong for those qualities. I like that in a way, but to be honest, put yourself in a man's shoes for a second. Do you actually think a man like me cares about that?
It doesn't really matter what a man like you cares about. A man like you, pretty disgusting, if I'm being honest. This whole conversation's made me feel really uncomfortable. I guess OP did ask, but yeah, it's not the type of question that you're supposed to answer. I think it's cool she's into her own thing. When wifey was going to school, we were talking about her doing computer science work and me being house husband, which I probably would be terrible at, but I could learn, you know? But things didn't pan out that way, so I'm the breadwinner. I'm proud to do it. Seeing the inverse would probably blow this dude's mind. He'd be like,
hey, you can't!
Why not? Who's going to stop me? The house husband seems pretty lit, but then you actually do it and like you're cleaning up and around the kids all day. And yeah, I think I got the easier job out of wifey and I, honestly. Sit up here and fart around into a microphone.
I pray to God a woman is never president.
What? Okay.
Don't you someday want to see a woman president of the United States?
I paid for your dinner, and this is the thanks I get?
What did you expect, bro? It's a quarter pounder, okay? You think I'm supposed to goggle your nuts like some McDonald's fries because you let me order off the dollar menu? Forget about it.
Forget about it.
OP says, hey, sorry I didn't message you earlier today, but I wanted to say I enjoyed our date yesterday. How did you feel about it? Oh, it's good. Open communication.
Oh, Weirdo says, oh, yeah. I was wondering why you didn't message sooner. But I agree. It was very enjoyable. Would you like to see each other again between Christmas and New Year's? I can take you to the restaurant you were talking about.
It's a Wendy's. OP says, I can't. I'm gonna be at my parents' between Christmas and New Year's. Maybe sometime in January? I'm going to be a little busy though.
So, you don't want to see each other anymore?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Well, it kind of seems that way. You expect me to believe that you aren't going out to party on New Year's?
Oh God, the insecurity is just already. How did he even get through the first date? He's very skilled at acting like a normal human being in person, and then you get on text and all the insecurities just falling out everywhere. OP says, no, I'm not going out to party this year.
Then why can't you see me in January?
I literally said I can. I just said that I'll be a little bit busy. This is nice. I love this. Just watching the wheels fall off in real time.
Okay. Well, you should make some time for yourself instead of work. If you spent time with me, you could relax.
Yeah, time for myself. With you! That's not really what qualifies as me time, is it? OP says exactly that. That's not really time to myself then, is it?
So you don't want to see me? Oh my god, dude.
If you're gonna be so confrontational about it, I don't want to, really.
I literally paid for your diner, and this is the thanks I get? You should be thankful. I spent the time getting to know you. Now you want to ditch me? What the fuck?
This is just, I don't know how to explain it to you any further, nor do I want to after a certain point. You'll die alone and miserable and you'll blame me, but this is why. Because you act like this. OP says, I really don't know what to say to that.
You can start by apologizing for wasting my time. Huh? Have fun whoring around on New Year's Eve. I guess I dodged a bullet here. Crying, laughing emoji.
But actually, he's just crying. I think she's the one that dodged a bullet. How do you feel so entitled to another person's time? Hey, we went on a first date and it went well. When's your schedule open again? And she's like, I don't know, not for a while. And he's like, it's over. It's all over. Bro, maybe just get a hobby. Do something else in the meanwhile, you know? Go on some other dates. Put a chick on the back burner. I mean, this is probably the first date he's had in a long while, but... I don't know. Keep shooting your shot. Whatever you choose to do, stop doing this.
So, you aren't gonna answer me?
You're the one that said you dodged a bullet. Good. Keep the hell out of the way, Neo.
You're a waste of time, you know that?
No, you.
You better pay me back for the dinner because this is ridiculous. I took you out to a nice diner that you said you enjoyed, and now you won't go on a second date with me? You friggin' whore.
God. It sounded like the second date was on lock and you just had to be patient, but no. He decided to torpedo the whole thing because he can't have it right now. Do you realize how ridiculous that is?
You literally have no life, and you say you're too busy to see me? You could have just told me straight up that you're busy all the time before I went on a date with you.
Yes, imagine being busy during the holidays. Again, maybe you should try it. Keep yourself occupied with something besides endless fantasies about this girl that went on a date with you once. Disaster.
Do you usually waste people's time and money whoring around for free food and attention?
See, it's not really about the time for him. I think he enjoyed the time that he spent. It's the money. He really needed that extra 20 bucks. And honestly, if you're that hard up for cash, maybe you shouldn't take people out to fancy diners. You tell them, hey, look, I'm pretty broke right now. We could go hang out in the park if you want to. She's probably not gonna want to, but that's fine. Then you know immediately she's not a ride or die.
I can't believe I was considering settling down with a woman so old and so ugly. Girls over 21 are a waste of time.
You just don't like people that are of legal drinking age? I don't understand. 21 ain't that old. 30 ain't that old. 40 ain't that old. As long as you have a human connection and are relatively close in age, I think it's fine. But okay, sure, whatever. This is America. You may cope and seethe however you choose.
You are coping and seething.
I don't need to settle for an ugly duckling like you.
See, that's not a good analogy either, because the ugly duckling actually grew up to become a beautiful swan. Your mama didn't tell you that story? Well, mom probably doesn't pay enough attention to him, and dad, well, he definitely ain't around. Then again, that's just me making presumption. Maybe he has a happy home life and he destroyed himself all by himself. Then stop texting me, dude. Get a fucking life.
My like is better than yours, whore.
And then OP corrects him and says, I think you meant life. And then after all that, after the story reaches its juicy climax, he for some reason decides to try and wind it back.
I'm sorry. I should have been more understanding about your schedule. Sorry if you feel disrespected.
And then at 1 a.m.,
you up?
No. I'm sleeping on you forever. You have been ignored, sir. And I do like how OP just like completely tuned him out. She's like, we're done here. You're obviously off your fucking rocker. I can't waste any more time. You talk about wastes of time, but you're the one sitting here seething, wasting your own time. So continue to boil all you like. I won't participate. That's how you know this dude doesn't have any other options. Goes back to the chick that he just fought with. You up? It makes it the perfect post. I love it. But let's challenge ourselves today and see if we can't find something even more insane. This post is, when you cast me out, you made a huge mistake. I was gonna treat you right. I was gonna, until I got high. Screw you! Lose my number! LMAO! Sounds like we're missing a bunch of context here, but okay, we're in the middle of it now. You women seriously suck! I stand by what I said before. I'm now ghosting you for good. Don't bother responding. That's his little baby boy way of saying, please let me have the last word. OP doesn't. She says, go screw men then, LMAO, bro. I'm still not sure what's going on here, but we'll pick up the thread sooner than later. Dude then sends her a picture of a bar, I guess. If you were a normal human being, we could be chilling at this club right now. Not much. It is more of a bar. It's not a club. But apparently I'm just a leftover Thai food provider for you. Sucks. We could have had a good thing. Perhaps I'll pick someone up tonight. The night is young. Damn, bro, that's a hopeful outlook, isn't it? He's like, I couldn't make it with this chick, but I'm gonna make it with some other chick tonight. You seen that picture I sent you from the bar? Fat bottom girls make the rockin' world go round. You didn't know that? OP just says LMAO, which seems to be about the only fucking thing she says. Like, I understand not wanting to expend mental energy. I understand wanting to pull a bit more content out of the guy, but at a certain point I would like OP to say something for herself, aside from just that. And the funny thing is, I see this bitch here who I'm really attracted to, but I remembered my experience with you, and I'm just like, what's the point? She's just gonna go mental on me. Women are to be boned and left out in the cold. All females are good for is banging. I wish more men realized this. I mean, that's a way you could go through life. Sure, do that. If you think it will fulfill you, you have the freedom to choose. But for some reason, he wants to, like, let OP know. He's like, I've got options out here. Sure you do, buddy. Sure you do. A chick gives it to him once, and he's following her around like a lost puppy. I guarantee it. Although I will say again, I'd like some context on how OP went mental. It's probably not gonna happen. Probably just makes OP look worse. And we're not here for that. We're here to laugh at this dude for being hurt by whatever she did. And then as soon as I start to like halfway defend the guy, he goes off into like this horrible non sequitur. I pray to God a woman is never president. What? Okay.
Don't you someday want to see a woman president of the United States? Shut up!
We're all doomed if that happens. I mean, goddamn. Y'all break down if you break a nail. How could you lead a country? Facepalm emoji.
Then OP blanks out the first actual sentence she's made and says, closeted cope. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of either one, but one is definitely more unhinged than the other. OP's out here like, we do a bit of trolling, and this guy's frothing at the mouth, taking the bait, just running the hook down through his intestines.
I'll never let this go, I'll never forget.
I know you won't. Then weird guy says,
not that you'll ever experience that. You're a goth piece of trash with no future. Lose the black and stop smoking. You stink and black is ugly.
What did you say, Nick?
Oh man, he really is just reaching for anything at this point. You stink because you smoke, and black is ugly, and also you'd make a terrible president. Like, yeah, I know all these things.
You do stink, though.
She didn't respond. He just comes back, like, trying to reassure himself that she actually did stink for reals.
When you got out of the car, I almost puked. The cigarette smoke was overwhelming. I overlooked it because I liked you, but once you forced your negative energy on me at my place, I recoiled in disgust. Do better.
No, you, dude. Like, you shove your hatred for this thing that she does that is essentially a part of her deep down, overlooking it because you, quote, liked her. But the truth is that you don't respect yourself enough to draw a line in the sand and say, hey, I don't date smokers. That smell makes me sick. She'd respect you more for it. More importantly than that, you'd respect yourself more for it. Although I guess self-respect isn't really a big factor in this guy's equation.
And if you look at it, the feminist movement is over. With the addition of trans men, you've lost all credibility. What the hell are we talking about?
I don't think some leftover Thai food is gonna make anybody overlook all of these things. It's just, where is all this coming from? Did they even have conversations about these things? It's probably another one of those things where, like, in the moment, she's like, yeah, I support the trans movement. And deep down, he doesn't, but he just says that he does to go along and hopefully get laid. Again, stand up for the things that you believe in, would ya? Little noodle spine boy can't say shit except through text messages. Honestly, I'm liking it, though. Now we have a chronicle of all of this.
And
he's still going. Hope he hasn't even responded. He's just still going.
And I feel sorry for your friend who you were talking crap about when you were with me. They need to know who they're dealing with. You don't care about them or anyone else.
Yeah, you guys both seem like fairly self-loathing, but one does it in like a sort of JFL just laugh type of way. And I can respect that at least a little bit more.
Text me their number so I can tell them how horrible you are and how you don't actually care about trans people.
Oh, this is OP having an opinion, and then this guy tries to get on his high horse after the fact. Interesting. Give me their number. Yeah, right, dude.
No way. I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid.
He's gonna slide into the DMs and be like, hey, did you know your friend is fairly hateful? Also, want to go on a date? How do you think this is gonna work out for you? Finally, OP does respond and she says, damn, must be a lame-ass club if you're texting me. I mean, it's really not it's a bar.
You kids, back in my day, we knew the difference between a club and a bar. Let me tell you, whippersnappers, clubs were where you went to dance and sweat and mingle with the opposite sex until you got STDs by osmosis. You put on your finest polyester suit and slick your hair back and hit the dance floor with your best moves fueled by nothing but cocaine. Meanwhile, bars were a place for a more laid-back atmosphere where you could shoot some pool or play darts or just text with a failed first date over a cold beer. Nowadays, these kids just lump everything together under nightlife. You don't know the art of a good old-fashioned club or the charm of a local watering hole. You're too busy taking selfies and posting them to whatever social media platform you're using. In my day, we didn't have fancy smartphones. We had to make do with rotary phones and pay phones if we were lucky. And you know what? We loved it! One time at the local club, I met a lovely lady named Betty. She had the most beautiful beehive hairdo and could do the twist like nobody's business. We danced the night away, and let me tell you, it was a magical time. But now you kids just stand around in your fancy clubs, staring at your phones, not even bothering to talk to each other. And don't even get me started on the music. Back in my day, we had Elvis Presley, the Beatles, the Fab Five. Now it's just all noise to me. Mumble rap, you can mumble on my sack. I can't understand a word of it, but I guess that's just the way of the world, isn't it? Things change. And we old folks were just forced to adapt. But mark my words, there was a time when a man knew the difference between a club and a bar, and he was all the better for it.
Jesus, Grandpa ReddX, you really have some feelings about this, huh?
You betcha sweet ass I do!
Okay, well, feel how you feel, but let's get back to the post. The dude says,
because you don't, and you know it. You don't give a damn about trans people, and you know it. Stop pretending you care about your fiends.
OP just says, poetic, bro. Yeah, calling your friends fiends, we used to do that too.
Cruising around in my car, listening to the Misfits throwing water bottles at expensive Corvettes.
We are the Fiends Club. We are the Fiends Club, not you. Not you. Jesus, am I turning into Grandpa ReddX? Weird guy says,
don't pretend you care about trans people, OP. I know you don't. You went off on your friend in front of me. You're a piece of shit. You are a piece of snit.
Which I guess is worse somehow. He just repeats himself, hoping for it to be more impactful. And then he sends another picture of the ceiling of what is clearly a bar and not a club. I'm sorry I'm so stuck on it, but it's really bugging the hell out of me. Dude says,
you blew it. When you cast me out, you made a huge mistake. I was gonna treat you right, but now I don't care.
Yeah, he was gonna treat you right and bring you leftover Thai food. We can't afford, like, you know, an actual untouched meal, but you can have my leftovers. This is how I care for you.
Women are all whores. I hate women, and I hope you get cancer and die.
Jesus, man. Something really terrible happened. I honestly don't know if this dude's gonna recover at all. OP says, bro, call me. Call me.
Go die, you piece of crap! Women are not to be taken seriously. I hope you die and go to hell.
Like, you obviously went out to the club bar to make yourself feel better, and then he spends the entire time texting this chick that apparently he hates. Why do you keep choosing misery, is my question. OP says, I bet you're not even a teacher.
All women deserve to die! And I hope you die a horrible death!
We are quickly slipping from nice guy into incel territory. And then OP said something else to egg him on, but of course it's cut out. So annoying.
Look, I like you, but I can't do this immature bullshit. You need to get real with me. You need to realize that I'm too old for this. Level with me, OP, or we're done.
You do realize that we were done a long time ago, right? It's so ludicrous that he's trying to bring it back around. Hey, you up? Come on, pack it in, son. It's over.
I don't think that's too much to ask. I wish I had ate that Thai food myself. I regret giving you anything.
Apparently that's like the one thing that he gave her. A half-eaten meal. Like, I get it, Thai food's expensive, blah, blah, blah. But if that's the case, just like downgrade, you know? Then he'd be seething about like,
I can't believe I bought you a McChicken. You're a worthless piece of crap. This is why Gen Z should not be taken seriously.
Seems to me like you take absolutely everything way too seriously. It's just life, dude. It ain't a big deal, I swear.
Anyway, you need to deal with your financial situation. The fact that you couldn't meet me at the club tonight is pathetic.
Holy God, is that what this is all about? She didn't want to come out and meet you, and you brought her Thai food. Leftover Thai food at that. She's probably stuck on the toilet for the rest of the night.
You okay?
There's your problem. Dude says,
you're so immature, and I literally don't care anymore. I know I'm toxic, and I'll admit to that, but level with me, OP. Seriously.
And OP says, what do you mean? Do you love me? Puppy dog eyes emoji. At a certain point, we are just being evil.
and I love it. Stop saying that! Stop asking me what I mean! Yes, I do, but I don't get you.
Damn, dude, he really said that he loves you. Let's be honest, he doesn't love you. He loves the idea of you. He's not capable of truly loving anybody, including himself.
You confuse me. It's not that big of a deal, but just know that you're wanted. And I've tried. Try and be normal.
No, you.
The next time you like a guy, it may work out and I can help. It doesn't have to be a challenge.
Now you're offering to cuck yourself just so you can stay in her life? This is really weird. OP said another thing and then decided not to include it. Swear to God, this OP is sus as hell, but I mean, on the other side, we have this guy. And I ain't gonna be caught dead trying to construct a full defense of whatever the hell he's doing here. He says,
No, I'm exposing women and their BS. I noticed you haven't paid me for your cigs. Could it be B did you're broke?
BB did you're broke?
Because you're broke.
Oh, okay.
I could play this game all day, OP. You don't have any money. Admit it.
Yeah, and you don't have any bitches. Admit it.
That's why you scowled at me when I kicked you out of my apartment. You didn't know how you were gonna get back home.
Why did she get kicked out? Can we include that part? I don't know who was actually in the wrong, but I do know everybody sucks here, so that's fine. OP says, I called my ex and he picked me up.
That's so pathetic. I hope you blew him for the mileage. I'm never gonna see you again. I'm merely having fun at your expense.
I'll be honest, it doesn't seem like you're having all that much fun right now, bro.
I'm screenshotting your texts, and I'm gonna post them to my Instagram.
I think you're the one that comes off more unhinged here. What's your Instagram, though? I would like to get the full story, if I'm able.
Not surprised you didn't before. Women are all about themselves. Y'all have so many men fooled.
Yeah, like dudes are just so selfless. Let's be honest, human beings are about themselves.
I'm done with this convo. Now, I hope you die. I'm blocking your number.
It's all like these weird line breaks and periods, and you could tell he's really having a hard time. He's foaming at the mouth.
Seriously, I'm gonna pray every day that you get cancer.
OP says, wow.
But yeah, I got this girl. I'm gonna make drive from place to over here tomorrow for fun. And then I'll ghost her and move on. I'm stoked.
Yeah, just definitely pass that pain that you're experiencing right along down the line. That'll fix it.
I was about to do the same to you, but you seemed all right. Now I regret not doing that.
He was never gonna do. Like I said, anybody that gives him attention, he is latching on. Stage 5 clinger right here.
But I guess I learned my lesson. Have a good one, OP.
OP says, my texts aren't going through.
You'll learn!
All you have to do is send him something, literally anything, and he goes spinning off into space again. It is a lot of fun. That's good content.
You'll learn. 10 years from now, you'll look back and be like, damn, I really messed that up. But I encourage you to keep dating guys your own age. It'll be a good learning experience for you. Meanwhile, I'm gonna stay single and waste y'all's time. Wasting women's time is so fun, and I wish more guys did it.
Really, like the only person's time you're wasting is your own? Hey, I could have built a mental connection with this other human being, but I'm out here playing games because I got hurt that one time. Okay, you do you, I guess.
Anyway, before I block you for good, I do want to say that I regret not just leaving you at Thai Orchid and unmatching with you. That's what I do to most women, but I thought you were different. I won't text you again. I've never said these things to any women, but I'm kinda done. I hate women.
Okay, go bang dudes then. I don't...
Welcome to the club, buddy.
This is what happens in relationships, all right? Sometimes it doesn't work out. That doesn't mean you have to show your whole ass, write an entire novel after you're just like, I'm blocking you. I'm gonna ghost you for good. After I write you 130 pages of bullshit. It's a really weird way to go through life. I don't know what OP did. I don't know how they ended up at a Thai restaurant and only got leftover. They like paid to finish somebody else's meal. They just told the maitre d' like, hey, can we just eat that, whatever they had left?
Terrific if you like eating leftovers.
Y'all both broke. I am sort of upset that I don't know the full story here. Probably will never know the full story, but I know that no matter what OP did, this is really not the way to respond to it, okay? You want to be cool. She really screwed you over? Shrug your shoulders, say whatever, bitch, and walk away, you know? You're not gonna fix it by doing whatever the hell this is supposed to be. Yeah, we've had some really long ones today, haven't we? Why end the streak now? We could probably fit one more in there, right? This post title, How Was I Rewarded for Being Kind and Not Trying to R-A-P-E her or anything?
Well, what did you expect? That we cuddle?
I mean, that's the sort of thought that probably shouldn't cross your mind at all. You're a maniac. What? OP says, what happened? Dude says, a girl who wasn't even invited blacked out and then passes out, so I told her friends that she could stay at my place and one of her friends as well. And how was I rewarded for being kind and not trying to R-A-P-E her or anything? She pissed in my bed. I wasn't able to sleep because I had to make sure that she didn't die. And all yesterday I got to clean up after her. OP says, don't ever text me again. Which is really the only proper response. This guy's even worse than the you have to eat all the eggs guy. You guys remember that green text? Let's swap over there for a second. Walking the streets at night, see this, what do? Help her up, carry her disoriented body to my place, let her sleep on my bed as I sleep on the couch, deal with her freak out when she wakes up, ask her if she's okay. You don't have to tell me what happened, but you do have to eat this as I hand her a bowl of eggs. Ask if she needs a ride home, tell her to take care. You have to eat all the eggs! Why are you doing this? Absolute 4chan classic! And still, somehow, more socially aware than this particular nice guy. I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. So yeah, OP says, don't ever text me again, and he says, okay, but what did I say to make you feel that way? Never mind, your number's deleted. All I tried to do was help, and I'm sorry. If you were actually just a helpful person, then you wouldn't contemplate heinous acts while she's passed out. You wouldn't complain about having to clean up after the person that you volunteered to help. OP says, why do you think that you should get rewarded for not doing that to a girl? That was terrible wording, and I didn't mean it that way. All I've been trying to do is help people, make others happy, and then I just end up getting hurt or punished by it. You think she tried to hurt or punish you by peeing in your bed? She's passed out, dude. How did you not know that that's a thing that might happen? You was only thinking about the good parts, that she might wake up and be so grateful that you didn't assault her in the night that she would bang you of her own volition. It's not real life. You're not living in the real world here, son.
Are you delusional? Do you suffer from a mental illness? Do you think you do?
Everything you represent is horrible. You're not a good or helpful person. You're evil to your core, and you should feel bad. You didn't word it terribly, you just let your true intentions slip. And now OP sees it, and she's gonna cut all ties. As she should! You see why people freaking hate me? I do messed up things, like saying things I don't mean because I'm worked up about something else. Wow, that's a whole lot of excuses to try and take back the thing that you already said. Okay, never mind. I'll never text you again. Just know I am and will never be a graper.
I'm just so angry that absolutely nothing has gone my way, regardless of the good that I try to do.
Yes, because you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Do you not realize that? Good people do good things and go, wow, I did a good thing. The fact that I did the good thing is enough to make me feel good, and I will continue on with my day. Bad people do the good thing and then stand there with their hand out and go, okay, what do I get for it? Nothing, dude. Nothing. You're not a decent human being. You're simply wearing the mask of a decent human being for a few hours and then expecting something for it. Gross. OP says, I will appreciate it if you really stop texting me. You would be doing something really good by staying away from me. I'm not trying to hurt you, but I have the right to politely ask that you do not text me again.
Okay, I understand.
Oh, well, that post wasn't very long. Oh, it continues.
Well, I kind of put something together last minute. Because on Friday, so I could invite you over to maybe get to know you better, and you made it seem like you were planning on coming and never said anything that you weren't going to come.
Dude, what the hell are you talking? Go away! How is it that hard for you to grasp that? I'm glad that I didn't come, because it might be me in that bed, peeing everywhere, being force-fed a bowl of eggs. You know? OP says, yeah, I'm sorry. I should have told you that I wasn't gonna make it, and I just got drunk kind of quick and forgot, but I am sorry. Do not apologize to this fucking creep. What are you doing? Just reiterate, go away. You're disgusting and I don't want to talk to you anymore. Noodle spines, man. Noodle spines everywhere. You know what you're gonna have to do? You're gonna have to spend $20 to get yourself a vial of ReddX spine powder. Safe to eat and completely non-toxic. It might reinforce your spine in some way that we can't predict. For only $5 more, you can upgrade to spine powder with Super AIDS.
He's got AIDS!
Dude says,
okay, I'm sorry about all this. I just have had a past of people taking advantage of me because I have a tendency of being too nice.
What you mean is you have no self-respect and allow yourself to be used as a doormat. And then, instead of actually realizing that that's the situation, you just sit there, rub your greedy little hands and go,
I wonder what I'll get out of it.
Nothing. You've gotten exactly what you deserve. Nothing. I mean, that's not true. Exactly what you deserved would be a very harsh ass kicking. Whatever, who cares? Why are they still talking, even?
I'm really starting T9 freak out about door tomorrow.
Huh? OP says, yeah, I'm worrying about my math exam, too. What the fuck? What is happening? We're just gonna carry on? I guess so.
Oh, that's no fun. At least Static's his group. I'm all drugged up on NyQuil.
Huh? OP says, moving forward, I want you to know that I'm here if you ever need to talk. What the fuck? How did we go from don't ever text me again to I'm here if you ever need to talk? You're both out of your goddamn minds. You know what? You deserve each other, okay? Couple of doormats just flopping around next to each other. Sure, go ahead. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I understand, but I found out my grandma has cancer 2 days ago, so this apology means a lot right now.
OP says, I'm sorry. Did something happen that I missed? He just flipped it around by saying, I had a party and you didn't tell me you weren't gonna come. And she fucking backs down this easy. Oh my God. Oh my God!
Did anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I am so enraged right now. I'm going to take a deep breath and a drink and we'll be back. Okay, let's continue.
Thanks. We're just waiting on the lab reports to see what's happening next, but to be honest, I'm really scared right now.
Yeah, scared, like the unconscious woman in your bed who potentially was going to be assaulted. Did we just forget about all that? I'm getting worked up again. Okay. OP says, I'll keep your grandma in my thoughts tonight.
That means so much to me, really. You have no idea. You just made me tear.
Yes, like all of the other human, I have made tear. OP says, I'm not as bad as you think.
Nice Guy says, I know you aren't, and I sometimes can be a good guy.
You're both clueless human beings with no grip on reality whatsoever. But sure, I'm glad we worked all that out. The girl wasn't actually assaulted. We can't prosecute somebody for thought crime, can we? Like, yes, literally we can. You've revealed to me your innermost thoughts, and they're disgusting. He's still the same person. He's just trying to hide it better now. OP says, good.
Really, though, I am a nice person, and I feel so bad that I took that out on you.
Don't even know what the hell's going on anymore. I don't care either. This was a mistake to do as the last one because my blood pressure is through the roof.
I'm assuming you made it in and didn't die of hypothermia.
OP says, yeah, finally.
Did you just get in?
No, a little bit ago.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm nice and warm now. Thank God. What a nothing conversation. You let him get away with admitting to wanting to do horrible things to an unconscious woman, all so we can have this fucking conversation about being warm. I didn't catch hypothermia. Do you really have nothing going on in your lives, either of you? Apparently not. This is the worst and I'm dying.
Well, next time tell me, and you can be warm at my place. I may have said I'm an ass yesterday, but typically I'm a very nice, loving person who's always willing to help. Yeah, drink this and get unconscious so I can contemplate doing terrible things to you, and then complain to my friends when you pee in my bed.
Well, that's the type of offer I just can't refuse. I think everybody here is just brain damaged. And now I've been brain damaged by proxy. Thank you so much. I didn't even have that many brain cells to spare. OP says, thank you. Nice Guy says, no problem. Yeah, totally. Go sleep at his house after that shit he said. Surely that's not the mistake of a lifetime.
Nice Guy says, so this is just my words of wisdom. Last year, I was the guy in you situation. What? She was really into me, and I just went along with it because I knew I could. I ended up hurting her so bad in the end, and is rather not see my friends hurt.
What? It just made less and less sense the more we keep going, and even OP says, wait, I'm confused.
Being into someone who you don't think anything will happen. I have friends who really care about me because I really care about my friends.
Huh? Nothing he says makes sense. I wasn't completely sure before, but now I am positive that this guy has a room temperature IQ. OP obviously doesn't understand what he's trying to say either, but she just wants to move past it, so she says, that's good. That's what I do with my 5-year-old. Oh yeah, cool, buddy.
Yesterday I was an ass, and I know that's how you will look at me for a while, but that really isn't who I am. I'm typically much nicer and caring.
I guess OP's just circling every time he calls himself nice. It's really not necessary. Even before getting to these text messages, my hope for humanity was shriveled up, but now it's crumbled in dust and blown away. That shit ain't ever coming back. We're just friends again. I'm totally gonna take your word that you said you're nice about 10 times, despite the fact that we started this conversation talking about heinous things. Words of wisdom. You're spitting out nothing but words of pissdom. Nice Guy tries again and says, hey, how goes it? And she says, not the greatest. How are you?
Brennan to the rescue.
It's like some stupid Snapchat.
This went to all my fat friends who knew about him.
Wow, how super cool and interesting. I use Snapchat too. Not really. OP says, ha ha ha, I feel bad for him.
You shouldn't.
Why shouldn't I?
Because he is genuinely an ass to people.
Because people are awful to him.
He was awful toward me way before I was.
Yes, who's truly the victim here? Just because people are awful towards you doesn't necessarily give you the right to be awful back. It makes it a bit more understandable, but it's one of those two wrongs don't make a right type of thing. You remember they told you all about that in kindergarten? This is all spinning out of control. Maybe this is two different conversations. OP says, reflect your supposed feelings and ambitions, so I'm just confused on how to take everything that you've told me.
Well, I'm also clinically depressed and have been since freshman year. I've learned how to suppress bad feelings to appear okay, and that is where the scars are from.
Again, not really an excuse. You know that this is an issue for you. You need to take steps to remedy it. You don't just use it as a shield to do whatever the fuck you like. Is that difficult for you to grasp? I assume most things are. IQ is 60. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, said OP.
You don't even come close to understanding the kind of pain I go through. The physical I've caused myself, or the emotional also caused by me and others.
So this is what we get out of this conversation? This is what we get for letting him slip with his admission to horrible thoughts? A conversation about the weather, or how depressed he is and how terrible he has it. You know what? I think I'm good. I don't think we need to interact any further. You need some help? I'm not qualified. I definitely do understand mental health issues, and for my own mental health, I need you to get the hell out of here right now. OP says, okay, don't tell me what I do and don't understand. Just because you've gone through stuff doesn't mean nobody else has. I'm not telling you about my past or my problems because this is about you and I want to help you, but you should never assume that your life is or has been harder than another person's if you don't know a thing about them. Sorry, but I can't let you talk to me like that. And then the conversation just ends, even though he did reply. That's where the line is drawn for you, when he says my mental health is worse than yours, and you're like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. The whole thing should have been over when he's talking about assaulting some chick in her sleep. I don't understand anything that's gone on today. I hated this entire video. This is a little song I like to call Don't Poop Where Eat. Hey! Don't poop where eat. Don't poop where eat. Advice for life. Or so you'd hope. I, 22 female, had sex with my neighbor, 30 male, once. Is his current behavior weird, or am I being overdramatic? I mean, there's probably a reason that you only did it once, I'll be honest. Original post, March 1st, 2015. I made the mistake of having sex with my neighbor. We live in the same building, and I came home from a night out about 2 weeks ago, and I met him in the hallway. We got talking, and he invited me back to his place. We had a drink, and one thing led to another, and yeah, we did it. I'll admit that it was pretty awkward and bad. I'm cringing as I write this. As we were doing it, he told me that he loved me. Oh, we had spoken about twice before this night. You're the manic pixie dream girl I always wanted, OP. I'll never let you go. Already, I'm pretty terrified. But I don't know, you say a lot of crazy things in the heat of the moment, I guess. So yeah, this is where I got my first impression, that maybe he was a bit strange. Seems like something you should know, honestly, before letting someone stick their cock inside you, but hey, that's just me, man. I was really embarrassed by the whole thing, and I thought that he would be too. And not very maturely, I decided to just avoid him. Children being children, man. But I don't know, she's 22, you know? I could see myself doing similar things around the same age. I thought he would get the hint that it was just a drunk one-time thing and I wasn't actually interested. But I kept seeing him all the time. I think he must have worked out what time I leave and get back from work because I started just bumping into him like way more than I used to. I mean, that might be confirmation bias, but although the odds are pretty good that he is legitimately stalking her, I kept the conversation short and acted uninterested because I thought he'd get the hint and back off a little. I guess I was just avoiding that awkward conversation, telling him that I wasn't interested, but in no way was I encouraging him. I guess I'm just really lost as to the thought process of like, why even go there? Why open this can of worms? This is somebody that lives right next door to you, for God's sake. There's other people in the world. But yes, of course, Nice Guy persists, and then a few days ago he added me on Facebook, which I ignored. The next time I saw him, he asked me
why I hadn't accepted his friend request.
The time for that awkward conversation is now. I decided to be a bit more assertive, and I said something like, the other night was fun, but I'm not really interested in anything. He was quite upbeat and replied,
okay, that's cool, but we can still be friends.
Oh, he's trying to get his foot in the door, but the social contract says, oh! He's played this game before, I think. He's pretty good at it. So I thought to myself that maybe I had been immature towards him, and now that I've told him my intentions, we could legitimately be friends. Yep, sounds like a bunch of copium to me. You should be able to say just like, hey, I don't think friends is appropriate actually. Let's just go back to how things were before, where we only talked twice in the entire time I've lived here. I mean, you might hurt his feelings, but he probably won't kill you with an axe. Probably.
Here's Johnny.
Oh God. So yeah, I still think he's being a bit over-friendly with me. I'm sure he's waiting to bump into me because I see him like all of the time. He's also not shy about asking personal questions, like about ex-boyfriends and stuff. Seems like a really weird play, honestly. I hope you scarred him for life with that. Just be like, yeah, he was hung like a horse. He touched places of me that no man could ever reach. He'll be like, oh man. Now I get that some people are more open about some things, but I find it a little bit weird. Ex-boyfriends is definitely weird. That's red flag territory. On Facebook, he has liked so many of my pictures. I know we all stalk people on Facebook, but he's very obvious about it. I don't think I stalk anybody on Facebook, but you do you, OP, that's fine. Nice Guy also messaged me a couple of times asking me if I wanted to hang out. Wow, that sounds absolutely horrible. My question is his behavior a bit weird, or am I just being overdramatic? I'm happy to be his friend, but I feel like he's being a little bit over the top. Yeah, a little. I don't want to act like a bitch towards him, but I don't know really how to tell him to tone it down without coming across as one. He is someone that I will probably keep seeing, so I feel like I have to be nice to him, but he is weirding me out a bit. No, there's definitely some things in here that are beyond the pale. Even in the act, saying I love you, I don't know, bro.
I don't know, man. You've been seeming sus lately.
He tried to act cool and nonchalant about the let's just be friends thing, but he is trying to weasel his way back in. That's why he's asking about ex-boyfriends. It's probably not getting like super explicit, but I think he is gonna pick your brain about like what they did to win you over. Maybe it seems paranoid, maybe it seems crazy, but in our last Nice Guys video, a guy like gaslit his wife for 5 years into thinking that she loved him. I'm still trying to process that one, just so you know. So I don't know, my final verdict based on this post, better safe than sorry, OP. Just because you might be a little bit paranoid doesn't mean that they're not out to get you. You know what they say? Some relevant comments. Dude, you should not have brushed off his I love you comment. That's what I said. OP said, I only brushed it off because I thought it was a silly, drunk comment. And he was literally right on top of me, so I didn't want to make the whole thing even more awkward by mentioning it. Maybe I have been oblivious, but I just didn't think anyone would say that when they were having sex with someone that they really didn't know all that well. Was he drunk? Is he like a 30-year-old party guy? I don't think so. He strikes me as someone that doesn't get out all that much, and then this chick shows up at his apartment. He probably thinks this is like a gift from heaven. It doesn't realize at all that it was just like you were drunk and it was late and why not? Not to go to bat too much for nice guy, but I don't know. The social life of a 22-year-old woman and a 30-year-old man are usually vastly different. He doesn't have the option of banging people he doesn't know, I guarantee it. It's the first time it happened, and for him, yeah, it changed his life. Random thought from OP in the thread. Yes, hindsight's a great thing, but I have deleted him off Facebook now, and I hope it'll all just subside. I've told a couple of friends about it anyway, so if things get worse, they know. But honestly, I don't think he's that crazy. Yeah, you never do. You never do. And then the snap, and by then it's too late. You really do not have to be his friend, said one commenter. I really was happy to be his friend, but I just found him a bit overwhelming because I felt like I couldn't leave my home without having to see him and talk to him, and his presence on Facebook was also pretty annoying. I do agree though, I don't have to be his friend, and I quite like the way that you worded how to break it off, so thanks. This is why I use the social contract metaphor so often. If you start breaking what normal humans are supposed to do, then I start breaking what normal humans are supposed to do. But I'm gonna do what normal humans are supposed to do until you violate the contract, and then the gloves are off. I think stalking you, waiting for you to go outside, all this stuff, to keep himself in your life, yeah, that's violating the social contract. And then we need to have an awkward but brutal conversation. It's one brutal conversation versus like a lifetime of not wanting to go outside because he's there, you know? Take it on the chin. Who gives a fuck? There is an update post 4 days later. So, I'm going to begin with the typical thanks for the advice. And for those who kept telling me, yes, I learned my lesson about having sex with someone who I don't really know and also can't really avoid. I thought it was basic, but I don't know. Again, 22 grants a lot of leeway, I guess. I can't peek in there and see the frontal lobe, but you can kind of tell it's not all the way developed. Now I'm being mean scientifically. Anyway, on to the update of this situation. The first thing I did was delete and block him from Facebook, but that's the easy bit because I was still gonna have to talk to him in person. Do it! I coincidentally ran into him on Monday. Coincidentally. The first thing he said to me was, have you deleted your Facebook or something? Because I can't find you anymore. Stop looking for me. At this point, OP goes for it and gives a long speech about how he's a nice guy and I thought we could be friends, but I feel like I'm just leading him on by hanging out together because I'm not really interested. He replied that he really does just want to be friends and that it would be more awkward now if we're not. I'll take that. I don't care. I'd rather have awkwardness than actual interaction, you know? We go out there, both get our mail at the same time and nobody says a word. Let's just stand here and die together. I like that. I thrive on that, honestly. I just said something like, look, I don't want to give you the wrong impression, so I think it's best for now if we're not friends. And then I just quickly left before he could say anything else. Did you run? I think it would really drive the point home if you just ran. I did feel like a bit of a bitch saying it, but I guess it needed to be said. And I'm glad that I said it because he was overwhelming me slightly. So far, it worked, and I haven't actually seen him since then, but it's only been like 2 days. Yeah, he's still formulating a plot, I think. However, last night I got a rambling long letter through my door. Don't read it, just burn it. If he asks about it, tell him you burnt it. I don't want to read anything you have to say. Go away from me. The letter came quite late, so I'm hoping he was drunk or something when he delivered it because I think it's kind of fucking weird and also vaguely insulting. I think I'll type it out as it's difficult to explain the tone of the letter, so here it is. I could explain the tone right now. Creepy. Ain't even read the letter yet. He says, Dear OP, you didn't give me much chance to speak the other night, and there's more I wanted to say. Though this might actually be an easier way for me to explain my thoughts and feelings. Burn it now. Tell him you don't care about his thoughts and feelings. You're gonna have to work real hard to scrape this one off. I don't think he's drunk. I think he's just a millennial sad boy like the rest of us millennial sad boys.
I know we only talked a few times before our tryst.
Tryst? What a fedora tipping phrase.
But I felt like there was an obvious connection between us. I'm sure you must have felt it too, or I don't think you would have come home with me that night.
Yeah, the connection was there and then you blew it. The second she learned that you fuck with your neck instead of your hips and that you last about a minute and a half, she's like, oh, I got regrets. But we can't seem to wind that back.
I'm not the type of guy who sleeps with girls I don't really know, but I was extremely attracted to you. And when it appeared you reciprocated my feelings, I couldn't help myself.
Let's be honest, the opportunity knocked and you were like, oh, thank God. All those lonely nights I've prayed.
When you told me you weren't interested in anything romantic, I understood, even if it was not what I wanted to hear. I don't know anything about your personal life, part of the reason why I'm not usually interested in one-night stands, and so of course I realize why you might not be interested in me. However, I think it's strange that you don't at least want to be friends. We shared a very intimate moment with each other.
Yeah, just a single moment.
And you can't pretend it never happened.
Yeah, I can actually. You wanna bet?
It therefore seems only logical that we become friends. It only makes it more awkward if we aren't.
Which, as I already said, I would love. He's really trying so hard to keep his foot in the door, and it's about the most obvious thing in the world.
I just want to say, if you feel embarrassed or worried that I might think of you as slutty, well, don't be.
I don't think that was any of her concern at all. She never voiced that grievance. And now he's gonna come out and say, I don't think of you that way. Some people might, though.
I don't judge you because that would be a terrible double standard. Though, be careful, because some men may see your behavior as slutty.
Some men. Just some men, but definitely not me. I'll call it slutty. I'll tell you to their face right now that it was. That doesn't make it good or bad. But objectively, that is the correct adjective, is it not? Oh, and then Nice Guy drives the nail into the coffin. He said, especially if you refuse to talk to them after, Yeah, it's totally okay as long as you allow that person into your life without reservation. Otherwise, it's not okay, and I might have to think like those other guys. Jesus.
Just like when a guy doesn't call a girl after they sleep together, he's seen as an asshole.
I feel like that's a false comparison, but I don't have time to unpack it.
Really, the point of me saying all this is just to repeat that I understand that you are not interested in a relationship with me, and I respect that.
Do you?
Are you sure about that?
However, I'm just gonna say it. I really like you. You're a fun, smart, and a beautiful girl that I would love to get to know more.
Well, how about accepting that the feeling's not mutual? Take the L, be grateful you got what you got, and move on with your life.
I don't think you can deny that we got along very well before that night.
Yeah, the 2 times you talked.
And I don't think what happened should change anything. Don't think that you're leading me on. I'm a grown guy, and I know that no means no. And I can handle just being friends with you, but I respect what you said to me, even if it hurt a little, and I will keep my distance from you for now.
Why for now, bro? From now on. That's what you meant to say? No, he's gonna scheme and just come right back.
If you change your mind, and if you ever want to talk to me, or if you need anything...
Winky face. He didn't put a winky face.
You know where I live, and I will always welcome you. That's what neighbors are for, right?
Dude, bruh. You're not as subtle or clever as you think you are, okay? He's gross, bro. And he is playing that nice guy angle so well. You can tell he's been doing it for 30 years, right? OP says, I do feel a bit bad because he obviously does like me and has put a lot of emotional value on what happened between us, but I just don't feel like I can deal with someone as intense as him. I don't know what to tell you, dude. These are the consequences of your own actions, are they not? You're free to do anything, and sometimes that means finding yourself in unfortunate situations. We live and we learn. Maybe it's just me, but I do think that his letter has confirmed that he is a bit odd. Oh good, I'm glad we confirmed that now, finally, after the fact. I'm glad I said what I said and that I was upfront with him. I think he'll leave me alone now. He has so far, though I hope if we do see each other we can be polite and that it won't be too awkward, but it probably will. Relative comments. Make sure your friends and family know about him. She mentioned that they do. Thanks, I've already done that, but hopefully things will go no further. So a week after the second post, 11 days after the original post, we get yet a third entry in this Nice Guy saga. I was hopeful that there would be no more updates to this because he managed to go for about a week without contacting me. I hadn't seen or heard from him for a few days, so I thought things were blowing over and he had gotten over it. No, you know he's biding his time, all right? He's a very thirsty boy. If you give a mouse a cookie, he's gonna come back for some milk, right? This ain't over. It ain't over till it's over. Then, yesterday afternoon, I was getting some stuff out of my car, and I suddenly hear his voice say, "Hey, do you need a hand?" Of course, we were going to see each other again at some point, and I thought I was polite with him by just saying, "Hey, no, I'm fine, thanks." I really didn't think that this was rude, and I really didn't need any help anyways, but he seemed to get offended by it and started to get mad at me. Here we go, the righteous indignation of the nice guy. It's only just starting to flip. Maybe we need to start a little police paperwork on this guy. It's not gonna end well, I'll tell you that right now. He said something like, "What's your problem? I'm only trying to help you. All I've ever done is be nice to you, but you still act like a bitch." I think he said more, but I was just kind of shocked at how he reacted. We'll also understand, OP, that he's been stewing on this for a week. Doesn't make it right, but I guarantee he's just been boiling, waiting for his moment to explode publicly. And there it is. Could have turned out worse than it did. Next time it might, and there will be a next time. So yeah, maybe it's just time to move, you know? He stormed off before I could say anything, but I don't even know what I would have said because I was a bit stunned and also totally embarrassed because there were people around who probably heard it all. I was also a bit upset because I know that he is allowed to feel a bit used or whatever, as he obviously liked me more than I liked him, but I do think that this outburst was uncalled for. I've made my feelings clear to him now, and I know the truth hurts sometimes, but I don't think he has to take it out on me like this. I mean, the way that the letter ended, where it's like, oh, what are neighbors for and stuff like that, he's still trying to at least be acquaintances and keep the door open so he can worm his way back in eventually. I think he was just devastated that his little grocery ploy didn't work. So although you might think that you've laid out the truth, you've not really rejected his offer of friendship outright. You gotta sit him down and be like, look, I don't even want to be acquaintances. Let's pretend we've never met. He's just still not getting the message. And this morning, I woke up to another letter. This one is quite short, so I'll type it out again. Was it scrawling manic handwriting? I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time until he starts writing it in his own blood. We are descending deeper down the rabbit hole, aren't we? Dear OP, I want to apologize for shouting at you earlier. I let my anger get the better of me, and I'm sorry about that, but I can't help but get frustrated at your behavior. Yeah, my anger's not the problem. It's your behavior that made me do this. He's delusional. I get that you're not interested in me. Again, do you? And that you don't want to be my friend. Even if I do find it strange,
you aware of my feelings on this, so I won't repeat them. However, when someone's trying to help you, it's good manners to accept it, or at the very least, be grateful.
I'm pretty sure that's what thank you means, nice guy. No, I'm fine, thank you. That's the gratitude. It's more than you deserve, because obviously you had a ploy going into this. You expected to get something out of it. And the thanks just wasn't good enough.
Again, I'm sorry, and I realize I need to think about the way I acted, and will try not to do it again.
Try not to. You could tell he was just coddled by mommy, wasn't he? He woke up every day and she'd kiss his bum and tell him that it's special and different from everybody else's. Well, guess what? It's fucking not. You're 30 years old. Get it together. And then, of course, in parentheses, he makes a jab at OP.
You see? By the way, this is how adults deal with awkward situations. They don't pretend that they never happened. Hope you accept my apology and the little bit of advice I gave you.
Bro, fuck you and the horse you rode in on. This whole letter stinks. It's so self-righteous, it never actually apologizes. This is how he got out of trouble when mommy got mad at him. I know I need to think about it. I'll try not to do it again. What does Yoda have to say about that?
Do or do not. There is no try.
OP says maybe I should be grateful that he apologized. OP, that ain't an apology. I pointed out all the holes in that shit. It's garbage. But I almost think the letter is worse because he's not even trying to hide the insults and is totally patronizing. Yeah, this situation is slowly escalating, as we can all clearly see. I don't know how to deal with him anymore. He seems to have gotten over his love for me, but now he has some sort of grudge against me. If he really thinks all this about me, I don't even know why he wants to talk to me and be friends. It must have been like a month since we had sex now anyways, so I don't know why he can't just accept it and move on. Because he's a lonely 30-year-old man, OP. This is the crowning achievement in his life. He wants to live that high forever. I do sort of see where he's coming from, but that still don't make it right. Let me be clear about that. I kind of want to talk to him again now, but I get the feeling that that's what he wants me to do. So should I just ignore him and hope he gets bored when he realizes I won't give him any attention? Or should I tell him again, more assertively, that I want him to leave me alone? I am so freaking stressed about seeing him again, though, because I don't know what he's going to be like. Well, he's not going to be any better, I'll tell you that much. This is a slippery slope going down a very dark path. You gotta get up and out, or at least get the cops involved and start a paper trail. He probably does want to goad you into talking to him by being patronizing and shit like that. But yeah, that's not the answer. Ignoring him's not the answer. The answer is moving or a restraining order. I suggest one or both.
Both is good.
Relevant comments. Time to move. That's what I said. I'm actually seriously considering this, but I can't really afford to move. I'm thinking that would be the easiest thing to do. My parents aren't really an option, but I'm gonna call my brother. For obvious reasons, I haven't told him anything about this, but I'm gonna tell him, and I think he would help me out financially. Or just call your brother up and have him threaten this guy with a baseball bat. He'll fold. He'll fold when we take his kneecaps out. Do I want to take it to far? No, not personally. I don't. But he's played the nice guy card a few too many times. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be acquaintances? I don't know, dude. Why can't you just fuck off? Another group of comments says call the cops, which is also exactly what I said. OP says, I did think about doing this, but I just don't know what I would say. Hey, I had sex with someone and they sent me a couple letters, even though I don't want them to. I just don't think that they'll take it seriously. Whether they take it seriously or not, they have to file a report on it. And getting the paper trail started nice and early, it is important. This is not a waste of police resources right now. I think I'll call him and see what my options are. However, even if I can get a no contact order or whatever, I don't think I would want to live that close to him and have to see him regularly. And of course, people shared much more advice. from usage of pepper spray to more things to say, but I think the talking time is over now. The more you talk to him, the more he's gonna think it's okay to talk to him. It's just so messy. We'll get to the fourth post in this series now. I've had requests to post an update on what happened, so here it is. Hopefully the final one. Not the final one. Things have happened quite quickly since my last update. I was still kind of undecided whether or not to write him, to tell him to leave me alone, as this would give me proof if things went any further, or if I should just ignore him. Anyway, I called my brother, who I didn't initially want to tell about all this, but I thought I probably should tell someone in my family. He was totally adamant that I shouldn't contact him, and that I should call the cops if he continues. So I took his advice, and decided not to communicate with my neighbor. Well advised, I'm liking that. It is a shame they didn't offer to come down there and take a lead pipe to old boy's kneecaps, but you know, big brotherdom is a sliding scale, I guess. I sort of regret telling my brother now because he really did not help the situation. I had been out on Friday night and stayed over at my friend's house, so I didn't get back until Saturday morning. I came back wearing what I had been out in, so to my neighbor it probably looked like I had spent the night with a guy. So this might have made him a little bit more angry. He was in the hallway when I got back. I'm totally sure he had been waiting for me. And he said to me,
I don't appreciate getting threatening messages from your brother.
See, brother's kind of an amateur. That's a paper trail. You need to go knock on the door with the pipe.
Open up, I just want to talk.
OP says, I honestly had no idea what he was talking about, so I said as much. And then I found out that my brother had sent him some kind of threatening message, telling him to leave me alone. He was then saying stuff like,
why can't you tell me this yourself? Why can't you at least talk to me? I just don't understand you.
God damn it, dude. He thinks this is his window back in. The window's closed. It's been closed. Maybe if you keep slamming your face into the wall, eventually you'll find a way through. What the hell? I responded with something like, look, I'm sorry about the messages. I didn't know that he sent them, but I have told you that I don't want you to contact me, yet you keep sending me those letters, and I think he was just worried about me. Yep, and so is all of Reddit, now all of ReddX as well. I mean, we have to presume OP gets out of this one okay, but not completely unscathed, I think, the way things are going. This is when he got pretty angry, and he was saying stuff like,
what are you worried about?
And how he had
just been trying to be nice.
Yeah, he actually said it. He pretty much just repeated what he said in the letters, but it was the first real time that he scared me a little bit. I really didn't know what to do. Then he called me a slut to my face, and I was like, screw this. I'm not listening to you anymore. Leave me alone.
See, all this is because you didn't talk to me. I told you other guys would think this, but I wouldn't, but now I have to. And you made me.
I don't even know what to say anymore. And then I walked back into my apartment. As I was walking away, he tried to backtrack and apologize. It's so classic nice guy.
I'm sorry I called you a whore. Do I still stand a chance?
Alrighty. I didn't want to give him any more attention, so I ignored him. The first thing I did after this was talk to my brother again, because I was kind of annoyed at him for getting involved, and I wanted to find out exactly what he had said. So he got his Facebook from one of my friends and sent him this message.
You need to leave my sister alone. You're creeping her out. If you don't, there will be consequences.
Ooh, consequences. I guess that does sound a little bit threatening, but it's not as bad as it might have been. That's true. No direct threat of violence. That holds up in court. Even though I was worried that my brother's message might have been seen as provocation, I decided that I was going to call the police. I waited until the next day because I was tired, and it had got a bit late after talking to my brother. I shouldn't have been surprised that I woke up to another letter. I think he just loves having the last word. It's not very long, so I will type it out again. I'm loving the transcriptions, you know? Whenever we can get cringe straight from the Neckbeard nice guy incel mouth, That's always good. That's always good for research. Trace amounts of science.
Dear OP, I'm sorry for some of the things I said to you yesterday.
Yeah, some of them.
I didn't mean them, but the heat of the moment got to me.
Yeah, it's not my fault. It's the heat of the moment.
I did feel threatened by what your brother said to me. All I've tried to do is talk to the person that I lived next door to after I had sex with them.
Yeah, and after she told you to not talk to her. Did you forget that part?
You made it pretty clear you're not interested in me, and I have accepted that.
For the third time. Have you?
However, I explained to you multiple times that I find it strange that you don't want to talk, so I think you could be more understanding to my feelings instead of just labeling me a creep.
Well, look, it's like this here. I'm sorry you caught feelings, but that part ain't really my fault, okay? This all should have stopped bar none as soon as she said, hey, I'm not interested. Please leave me alone. But he's finding any way he can to keep his foot in the door. It's terrifying.
I think we need to talk like adults, in person, because I feel so frustrated that you don't understand what I've tried to say to you in my letters, and the only way to do it now is face to face.
For God's sake, OP, do not go to that meeting.
I won't let my anger get the better of me like it has previously. And surely you must see this as a better idea than getting your brother to send me messages.
Yeah, or slipping notes under people's door like a grade school child. You've done a terrible job of freezing him out so far, OP. But I guess a lot of that is because he's just your next door neighbor. Couldn't be me, bro. There was no way that I was gonna talk to him in person again, as the last 2 times we spoke, he just got angry with me and called me horrible names. Oh yes, the 2 of you alone in a confined space, he probably thinks that it's gonna end with some boom boom, but really he's gonna strangle you with a piece of piano wire.
She has to come over and she won't say no because of the implication.
You know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
I wanted the whole situation to be over now, so I called the police. Hey, there we go. It was the non-emergency thing, and they were actually very helpful. I was prepared for them to fully not care, and then they asked me to go to the station, and I had to show all the stuff that he sent me, the letters, Facebook messages, etc. They filed a report, and originally they offered to call him, but when I told them I didn't have his number, they said that they would go and talk to him. Oh, hell yeah. See, the cops have seen some stuff like this before. They know where this road leads. They might not call them nice guys, incels, what have you, but they definitely know that stuff like this goes on. So good, they're gonna nip it in the bud. I love it. I hope it scares the bejesus out of him. I just want to make this clear for those who responded to me before, saying going to the cops was too far. This isn't a restraining order, and he hasn't been charged with anything. All I've done is file a police report, and we have both agreed to not contact each other. And if either one of us contacts the other, then things will proceed further. That's a good gotcha, because you know it's only a matter of time before another note shows up under the door. Then I just take that to the police station. I was sort of expecting for him to send another letter after this, but he hasn't. Oh, good self-control there. I know it's only been a couple days, but I do feel better about this situation now. I'm gonna stay here for now. I might talk to my landlord, but I don't think he'd let me break my lease. If I feel like I don't want to stay, I think my brother would help me out with that money. I think you need to explain the type of extenuating circumstance that this is to your landlord. You want to lock me in my lease and have me get murdered in my apartment? Or do you want to break it and allow an innocent person to live? You pick! My blood's on your hands! It might seem overdramatic, but I mean, stuff like that has happened before. I do feel bad about what happened, and of course, I should have never ever had sex with him. The #1 lesson I have learned is don't sleep with your neighbor. Oh, that's a good one. We should write that one down. But if anyone reading this finds themselves in a similar situation, I guess my advice is trust your instinct and go talk to the cops, because they can be helpful and it doesn't mean that they're going to start arresting people. Anyway, thanks for all the advice. It is Truly appreciated. Relevant comments? Hey, make sure your brother doesn't contact him again. I know, I was annoyed with my brother, but it did give me the push I needed to go to the cops. And that's what it's all about, that's how we win, oh yeah. So now this situation should be entirely over. Or can this guy just not resist and sends her another letter and goes directly to jail? Do not pass go! Do not collect $200! We'll find out in the final post right now. What a mess this all turned into, but I really do think that it's all over now, and so I thought I would do a quick final update. This is 1.5 months after the original post, and this user did delete their account after. So that's good, that's great, I love it. Finality is perfect. Initially I was thinking that I would just try to stick out living there until my lease ended, but on the encouragement of some of the replies on my last post, I decided to talk with my landlord. See? All in all, landlord was not very understanding, and he was like,
"Well, you shouldn't have slept with him."
Land Chad out here. Which I guess that part is true. He said there's nothing he can do now, but if I wanted to break the lease, I could, but it would cost me 2 months rent as a termination fee, and I had to give 60 days notice. Though he did say to let him know if anything else happens. Bro, what's all this? Why can't you just pack up your car in the middle of the night? Like, really, what's stopping you? I feel physically in danger, but I don't have the money to leave. Just leave. You don't actually need money to leave. Pack stuff into your car and just start in a new town. You're young. You'll be fine. So I left it at that, but I was living in a constant state of anxiety when I saw him or that he would just do something else. Then I talked to my brother again, and he told me that my neighbor had been messaging him, saying shit like, "How does it feel to know your little sister's a slut?" and other sexual stuff. You opened this can of worms, bro. I can't save you from yourself. I can't save your sister from herself. Y'all just have to start making better decisions, honestly. I guarantee you if you knocked on the door with a baseball bat, put the fear of God into him, he wouldn't send you any messages. Like if I harass him, he literally will come over. Of course, then the cops might want to talk to you, but I don't know. Just do it real quick, 5 minutes or less, in and out. How long does it take to bust open a kneecap? Come on. I wasn't really sure if I should go to the police again with this because he wasn't directly contacting me, but I realized that I didn't want to stay anymore. My brother agreed to help me come up with the money, so I thought that that would be that, and that I could get away. Again, you don't need any money. All you need is a sack of shit and a place to go. Choose 5 of your most valuable possessions and start somewhere else. It's gotta be especially easy for ladies, too. Come on! You can do it! Anyways, a couple of days later, I ran into my neighbor. It probably was just a coincidence. It was probably going to happen at some point. The weird thing was he was being super friendly and asked how I was, etc. and didn't mention any of the other stuff that had happened. I found it almost creepier than when he was being aggressive. And I told him that he was supposed to be leaving me alone, and I wanted him to stop contacting my brother. He then said something like, "I thought we had moved past all that." Still trying to push the door open again. This is when I began to seriously think that there is something really wrong with him, and I just told him again to leave me alone. Then, surprise, he sent me another letter. Then they put him in jail, right? I can't find said letter right now, but it basically said that there was no need to contact the police before, and I hope you aren't thinking about doing it again, but the tone of it was kinda threatening. God, I wish I got to read it for myself, but I believe you. Like I said, this is sliding to a very dark place. It's time to get up and out and move the hell past it. So I went to the police again, and things got a lot more serious this time. I got a temporary injunction against him, then there was a hearing, and I got a final injunction, which is a restraining order. Because of this, I was able to break my lease without the termination fee, with only 30 days notice. Ooh, poggers! I stayed with my friend for a couple weeks, but this week I've moved into a new place, and I feel like I can finally move on from all of this. Thanks for the advice on here. It sure gave me the confidence to go to the cops. Alright, the advice I gave at the beginning totally checked out this time. Great job, fellas! I'm 100% telling you that this wouldn't have turned out well, okay? Give it like a year or two of this, like, in his head, will they, won't they scenario, and he will kick down your door in the middle of the night and stab you to death. I'm pretty sure. He's insanely unbalanced, and the fact that he'd, like, smile at you after all of that and try and get back into your good graces again. There ain't no fixing this. There ain't no fucking fixing it, man. So I'm glad you were able to get up and out. Restraining order, that's big brain time. I mean, I would have filed for one probably anyways. I did recommend that at some point. But the fact that it lets you break your lease, I mean, wow. Wow! That's information that I might use at some point, maybe. What a wild ride. And I am glad that it turned out okay for OP. Don't be scared to talk to the cops, alright? You just have to consider carefully which times they are your friend and which times they aren't.
You keep kissing like that, you might get a foot massage out of it.
Oh, God, dude.
Jones barbecue and foot massage. Jones barbecue and foot massage.
I want nice guys to stop thinking that I'm the love interest in their stories. Oh, come on, you could be the manic pixie dream girl. Isn't that what you always wanted? She's the not like other girl who's really not like other girls. I posted this in Nice Guys, and I was told that you might all appreciate this as well. Here's hoping. My last 2 relationships ended with me being left for another woman and cheated on. Oof. That, along with the death of a few friends this year and my own personal demons, has put my mental health in a not very great place. However, I'm taking steps to fix that. Okay, good. Is this a trauma dumping post? I don't know if I'm on board for that right now. I see a therapist. I'm eating better, drinking more water, meditating, being kinder to myself, and exercising. I'm making a huge push to work on myself, and I'm really proud of the progress that I've made. All right, 2 thumbs. Honestly, those really are some pretty important things, and I'm glad that you're incorporating them into your life, OP. Despite all this progress, OP says, I know I'm not in the place to seriously date anyone, so then there's this guy, and we're gonna call him Mike. Mike and I go to the same college. I guess Mike decided that he liked me. He came to my room to watch some of the 2nd season of Daredevil. He invited himself. Did you mention you'd seen the 1st season, or he's just like, yeah, I saw the 1st. It's not that interesting. I can recap it for you if you want. He brought gas station wine and popcorn, ? As he's leaving, he asks if he can kiss me because he likes me. I tell him no, so Mike asks, why? I don't want to get into the details of my personal problems, but I tell him that I'm just working on myself right now. It's going great, I'm seeing a therapist, but I am in no place to even consider seeing anyone right now. Dude, you laid that down so flat, so beautifully. The fact that you recognize that is just one of the most astonishing things in the world. I still don't think I know how to exist without a partner. Good for you. Might have sounded sarcastic earlier, but seriously, good for you. This is where Mike went full nice guy on me, but it wasn't your typical nice guy, it never is, who thinks that he was a decent human being to you and now you owe him some boom boom, though he did make it a point to mention how nice he was, considering that he brought me that gas station wine and a bag of popcorn, so maybe I should just take that into consideration. Yeah, he might not have said that you owe him verbatim, but that's basically the same thing right there. He didn't get hostile when I turned him down. Mike was a different breed of nice guy that is more subtle, but equally upsetting. Oh, this is some good science right here, trace amounts. Mike starts going on and on about how I should love myself, which, yeah, I know. I'm working on it. It's too relatable. But he adds that he wants to be the one to help me learn to love myself. Ugh. You're not ready. You're not capable. Even my therapist is having a hell of a time, okay? He also adds that he thinks it's totally unnecessary that I see my therapist because he's decided that He doesn't think I need one? Yeah, I'm gonna take that and file it into the circular bin, colloquially known as the trash. He straight up told me to stop going. Also, he noticed that I'm very busy, and he decided I really needed to cut back on all the activities I do because, quote, it's good to be bored. I can spend my free time with him, obviously. Yeah, sitting there bored, dying together on the couch. Because he's a slacker, so he thinks that you have to be a slacker, so he doesn't feel so bad about being a slacker.
Come on, OP, won't you fit into this pretty little box that I made for you?
Mike has decided that he is going to be a part of my support system. Oh yes, this rotting beam of wood. Which is composed of only a small handful of people that I am deeply close with and have known for several years. Mike thinks that me not being ready to date is gonna prevent me from living my life to the fullest. Gosh, you're really laying out quite a case here, Mike, and I assume you won't benefit from this in any way, right? You can tell me that, right? Mike says that I'll miss out on great people, i.e. him, and that I can't close myself off, that I need to have someone, him, fix me. Dude. This is like the most amount of red flags in rapid succession that I've ever seen. OP laid it down so flat in the very beginning, but that's because she was following some sort of script, like something that her therapist taught her to say. She wasn't ready for this onslaught of manipulation. She will be next week after the therapy session. But Mike has to wait until then. Oh, and he will. Mike says that he knows it won't be easy, but that he's gonna hold my hand through this whole process until I'm a better me. He never actually asked if any of this was okay. He told me that he's doing it, quote, for me. This is some despicable shit. You found a woman in a vulnerable state who admitted that she was in a vulnerable state, and you're like, let me take advantage of that as most as possible. You could be dependent on me. You can feed me a slightly silvery porridge and break my ankles so I don't run away anymore.
My leg is broken.
Eat your soup, OP. It's good for you.
I don't know if I've ever been more insulted in my life. Good, use that.
Strike him down now!
You see, Mike has this nice guy fantasy. He's the hero, and I'm the emotionally broken love interest that's afraid to love because douchebags hurt me in the past because of my own tragic past, but he's certain that if he points out the error in my ways, who needs therapy when he's got a penis?
I got a big willy. What more could they want?
He can break down my barriers. Wow, isn't it so thoughtful of him to do all those things? I will fling myself into his arms because he was right about me needing to be open to his love specifically. It doesn't look so hard in those movies, so it should only take a couple weeks to heal me and I'll come around, right? Then I'll be all better and Mike will have gotten the girl. Told you, dude, everybody's media poisoned. It's gonna go just like it does in the movies. Nah, real life is a completely different animal, okay? But Mike does not know a goddamn thing about me.
He knows that you've got one of those in there, in your pants. He knows what it is.
Okay, I'll stop. Yeah, the fact that he invited himself into her close circle, whatever, that's far too much familiarity. No, there's a process. You haven't gone through the process. I mean, you are going through it right now and failing miserably. So here comes OP's righteous anger. How dare he undermine my decision to see a therapist? He barely knows me on a personal level, so what makes him think that he can tell me how to take care of my own mental health?
How dare he tell me that I need to be bored more often because he thinks being busy is bad and limits the time we could be together.
I actually quite like my busy schedule, and I make sure to find time for myself too, but he wouldn't know that because he doesn't actually know a fucking thing about me.
Good, good, let the hate flow through you. Now strike him down.
OP says, and yeah, sure, I shouldn't be scared to love. I can't completely close myself off to the possibility of romance, but that's not what I'm doing. I know what relationship I can handle, and I know what I can emotionally handle, but he would not know that because, again, he knows dick all about me. Dude, this post is so good. This post is so good. This OP knows themselves well. He thinks that loving me through all this shit will be beautiful and fast, and that I'll come into myself and be happier because of him and his dick. He's the hero, but I don't need a hero. I love this, man. I don't need someone trying to force themselves into my support system. You can't just say, I'm gonna be there for you, like all those other people who spent years building a mutually beneficial and healthy relationship with me without considering or even asking whether I want that support. I don't! And it's gonna take a very long time for me to get to where I want to be. This post is just ambrosia to me. I want you to know that. Mike saw a few romantic movies and heard a few cliches. He has a romanticized version of me that he's placed upon a pedestal. He's trying to force himself into my life and my healing process, refusing to take into consideration what I want because that would ruin his romantic movie bullshit narrative.
Yes. Exactly.
I take it all back. OP knows exactly what she would say to this dude, right? I hope this is exactly what was thrown back into his face. I hope it's not just a post on Reddit, because that's honestly what he needs to hear. OP continues, because, yes, Mike really knows nothing about me. Watching Daredevil in my room was the first time that we'd spent an extended length of time together. He doesn't know me, and he doesn't care to, because this isn't about me. It's about what he wants. He wants me to let him in because he wants me, because he's nice. My desires, feelings, and knowledge are secondary. I'm not a person, I'm a project. What can I even add to that? Yes, keep going. The worst part is that this is not the first guy who has told me that he wants to fix me, like I'm some broken thing in need of repair. Fuck off with that. I'm a beautiful, complex person working on myself. I don't need to be fixed, and I certainly don't need a nice guy to come in and do it for me. I want someone to stand alongside me while I work on myself, support me when I can't quite support myself, but I am not broken. I mean, that is really what it's all about. You walk hand in hand with your partner. You don't lead them, they don't lead you. It's an equal partnership. One where you wake up every morning and decide to still be together, mutually. Obviously, that's a bit too deep for Mike, I think. OP says, I want these special breeds of nice guys to stop thinking that I'm the love interest in their story and not the protagonist of my own. I want them to stop thinking that they know better than me. I don't want them to think that they can fix me. I want these men to fuck off so I can take care of myself. And I say with no hint of sarcasm that she is actually a strong, independent woman and she quite don't need no man. OP finishes with, I would also like to add that I'm sure men deal with nice girls who also think that they can heal men with the magical power of love and persistence. I doubt that this is something that only women experience, but this is just my experience / perspective. I mean, a nice girl would try to get you out of therapy, but she'd do it in a different way. She wouldn't tell you directly. She'd scheme. One user in the thread asked, well, have you told him any of this? Which is really the question on the tip of my tongue. And OP says, when he came to me with all this, no, but I was really taken aback, so I asked him to leave. After I had time to process what happened, I got angry. However, he's been making a habit of coming by my room unannounced to say hi. The next time he does, I plan on making my feelings on this matter known. I don't tiptoe around shit like this. I think that's a good way to go. Take a little bit of time to process. When you get swept up in the moment, that's when you say all the dumb stuff. That's when you comply to relieve the pressure. That's what guys like Mike are relying on. But OP knows herself really well, didn't fall into the trap, and yeah, I love the hell out of this post. I don't think there's anything that's gonna top it really, but we have to try. So let's move on into the next one. Was my date a neckbeard or a nice guy? Venn diagram is basically a circle. Yes to both, probably. This is my first post on Reddit, but I wanted to get some opinions. I'm still on the fence with whether I ended up on a blind date with a neckbeard or just a nice guy who read a little bit too much pickup artist crap, though I imagine there is substantial overlap. Yeah, and in the last couple years we've added incels into the mix. It's quite a toxic brew. I recently moved across the country and decided to try OkCupid. Well, there's your problem. he's Cupid, yeah, but he's just okay. What are you looking for? I give you the best we got. OP says, I have had luck with it before. Well, yeah. That's why you're on there again. To meet people and go on some dates. The guy from Monday had a cute picture and seemed witty, though there was a sign of trouble that I shouldn't have ignored. He kept texting me all day before our date, which struck me as really needy. Yeah, that's when you cancel the date. You want to deal with that shit all the time? Forget it. The guy suggested the restaurant. He said that he rode a motorcycle. Well, turned out it was more of a scooter, and its plastic pieces were white. I parked near it. First mistake. I winced when I saw he was wearing a suede vest and a flannel shirt. But he had seen me, and I was too polite to walk away. Getting closer, I saw the goatee and the awkward front comb over to hide the receding hairline in the front. A suede vest and a scooter? You really are painting a picture. It's not the stereotypical neckbeard. What a fascinating specimen. I'm gonna throw this into an image generator and see what I get. He tried to pull the chair out for me, but was thwarted by the way the hostess placed our menus. Oh, okay, so you guys met at the restaurant. It's a good move, honestly. You can make a quick escape. The entire start to this date was just awkward. Definitely not a match, but the food was good. It started to get worse when he began to tell me about his corn snake, Vicky, and how he made sure to feed her so she wouldn't bite him. He liked snakes because they're just like little emo kids, scared of everything and unable to regulate themselves. Right. Huh? I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean. He's definitely cultivating a certain vibe, isn't he? Because having little noodle friends on its own, like, that ain't too bad, but you pair that with a scooter and a suede vest and a comb over and yeah, it's not great. OP says, I tried to make the best of it, but the stuff that seemed somewhat witty over text came off as bluster and arrogant in person. It got worse when I told him that I was a lawyer and where I went to school, an Ivy League. He began to argue with me over just about everything I said, from observations about TV shows to legal issues. Do people just not talk on the phone anymore? Because yeah, text doesn't convey tone. I think I have had at least one voice chat with people that I've gone on dates with. But yes, please tell me about this fellow arguing with the lawyer. Well, I'm pretty familiar with insurance law. My mom's a claims adjuster for State Farm. Okay, guy. I knew I was entering neckbeard territory when he said, I knew I wanted to meet you because I saw that you were an atheist too. Yeah, we're both so enlightened. That's what does it for you, huh? We both don't believe in anything. I offered to split the check. He was a grad student after all. He blustered about how he was gonna pay since it was, quote, the first date. And then he saw the amount, and he blanched a bit.
You mind getting the tip?
He asked. I had no cash. Sorry, dude. You could put the tip on a separate card. But yeah, I'm glad you didn't have to pay anything for this, because probably not an experience worth having at all.
We should go and find somewhere to get coffee or something,
he said. I have to get home to my dog, I said. I worked all day, so... His face instantly shifted.
I thought you went home and took care of that,
he said, because I had mentioned in the text that I had to go home and feed her. Yeah, get that. She's fed, but she lacks companionship. If I don't go home and hang out with the dog, she's gonna eat my couch. He headed past his motorcycle to my car and just stood there, hemming and hawing.
That's my girl,
he said, gesturing to the motorcycle.
My lady in white.
Oh, God. Yeah, I think it's gonna be that way for a long time, pal. He kept slowly moving closer to me as I tried to get to my car, blocking me from leaving. My body language is screaming, "Do not touch me!" Oh no, this is a bad situation. I hate it. I thought that a hug might mollify him. Huge mistake that I blame on too many margaritas.
That's it?
He asks, and then lunges at my face, mouth open and tongue wriggling. Please stop. He jams it into my mouth.
Oh, I want another one of those,
he said, and in he comes again.
You keep kissing like that, you might get a foot massage out of it.
Oh, God, dude.
Jones barbecue and foot massage. Jones barbecue and foot massage.
I want to die now. My spine is powder. I don't want a foot massage. I just want to go home. I tried to get away at that.
Come on, one more,
he said, and I just pecked at his mouth. Yeah, this is just OP trying to get away from a bad situation in any way possible. I had to sit for a long time and ask myself, why 3 kisses before, it's over? Because she's scared something worse will happen. I need my mouth to breathe. My allergies, I said. Having told him about how congested I was earlier in the evening, I told him I had a head cold, and I got a 5-minute lecture on
how that was actually allergies. Actually.
Yeah. Sure, you know me better than me. Why not? Can I leave?
Well, okay,
he said, and I took that chance to bolt for my car. He looked at me, waiting for me to say something. I mean, if you made eye contact after the bolting, then you didn't bolt fast enough. Throw it in reverse and peel out.
Deja vu, I've just been in this place before. Higher on the street.
Yeah, I said. Got in my car. And instantly chugged down half the water bottle I had and blocked his phone number before I began driving. I love yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, bye. I can't believe I let my guard down and had all of this happen. I'm usually pretty discerning about agreeing to meet people in person, so I'm inclined to believe that he's just pretty good at hiding his gross tendencies over email and text. I went back to look at his profile, and there were only a few hints of what I was about to meet in person. I would say that you need to vet your dates way more heavily. Like, the phone conversation's a good first step. Okay, he's not a coon brain over text. Is he a coon brain in person? Does he say weird stuff about his motorcycle, like,
lady in white?
He wouldn't say that over text. It looks lame in text. But for some reason he thinks it's cool when he says it? Nah, never. I'd probably call him more nice guy than neckbeard, but yeah. Neckbeard side is like the not reading of the social cues and things like this. Still maybe partially nice guy because of the manipulation, the ability to cover up his actual intent. I don't know, tough call. Interesting story. Sorry you had to experience it. Stay off of OkCupid. It's not the way to go, okay? Mr. Nice Guy thinks that nice guy behavior is relationship kryptonite, but his just keeps getting worse. Interesting. So he knows, but he can't stop it, like a compulsion disorder of some sort. We're getting a lot of trace amounts of science this episode. I met this guy in high school through mutual friends that we have shared since. He was obese, always had patchy stubble on his face, and always wore sandals with socks. He often got crushes on girls who were willing to talk to him for more than 10 seconds. He was very friendly to them when he wasn't putting them down for their dating choices or having a set of beliefs that didn't 100% match his own. Yeah, whoever you're dating is the wrong choice. If it's not me, wrong choice. Why would you interact with him at all? He would ask these girls out, and they would let him down gently, usually using the old, "I like you too much as a friend" line, which he decided meant that he was just such an all-around amazing guy that these women were becoming instant best friends with him, which is why he could never break free from the dreaded friend zone. He was never really a great friend, though. He was the type of guy who would give girls rides and make romantic CDs for them, even if they knew that they had boyfriends, because he wanted to get laid. None of it was for friendship, and none of it was anything special. Yeah, he thinks he's being like the social manipulator, but when it comes to social awareness, girls are like Spider-Man. They see it for exactly what it is. The romantic CD things is hilarious. Be like, yeah, I fucked my boyfriend to this CD. Is that a W or an L? I don't know. Comment section, let me know. Post high school, he was doing well in a management job, but there was still no girlfriend, and he was still a virgin. So he decided that wooing girls by getting them jobs at his place of employment was a brilliant idea. This did not end well for him. He ended up quitting that job, still a virgin, and girlfriendless. I mean, did he quit, or did HR come down and be like, "We've been hearing some things. We either fire you or you quit. And if they ever give you that option, you let them fire you. That's fine. I'm getting that unemployment check, baby, baby." Though I don't think you get unemployment if you're let go in such a fashion. The most disgraceful fashion. He got a new, decent job pretty fast, but he was so mad that he was so nice and had nothing to show for it. Aww. He stopped thinking that he was too good of a friend to get a date from these women and decided that he wasn't dating anyone because he'd been putting too much trust in evil women who just wanted to use nice guys. And it's so weird, he can't see that he's actually the one that wants to use people. So he decided that one girlfriend who showed interest in him years ago would possibly be an acceptable girlfriend, even though he thought that she was too fat and too small-minded for him before. But she was honest and loyal, and that's what he wanted in a woman. Bro, get a dog. What? After all the other women had rejected him. But she was engaged, and her wedding was right around the corner. Instead of acting like a regular a-hole and telling her to please not marry the man she loves and to give him a chance since he's finally ready to settle for her, he instead acted like a super a-hole and offered to be the photographer at her wedding for free, and then sabotaged it by breaking down and crying half the time when he should have been taking pictures of her on her happy day. Needless to say, they're not friends anymore. I mean, at a certain point, you do get what you pay for, don't you? Who would have seen that coming? Well, me, possibly. Keep friends and business separate, always hire a professional. There's your advice for life. A few years later, I thought this guy might be getting better. We didn't interact much anymore, but he had messaged several old friends and acquaintances, including me, and apologized for his dickish and selfish behavior in the past, so I accepted his Facebook friend request. Yeah, foot's in the door now. This really is just the type of person that he is, and I think you're better off just being like, I accept your apology, but we can't be friends anymore. Go ahead, try it out. It's great for your mental health. After his breakdown at his friend's wedding, Mr. Nice Guy had moved to another state, had lost weight, and was in therapy. For about a year, he had all his old pals thinking he'd finally gotten his shit together. And then one day, my phone blew up. I got a bunch of frantic texts from an old friend asking if Mr. Nice Guy could stay with me for a few days. My immediate response was, fuck no. And then, why? But still no. Right? You got to include that caveat. She told me that Mr. Nice Guy went to her parents' house. We all used to hang out there in high school, and he begged them for a place to stay for a few days because he was stuck in our state and had nowhere to go until he got a flight home. He couldn't get a hotel room because he spent all his money on the plane tickets, and his plans with the person that he was supposed to stay with fell through. You're stalking a woman, aren't you? I see this for what it is. No, I don't think I'm comfortable with him staying here. My friend's parents called her, and she went straight to their house and pulled him aside. The guy was a mess, teary-eyed and looking hungover. She told him that he had to tell her what was going on if she was going to help him. Apparently, after the incident at the wedding, he joined a dating site and met a local girl who was on the site to make friends. This girl had struggled with depression and anxiety and seemed like she really needed someone outside of her social circle to lean on. Again, yeah, not really how it works. Well, Mr. Nice Guy became that anonymous friend. He claimed that they had never met in person because he was in the process of moving when they met. But he was supposedly exchanging text messages with her on the phone every week. He said this led to him falling in love with her. Again, normal humans see vulnerable person, Nice Guy sees prey. He's 100% stalking her. All my money on it right now. Mr. Nice Guy started hinting that he wanted more from this girl, but she ignored those hints. Remember what I said? She gets it. She's ignoring it on purpose. What you should really do is lay it down as flat as possible and sever the friendship if needed. So Mr. Nice Guy started planning trips to see her, and she kept saying that she was too busy. Call the cops, restraining order, paper trail. Then a friend of hers died in a car crash, and her depression got even worse. Even though she repeatedly told Mr. Nice Guy that she was too busy for him to come visit and cheer her up, Mr. Nice Guy decided that he was too worried about her mental health to respect her wishes. Oh yeah, simple wellness check. We couldn't depend on the cops to do it. I decided to come, make sure everything was okay myself. Because I'm such a nice guy. This is terrible. So yeah, he took a few days off, got on a plane, and went to her house. When he got there, she wasn't home, but her roommate was. Since she wasn't a complete dumbass, she refused to tell this stranger from the internet where her roommate was, and wasn't too happy to discover that her roommate was giving their address to internet friends. Yeah, that's a big mistake on your part. What the hell?
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Never, ever in life. I do need to open a P.O. box, I guess. At this point, her boyfriend got involved, and Mr. Nice Guy lied, probably trying to avoid getting his ass kicked, and said that he was invited to stay with them. While she was calling him out on his BS, I guess the roommate let it slip that he had to be lying because roommate left to do something important and wouldn't be back for a few days. How did he really think that he was going to weasel his way into this? So yeah, this guy started off by doing pretty harmless stuff, like making CDs for girls who had boyfriends, and then he hired women to try and get laid, and I thought he had reached the ultimate creep status when he sabotaged a wedding, but now I'm just left wondering if he'll be able to top spending all of his money on plane tickets and showing up to an internet friend's house. Will he be able to top it? Yes, absolutely. The depths of his depravity knows no bounds. He will take control of this vulnerable girl's life even if it kills him. And it might, if that boyfriend has anything to say about it. That's juicy. That's some good stuff right there. I'm really liking how this episode's turning out. If you guys agree, make sure to like or leave a comment or something like that. Since I'm enjoying this so much, we'll keep it rolling along and I'll get into the next one. Mom forgot to give me the nice guy talk. Yeah, I guess that is a talk that we should be having. People have asked for a PSA about it from ReddX Industries for the longest, and I'm going to put it on the whiteboard. If it's written there, then it's tangible and the plan is moving forward. Anyway, when I was 15, I attended an anime convention with a close friend from high school. Up until this point, we'd been going to cons with each other for about 2 years without any parental supervision. I mean, I'd like to say that's fine, but it's probably not fine. The weirdos, the creepers, they're everywhere. Don't trust anybody. For some reason, our parents trusted us to go by ourselves, and for the most part, it worked out well. I might have been a socially unaware idiot, but my friend was incredibly responsible and kept us both in check. Good for you, good for you. I'm sort of concerned by, for the most part, it worked out well. It only takes one not well to traumatize you, but we'll see how it goes. At this specific con, we both felt like we were old enough to split up and do our own thing. We were into completely different things and had wanted to go to events that the other wouldn't be interested in, so this led to us being separated for the majority of the con. Enter Neckbeard. He was roughly 30 years old, referred to himself in the third person, and addressed himself as a character from Naruto. Narudo, Naruto. With him were 2 other guys who were about my age. The 4 of us were all cosplaying from the same show, so we started talking. I ended up learning the 2 younger guys went to my high school, and desperate for local friends, I stuck to this group like glue. Okay, but like, what are they doing hanging out with a 30-year-old man? At one point during this conversation, the Neckbeard suggested that we go to a panel that was 18 plus age restricted. Of course, I couldn't go since I was only 15, and I told him as such. His response,
"Ah, man, you're so hot. I just assumed you were 22 or something."
What the fuck? You said the quiet part out loud.
Officer, right there. FBI, come on in, fella.
You say, oh, I've got that information on board now. Okay. As an unpopular, chunky little child, this was something that I had never heard. I remember it making me slightly uncomfortable, but I couldn't bring myself to do anything more than just awkwardly laugh it off and say thank you. I was so afraid of being rude. I mean, at 15, yeah, it's sort of difficult to find your own voice, I guess. After the convention was over, I was added to a chat with the 3 of them. Who did the adding, I think is important. It wasn't much later that the Neckbeard private messaged me and asked me out on a date. Dude. Yep, get Chris Hansen in here.
Why don't you have a seat?
I, of course, didn't know how to politely reject him, so instead I just said, yeah, maybe, and prayed that it would become one of those things that gets forgotten about. Oh, he's never gonna forget about it. He's gonna think about it tonight, imprint it deep into his mind. That's why I always say we need to be open, honest, authentic. Lay down real flat. No, you're twice my age. It's gross. Not even the next day, he was asking me what time would work out best and what movie we should go see together. Panicked and not wanting to actually be alone with this 30-something neckbeard, I gave my favorite excuse of, sorry, my mom said no. He responded with word for word,
"I know you never date online. You're too cool of a girl for that. Honestly, you must have guys at school falling all over you. Well, I'll just have to get to know you better and hope that no one takes you first."
Takes you first? Ew. And with the love bombing and everything, you're so cool. This is terrifying. He would say stuff like this constantly. Yeah, love bombing. He would throw in gross statements in the middle of group conversations like,
"Oh man, you're such a cool rocker chick."
He sound like an old fucking man. You're one of those cool rocker chicks, are you? You put your hands up like this and do the headbanging? My neck.
I bet you have guys lining up for your attention. Or, "I'm so sad. You probably wouldn't go for a nice guy like me."
No, I wouldn't. Why are you still even entertaining this notion? Is this not 100% disgusting? I guess, again, she's scared that things will escalate. Ugh, and of course, Neckbeard never stopped trying to ask OP out. He even went as far as to suggest meeting my mom, so she'd feel more comfortable with me going out on a date with him. Boy, I wish my little girl would bring one of these fucking perverts home. He ain't leaving. You're getting buried in the backyard. Let me turn you into something useful, like a potato. I can trust a potato. He even once told me, I try to be kind to every woman and young woman I meet. My dad's most important lesson that, if ever taught me, was that women deserve the ultimate respect. This was after the night I punched my mom in the face when I was 14, 9th grade, when I got really mad at her and had seen Luffy hit Alvida in One Piece, and I was trying to do an impression. What stereotype would you say you are at school? Dude, what? I respect women. My dad told me after I punched my mom in the face because I watched too much One Piece. Is 14 years too late for a late-term abortion, you know? This is what we call it now. Please stop talking to him, OP, like, for the good of everybody here. The conversations didn't get much better from there. In the month following, I became really good friends with the two guys that I had met with him at the convention. Almost immediately after getting home from school, the four of us would all get into a Skype call and talk for hours. I didn't really like the Neckbeard, but he was friends with the other guys, so I just kind of sucked it up and didn't complain. Were they somewhat of a buffer for you? I guarantee you he doesn't get as weird when his friends are in the room. One day I remember just chilling doing homework while I was on the call with them, and out of nowhere, the Neckbeard cuts off whoever was talking to ask me, what color underwear are you wearing right now?
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that?
Ew. I guess I was wrong. He is as weird in front of his friends. There's no redemption here. It's time to just be forever alone, I guess. Of course, I attempted to laugh it off and do my best to change the subject. I tried to brush it off as one of those lol so random moments, but not even 10 minutes later, I hear my friend in the call go, dude, that's fucking gross. And he was actually pretty upset. Something that I had never seen. Good for him. Cut that creepy uncle right out of the picture. I learned much later that the Neckbeard was jerking it in the call and texted my friend to brag about it. What? At 30 years old, you're telling a 14-year-old kid about... what the hell is wrong with you? He's on a list now, isn't he? He's gotta be on a list. Or in the ground. That's the happiest ending I could imagine. Not long after, we all went to another convention. I managed to avoid the Neckbeard for almost the entire con, and things were going pretty great. It was when I decided to go swimming at the hotel that I ran into problems. Someone in the friend group let it slip to him that we were going swimming. Yeah, one of those two is a mole. You gotta figure out which one it is and snuff them out. I remember the pool door opening up and making direct eye contact with Neckbeard. I know he saw me. Wasting no time, I looked away and swam closer to my close friend so I could try and use her as a barrier. It's not gonna work. He's just gonna eat you both. I watched as he made a beeline for me, got into the practically empty pool, and swam right up to me before accidentally bumping into me. Fake surprise, he told me, "Oh, OP, is that you? I didn't realize. I thought you were just another hot swimmer." In this weird robotic voice that made me assume he'd totally been rehearsing this. Oh, he did. He's in that hotel mirror going, "Oh, you're a hot swimmer. Hot swimmer." It was there that my friend learned about the 30-year-old Neckbeard who had been pursuing her 15-year-old friend for a year. It was a harsh wake-up call for me when I finally realized just how messed up it actually was. Yeah, I guess third-person perspective can be a hell of a thing. I spent a lot of time after that worrying about what would happen at the next con if he saw me. As luck would have it, This idiot thought it would be great to make a Facebook post that said,
I can't wait to go to insert convention name and get all that underage snatch.
Dude, what the fuck? Ew. Ew! As if that wasn't bad enough, his mother, whom he lived with, of course, saw the post and banned him from going. A grown adult man had been grounded. You know, God bless her. She's trying her best, okay? I don't know what happened to Dad. He called it quits, walked out. He's like, I can't do this for 30 years. I gotta go. There has to be something. File an eviction notice, something. Let him go to the con and move all his stuff onto the curb when he's gone. I understand he's your baby boy and whatnot, but let's ask ourselves a question. Is this the type of person that we really even need alive? What is he contributing to the planet, aside from trauma for 15-year-old girls? And also some 15-year-old boys, as it turns out. He's a net negative. We have to remove him. Science. I didn't see much of him after all that. It's 10 years later, and I still regret not telling my mom or friends anything. That is a heavy burden to bear. Maybe you could get yourself into therapy or something. I don't know that your mom or friends would really know how to react. I mean, hopefully you could depend on your mom, and at least one of those friends seems like okay to add into the support system. But yeah, I think a therapist is really what you need to talk all this through. But it is a messed up situation, and I'm sure that guy got what was coming to him after a time. Just found out. He just fucked around and found out. Met the wrong dad and got worked over with a lead pipe. And that's a happy ending if I ever saw one. Have you ever wondered what it would be like if you did rom-com stuff in real life? You think it would be sweet and funny? No, it is terrifying, as you will soon see. Hi all, I'm not even sure where to start. Neither am I. What subreddit are we in? Doesn't matter. I'm not a regular Redditor, but I do sometimes browse the site when bored. I looked online to see if I could find any information regarding my issue. Well, at least I didn't find anything helpful. Never, though, did I think I'd be making this kind of post, but here I am. Apologies if this gets long. I haven't really been able to gather my thoughts. It is long as hell. The whole length of this video, it's this post. So let's grin and bear it. Background. So I, 32 female, met my now husband, 37 male. Age gap. Age gap! We will call this husband Dave, which is not his real name. We met about 5 years ago. We've been married for 2.5 years now. We have an adorable 20-month-old daughter, and I am currently 4 months pregnant. Oh God, dude. With kids involved, yeah, this is unfortunate already. We just bought a house a couple of years ago in the suburbs outside of a larger metropolitan area. Dave was an acquaintance of a coworker, Mark. So about 5 years ago, I started to see him frequently at the bar that we'd go get drinks at after work. I'll admit that at first, I wasn't particularly attracted to him. Not that he's ugly, he just wasn't the type that I was into at that point in my life. That's pretty non-specific, but okay. Anyway, when Dave started coming around, he would, after a while, try to chit-chat with me. It was obvious he was interested, but I tried to decline his advances as gently as I could. He was persistent, and one night, after maybe one drink too many, I agreed to go on a date with him. Oh, it's another bad date story with a terrible ending. I shouldn't be so excited for that. This is somebody's life crumbling around them. But I mean, it's already happened. What is there to do but enjoy the show? Maybe provide a little bit of levity. I remember the date started out a little bit awkward, as our previous encounters had always been within a group. So it was the first time that it was just the two of us. He was biding his time, wasn't he? Certified beta orbiter. I'll admit that I didn't really even want to be there. I had considered canceling, actually, but I was having really bad luck dating at that point. More on that later. So I decided that since I had no other plans, why not? Well, I think you're about to find out exactly why not. But let's see. The date started out slow, and it was mostly just Dave talking for the first half. And then after a while, he started bringing up some topics which I was interested in. A hobby and a particular cause which I felt strongly about. The The second half of that date was much better, and I was kind of surprised to learn that Dave and I actually had some things in common. Oh yeah, great things in common, that's super cool. I was still hesitant, but I decided to give Dave a chance. And although he definitely liked me a lot more than I liked him in the beginning, our relationship slowly began to grow, and eventually, I fell in love with him. Yep, just 100% rom-com scenario right here. When's the bottom fall out? Since then, I would say that we've had a really good relationship. He's my best friend, an excellent father, and a great husband. Furthermore, he's a good provider as well. Once our daughter was born, we decided that it made the most financial sense for me to quit my job and stay at home. It was a role that I admittedly was not 100% on board with in the beginning, but when we looked at the numbers, it really was just the most logical decision. Financial dependence? Check. No. Sometimes logic isn't the way to go, maybe. Sometimes you listen to your heart, maybe. Despite my initial hesitancy, I have since grown to love it. I honestly couldn't imagine having to spend so much time away from my daughter, but I recognize that because of my husband, we are in a very fortunate position to do so. I know that many families cannot live off of just one income. Honestly, samesies on this side, and yeah, thank Jesus. Whoever you want. The door's just opened, and yeah, I don't know how I got into this position, but it's great. Thank you to everyone who watches this video for allowing me to live like that. Super fortunately. I didn't want to give away too much personal information, so I'll only say that my husband works in IT. We're not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but we are able to live a modest middle-class lifestyle on just my husband's income. Except for those rare couple fight things between my husband and I, things have been generally really good. We got along well, and up until last night, I would have said that my life is ideal. Alright, fuckle your seatbelts.
Seatbelts, everyone! Please let this be a normal field trip.
Here we go, the first big drop. He fudged the numbers to make you quit your job. He looked up your social media and pretended to like the things that you were into. I haven't read it yet either, but I'm just preparing myself to be horrified. So here's the issue. Like many people, my husband had been working at home since the whole coronavirus mess started. It took a little bit of adjustment, but it hasn't been too bad. As my husband works in IT, his work hasn't been disrupted too much by having to work remotely. I think the change in environment has been the biggest issue. To stay connected, my husband's been meeting virtually once or twice a week with friends or coworkers. Last night he was playing games with his little brother, Tom, a 37 male, and a couple of his friends. While playing these games, my husband had a few beers. He rarely drinks, but since the lockdown, he's been having 2 to 3 beers, usually on Friday nights, while meeting virtually. That sounds fine. Night with the boys! But a drunk tongue speaks a sober mind, you know? This is not a problem in my opinion. Oh good, we agree on that. I only mention it because he doesn't have much of a tolerance for alcohol. This is relevant because last night he had more than his usual 2 to 3 beers. Oh boy, you done goofed.
I am not drunk.
Can you tell the time?
I am not fucking drunk.
So after I put our daughter to bed, I checked my cell phone to see that I had a message from Tom's girlfriend. They'd been dating for about 1.5 years now, and since they only live about an hour away, we frequently double date. I like Tom and his girlfriend, so I was super excited when I opened her message to see that they were now officially engaged. It was in a big group chat, so it was filled with messages of congratulations. I noticed that in one message, Tom had written, "Big thanks to Dave, without whose advice I never would have gotten this far." Yeah, sussy.
You sussy bata.
Oh, God, dude. I personally thought it was very sweet. Seemed like they were looking to us as an example. But something didn't sit quite right with you, did it, OP? Things got a lot worse from there, didn't it, OP? I immediately ran downstairs to my husband to talk to him about it. I knew he was playing games with Tom, so he obviously must have known earlier about the engagement. I sat on the couch and we started talking about how long Tom had been planning this out, how much did the ring cost, when was the wedding, etc. I noticed that Dave was a little bit drunk, which I guess was the result of him celebrating his little brother's next step in life. While cuddling, I mentioned to him what a good example he was to Tom. And this is where it all began. Oh boy. He's gonna lay out the whole nasty plan, not just for him, but also his little brother. Proof positive that a rom-com would just be a terrible idea in real life. This isn't romantic, it's creepy and horrible. Okay, we're not even there yet. Okay, keep going. The whole night was such a whirlwind that I don't even remember every little thing, but basically, Dave told me about how he helped Tom to make his girlfriend, now fiancé, fall in love with him. I asked what he meant, and he went into this whole story, which I had never heard before, about how he got me to fall in love with him. The true story of how we met, how we fell in love, how our relationship blossomed. Oh God, I'm terrified already. Dave was clearly drunk, and I was just so shocked that all I could do was stupidly smile and act like everything was no big deal. I think this just made him open up even more. Oh, okay. Here goes. The real story, according to my husband, is that he found me on a dating site about half a year before we ever met. He claims that he initially sent me a message, but that I just ignored him. He looked kinda hurt when talking about this, but I told him that women get hundreds of messages a week on those sites, and there was just no way that I could read through all of them, much less respond. He claims that I did read his, but no response. He said that we ranked very high in compatibility and had a lot of the same interests, and that he just knew we'd make the perfect couple. 6 months before they ever met. Already, the stalking begins. If you're on a dating site, delete your profile now. Your whole life might be a lie without you knowing it. What the hell? So apparently after this, he started just creating a bunch of fake profiles. He stole pictures of very attractive men from social media profiles. He said he would make minor changes so as not to be reverse searched. I never even considered that. He's terminally online is what I'll say. He works in IT. I'm sure he's got thousands of shell accounts. But to bring all that into real life and like invent people and stuff, I don't know, man. This is pretty freaking weird, man. So using these profiles, he basically began catfishing me. Over the course of a couple months, he was able to initiate conversations with me on numerous occasions on different profiles. And eventually at some point, I guess I mentioned where I worked. Holy shit. He said he then spent hours searching through Facebook and LinkedIn before he found my picture. At that point, he had my name and started hardcore stalking me online. He had created numerous social media profiles, some of which I accepted as friends or followers, so then he was able to stalk my life. Okay, delete the dating profile, don't accept any randos on Facebook or LinkedIn. I'm trying to keep track of all this, but really the true blame lies with the dude. Like, what made you think it would be okay to go this far? And amazingly, it all worked out because nobody would ever suspect another human being of doing this, but then you got drunk enough to lay it out like it's this fun little story? Holy shit. It's not even the worst part yet. It's not even the worst part yet. After a couple months, according to him, he started stalking me in real life. I'm sure he didn't use that phrasing, but yeah, that is what it is. He said he started going to hang out at the bar that we always went to after work and befriended Mark, a coworker of mine. Dude, what the fuck? Mark worked in IT like Dave, and although nice, he was socially awkward and a bit of a loner. Yeah, that checks out. He works in IT, what'd you expect? I was always surprised when he would join us for happy hour because he usually would just sip on his beer and not say anything. Anyway, I guess Dave started stalking Mark and became his friend, somehow. So then, when we'd meet for happy hour, Dave would invariably start to hang out with my group of coworkers and I. It seemed to work out well because Dave was pleasant, and Mark seemed to open up a little bit more when he was around.
Red Leader, infiltration has been completed.
Dude, this is so unusual. Like, none of this stuff would ever cross my mind, man. How thirsty and cum-brained and dumb are you to be like, oh, I have to stalk this. She's the one for me. Real life is not a romantic comedy, and none of this is okay. Alright, so this went on for like a month, and then Dave started trying to hit on me. He really bided his time, didn't he? Again, he's not a bad-looking guy, but he just wasn't my type. After a month or two, I eventually agreed. As mentioned before, I was drunk and really having terrible luck at the dating game. My bad luck was actually Dave's fake profiles. All-out psychological warfare, undercover simp ops on a dating app. This story had twists and turns I'd never expected. But I've been told that the real loops are still somewhere ahead. And I'm so scared. I kept chatting with guys who I thought I would have really gotten along with. In some cases, we chatted for weeks. And then when it was time to meet, I kept getting blown off. And it was a huge hit to my self-esteem. One night, after waiting for over an hour for my date to show up, I finally went back to my car and just cried. Damn, dude. It's like he doesn't see you as a human being and doesn't realize that his actions have an actual effect in your life. It's just a funny rom-com story, right, honey? I just couldn't understand it. And honestly, I was starting to have doubts about myself. One particularly cruel episode was after another date with one of Dave's fake profiles. I received a text message which said something like, I didn't look as good as my pictures, and he accused me of catfishing him. The next week, during our happy hour, was when I finally agreed to go on a date with Dave.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave, a tangled web we weave.
I guess he essentially tore me down so that I'd feel like shit and agree to go out with him. When I asked him about all the different phone numbers, he claimed that he had bought a few burner phones. Like, what the hell? I'm honestly surprised that you didn't question that a little bit more, but I don't know. He set this whole thing up so meticulously, it wouldn't cross anybody's mind to think like this unless you already think like this. And obviously Dave's little brother does think like this because he manipulated a milady of his own in exactly the same way and thanked him publicly for all... Jesus! Just take a moment to imagine yourself in OP's shoes, sitting down with your spouse and 2 kids and a mortgage and listening to them confess all of this. Would it not tear down the fabric of reality for you? You put all your trust and time and investment in this one person and it was all a lie. You're not just gonna have a little fight and get back together. You damaged another human being for your own ends, Dave. And I don't know if there's some part of your family's brain missing or something, but how would your brother think that's okay? All right, I gotta move on. I gotta get through this before I really do explode. OP says, but wait, it gets worse. Don't say that. Don't say that. Something I've never told Dave about was that when we started first dating, I was actually talking with someone else. I was not completely into Dave like he was into me at the beginning. So when this gorgeous guy began messaging me on the dating site that I was using, I started chatting with him. After constantly being blown off on dates, I was very cautious when talking to Alex. So even though things seemed to be going well, I still kept talking to Dave as well. I wanted to be sure that Alex wasn't just another asshole before I made any decisions with Dave. I mean, you could keep one on the back burner. It's not the nicest thing to do, but you're well within your rights. You're not committed. You're dating. You're not going steady, are ya? You take that gal down to the malt shop. So, Alex and I went on our first date, which was absolutely great until the end. Oh, Alex is a real person. Great. The date was off to a good start because, you know, he actually showed up, lol. And he was even more handsome in real life. I couldn't believe that someone like him was so interested in me. As I said, my self-esteem was absolutely in the gutter by now. So the date goes great. We get along, we're laughing and staring into each other's eyes. I haven't felt this kind of connection ever. I remember my heart fluttered and I got butterflies in my stomach. I honestly thought it was love at first sight. Up until the end, it really was a magical night, like something out of a movie. This whole thing is like something out of a movie. Everybody here is Hollywood poisoned. Real life doesn't work this way, please. It is wild, but it's not supposed to be this wild. Alex is just gonna be one of Dave's friends or something, right? So we had a couple of glasses of wine, but neither of us were drunk, but we were feeling pretty good. After we got out of the bar, we started making out a bit in the parking lot behind it, and I just felt so good in that moment. And I really thought that I had finally found a guy who I connected with. And it had been a while since I'd been with anyone, so I lost myself a bit in the passion and suggested that Alex come home with me. I mean, girls got needs. Not something I'd do, but you're welcome to make requests. I still remember the way that Alex's face just dropped. His beautiful blue eyes just became as cold as ice, and his body just tensed up. He stepped back and said, "Sorry, I'm not into sluts," and walked off.
Damn!
God damn! Was this all planned out from the beginning? Oh my god! It's like a knife to the gut. It was one of the most devastating moments of my life. I mean, dudes are used to being blown off like this all the time, but for a chick, it really is a soul-crushing moment, isn't it? I never would have guessed something like that would happen. Not after the night we just shared, and honestly, I was in shock. I thought it was maybe a stupid joke, but he seriously just turned and walked away. He's cold, man.
That was cold-blooded.
After what felt like forever, I realized he really wasn't coming back. That really is just like such a shift. Maybe you would think he was playing a prank. At this point, I swear, I had a full-on breakdown. I remember that my stomach just felt like someone had punched me, then began painfully twisting it. I couldn't breathe and just began full-on sobbing. All of this was engineered, including the comment where we called her naughty name. You could have just said no, politely declined like a gentleman. Although the couple times I've had to do that, people are like, "What are you, gay?" Yeah, sure, that's it. I am now. I don't remember if anyone saw me crying in the back of that bar parking lot or not, but no one came up to me or said anything. I mean, crying drunk girl, I probably don't get involved. I cried all the tears I could, and after there was nothing left, I managed to catch my breath after a while, and I finally walked home. Dude, this is some supervillain type of shit right now. I had some very dark thoughts that night. I couldn't stop beating myself up, ruining what I thought was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Honestly, even during my marriage, I still frequently thought about Alex. For me, he was the one that got away, and I had blamed myself for years. Oh, it goes so deep. Jesus Christ. I am shocked and horrified, and how would you deal with this? How would you not stab him in his sleep that very night? I guess I should mention that the Saturday night when I went out with Alex, I had actually canceled plans with Dave. Dave did all of this on purpose. When he texted me the next day to go mini golfing, I was only too happy to go. Looking back, I seriously attached myself to Dave after that, and our so-called fairy tale love grew from then on. He broke you down to your lowest low so he could come back and pick up the pieces and build you in the way he wants. Is there anything prosecutable in this story? Because I'm pretty sure there's something here, right? At least put the guy on a list or something. What the fuck? So, why is all of this worth mentioning? I've already put it together in my head, OP, but yeah, lay it down flat. Last night, while Dave was proudly telling me about all that he had done in order to be with me, he mentioned that he had even paid a guy to date me. Oh. When I inquired further, he told me about how Alex was actually paid by Dave to go out on a date with me. The idea was to do a couple of dates and then ditch me. I guess to wreck my self-esteem? I don't even know. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Holy God, dude. We've officially just begun the countdown to Dave's Cold Case Files episode, right? But yeah, I was in absolute shock. I had never mentioned Alex to Dave, and we had only exchanged messages for a couple of weeks. And even then, it was only one date. I didn't want Dave to know that I'd been talking to other guys in the beginning, so of course I wasn't going to mention it. So that just made this whole thing all too real. My mind is I can't even make words. Is this real life? I'm gonna cope by just hoping it's not. But humanity is a rich tapestry, and that includes some really ugly parts. What the hell? Dave seemed to have found all of this funny. Yeah, Dave thinks we're in a fucking rom-com when really you've just stolen 5 years of this person's life by lying to her, attached her to you indelibly by way of these children and house, and oh, this is breaking my mind. I'm sure it broke OP's mind 1,000 times more. So Dave told me all about how he reached out and found some broke, aspiring male model who lived in a city a couple of hours away. Yes, but why male models? So Dave offered to pay this guy to set up a profile and chat with me and then go out on a few dates. How much? How much did he pay? I don't know why it's important to me, but it is. I don't know if Alex was just desperate for cash or a legitimate asshole, but either way, he agreed to this proposition. Alex is an actor doing what he's got to do. He goes where the money goes. Dave is the true evil person here for putting up the money at all. He needs to be committed. Mental hospital now. As per Dave, the idea was that Alex would, after a few dates, basically start to act like an asshole and eventually would stop seeing me. Per Dave,
so that I could learn how to appreciate what I have rather than chasing a fantasy.
Holy shit, man. Big Naruto headband unfortunate vibes right there. I hate him. You are just the worst type of person. She could have found somebody. Somebody she legitimately wanted without being manipulated into it. I'm so done, dude. Divorce is not enough. Pretend to make it up to him and poison him. No, don't do that. ReddX lawyers have informed me that that's not appropriate. Although it would be slightly funny. Continuing on, Dave says, Alex saw an opportunity right away when I threw myself at him, and he took it. I asked him why he would do something like that, and Dave's response was,
I was a dumb girl who was chasing guys out of her league, and that I needed a reality check to see that the best guy for her was right in front of her face.
Oh, good. It makes me sick. This is a new low that we're reaching right now. How did it go this deep? The aftermath of this one night of drinking is going to be immeasurable. Not just Dave, but also OP's probably going to drop the bomb on Tom. Be like, hey, you know you got manipulated into marrying that loser? My mind is just, it remains blown. Up until now, I think I had been smiling and generally in disbelief about the whole thing, which only encouraged him to keep going. But the story about Alex just horrified me. I literally had a panic attack after that night with Alex. And looking back at it now, I don't think my self-esteem / confidence ever truly recovered. I asked Dave how much he had paid Alex, and he told me $1,000. $1,000 fucking dollars for for the girl of your dreams. 5 years of her life for $1,000. God, I would love to see somebody ventilate your skull. Honestly, Alex should have stuck to the script as well. I gotta blame him a little bit. Calling her a slut and walking away from her instead of just like ghosting her, yeah, probably did give her a really big blow to her self-esteem. And that's why she ended up with Dave. She clung on to him. And he engineered all of it. All of it! Oh, God! He's a fucking monster! You're a monster! You don't think people like this truly exist, and then you read this and you're like, how can I refute any of it? It probably does happen. And he thinks it's a funny, cute thing out of a rom-com. When really I'm pretty sure everybody here would like to strangle him with a piece of piano wire. $1,000. Okay, so what's happening with you now, OP? What is the aftermath? She says, after Dave admitted about Alex, I immediately went upstairs and went to bed. I guess Dave had another couple beers and passed out on the couch. I saw him in the morning and he was painfully hungover. I had only one other time in my life seen him as drunk as he was last night, and that was many years ago. I wanted to ask him if it was all true what he said last night, but I know that it is. Yeah, how would he know about Alex otherwise? He just knew way too many details. He was too hungover anyways to have a coherent talk now. Plus, he could say that he doesn't remember anything, which he almost definitely would. It's amazing how he says, don't live in this fantasy and blah, blah, blah. And then you've gone this whole anime villain route. And you actually got away with it. If it wasn't for those meddling beers. Thank God, though. Yes, your life has been torn apart, but it's better 5 years in than 10 years in. You know what I'm saying? It's time to get the hell out. OP says, I really don't know what to do. Or if there is anything to do. Yeah, because he has her financially dependent on him now. Oh my God. I am horrified and absolutely shocked at what I learned. I suppose that I had overly romanticized our relationship and marriage, but now it just doesn't seem real. Please don't stay, OP. Come couch surf on some people's couches for a little bit. I don't know, but then you got the kids involved in all this. Oh! And I'll tell you the reason you overly romanticized your marriage and it doesn't seem real, because it wasn't real. None of this was real. But I have to admit that I am also perversely very flattered. Oh my God. What's that called? Stockholm Syndrome? Something like that? Please don't negotiate yourself into accepting this. Please. This is insane. And you have to know that. God damn it, dude. I think the ending is really the most tragic part of all. You don't know what to do or how to reconciliate it? That's fine, just start by running. My husband is not a lazy man, but he does struggle to make and keep plans. The story that he told me last night seems almost unbelievable. And like I said, if it wasn't for the details, I would say there's no way that he's capable of such a thing. That a man would spend so much time and effort just to be with me, although creepy, also does seem a bit romantic. Maybe? Oh my God. You're all poisoned by media. This is not a... Stop justifying it to yourself! He studied you, he stalked you, he catfished you, he broke your self-worth into nothing, and now she only really sympathizes with him because her self-esteem is garbage thanks to him. It really is the most tragic part of the story. What the fuck are you talking about, OP? Where is your righteous anger? What is this? Where is justice? God damn it, this story just about killed me. There's only a little bit left to go, okay. I don't want to bring any of this up to any of my friends or family. Why? Burn it all down and get out! The internet seems like my only option. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're really just gonna convince yourself that all this is fine? It's not my life. I can't tell you how to live, but this is fucked. OP says, I guess I'm looking for some outside perspective on this. Also, is this normal at all? What the hell? No. No, it isn't. I mean, have any guys out there manipulated a situation or event to an extreme degree so as to be with a girl? I'm sure they have, but most, if not all of them, are creeps. Those beers he drank were some fucking divine intervention, and it's time for you to run or bear the fruit of the rot that has been sown, or something like that. Ladies, also, do you know if your man has ever done something like this? Get the fuck out of here with that. We're not normalizing any of this. This is insane. Prosecute. Lock him up. He can't just get away with it and be like, yep. I catfished her into me and my wife and planted my seeds in her. You lied. You built it all on a lie. Holy shit. And way at the beginning when they shared interests, I guarantee he was stalking the social media. She just didn't mention that part. Is he who he actually pretends to be? Nobody even knows. This is a Lifetime movie right here. OP's last paragraph. Up until last night, I had a great, loving husband, a beautiful family, and a life that most would kill for. Technically, nothing has changed except what I now know. Since everything was so good, do I even ever bring it up again? What the hell?
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Perhaps I should just accept that my husband wanted me so bad that he went to insane measures to make that happen, and just be happy with the great life that I have. I just don't know. Maybe I should see a therapist. Yeah, maybe. I can't even start to unpack this in a freaking YouTube video for you, okay? But yes, definitely see a therapist. Insane degrees is an understatement. Just start by running, please. Don't subject your children to this when they make invisible friends online on social media and it's actually their dad the whole time. That's where all of this is headed. You realize that, right? OP says, I just feel so lost right now. I have no idea what to do, if anything. Exact your revenge, OP. I don't know if there is any precedent or case law for things like this, but there damn well should be. ReddX Industries would take the case if there was any lawyers employed here. It's basically just me saying allegedly a lot. TLDR, I found out that my husband had stalked and manipulated me in the beginning of a relationship, including catfishing me and even paying someone to go on a date with me and be a jerk so I would fall in love with him. Wow, dude, I don't even have the words to process this. I understand 100% why OP is trying to convince herself on some level that maybe some part of this is okay, but it's not, man. It's time to get up and out, dude. This situation is not going to improve. This guy is a maniac, a madman, a lunatic. And the fact that it worked out for 5 years, the stars aligned for that one moment on that night. If he hadn't thanked his brother for helping him to manipulate his girlfriend, if the dude hadn't drank that many beers, like so many stars aligned to tell you to get the hell out of this relationship, OP. And if you stay in it, I can't really have much sympathy for you. Yes, new beginnings are scary, but at a certain point, it's time to unfuckle the seatbelt and open the door, just tuck and roll. You're probably gonna survive. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, we're gonna have a few setbacks as far as our lifestyle goes. But I guess the question is, how okay are you with living a lie? Oh, jeez, man. I hope this one gets an update. Or actually, maybe no, I don't, because maybe she will just pick that bad road and be like, I don't know, I'll stay with him. And that will literally kill me inside. So let's just imagine that she makes the right choice here, huh?
These females are all the same. Why can't they see that I'm really a nice guy?
Am I the butthole for going on a nice guy rant at my niece? And nice guy rant is in quotes because I totally don't see it that way, but I'm pretty sure everybody else in the thread does. So here goes. I, 35 male, am currently looking after my niece, 16 female, for the summer, while her parents are out of the country for work. I've been single for most of my life. Never really got the whole dating thing down. I've had my struggles, but that's neither here nor there. Here's the issue. My niece, let's call her Kay, is attractive and popular at her high school, and she's been dating football players since she started dating. Bro, you're gonna project all of your insecurities onto your 16-year-old niece? Please stop.
I don't like where this is going.
A few sentences in, you see where this is going.
Now, being single and somewhat jaded, I've noticed that a lot of these jock types tend not to treat their girlfriends well. They have a reputation for being arrogant and self-centered. I've been concerned about Kay, so I decided to talk to her about it.
Bro, you are headed so fast towards creepy uncle status, it's gonna make your head spin.
It's time to have some fun with Uncle Simps.
Yeah, self-centered and arrogant like every single teenager on the planet. Okay.
The other night, after overhearing yet another phone conversation where Kay's current boyfriend seemed dismissive and rude, I sat her down for a talk.
Yeah, that's what you need. A little heart-to-heart with creepy uncle.
I told her that she's worth more than these athletes give her credit for, and that she should consider dating someone who would genuinely value her for more than her looks. I suggested she might want to consider dating a nice guy for a change, someone who would truly appreciate and respect her.
Ah yes, classic tactic. Date down so they'll be scared to leave.
This is where it got heated. Kay got defensive and said I was being judgmental and didn't understand her relationships.
All of that's true.
I may have let my frustrations get the better of me, and I went on a bit of a rant, saying things like, "These jocks only care about themselves and their egos," and "Nice guys like me never get a chance."
Dude. You're comparing yourself? Nice guys like me? Oh, why are you like this? Why do you make these decisions? It hurts.
I also may have implied that her choices reflected badly on her. In hindsight, I can see how I came off as bitter and envious.
Okay, good. Then do better. You don't need to start a thread about it. Just improve.
Kay stormed off, and now she won't talk to me, saying that I was being an a-hole for generalizing her boyfriends and for not respecting her choices. I didn't mean to upset her. I was just concerned for her well-being.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna veil it to yourself. It's just an ego preservation tactic. Really, you've taken this whole situation far too personally. This isn't about her, it's all about you and your need to live vicariously through some nerd who dates your niece. What the hell is going on?
Her parents have also called me, and they said they heard about the situation from Kay and are not pleased. I'm really torn about this. Am I the antagonist here?
Absolutely. Why do you even need to ask the question? If you weren't the creepy uncle before, man, this is like speed running any percent. I don't. Come on. You see your own shortcomings. Just work on that, dude. There's no real in this situation, Beckett. Just try not to do it again, for God's sake.
Now, I'm gonna go off a limb here and give my theory on why Redditors obsessively making fun of incels and nice guys more than others.
I mean, I like to consider myself an equal opportunity offender, okay? But some targets are a lot softer than others, I'll admit that much.
I think the moral superiority helps the Redditors that do this feel better than the romantically unsuccessful, because they're not that far away from becoming incels themselves. So making fun of incels kind of distances them from incels. Basically, I might be a 45-year-old virgin, but at least I'm not a misogynist.
Yeah, cool straw man you got there, bro. I mean, I have seen it from time to time. Neckbeards creeping into the Discord and being like, oh, I watch this content that hates on neckbeard, so obviously I'm not a neckbeard. Truth is, we all are, a little bit, in fact. You gotta have that nerdy bent to really enjoy the content. But we don't shove those people away either. They're on the path to becoming better, and I encourage that.
This is why Redditors get triggered every time a male talks about his crush or the topic of rejection. This is why everyone on Reddit is so accusatory about it, and also the reason that incel tears and r/niceguys is so popular on Reddit.
So your argument is kind of like homophobic people 2 steps away from being gay. Incel-phobic people 2 steps away from being incels. Can we not use the word incel-phobic, though? I hated to coin that term. I'm sorry. Sometimes we can just laugh at things because they're legitimately funny. The Germans have a word for it, right? A little bit of schadenfreude. Yes, I see you. You're hurting. You're suffering. But at least it ain't me, though. I do want to, offer advice and help people to turn it around. And I do that among the little japes and jabs. But in order to actually absorb the advice, you gotta get thicker skin than this, man. Somebody talk bad about me on Reddit. Oh, no. It's fine, bro. It's just the internet, bro. Your theory is full of holes, just like your head. Whenever I see aggression and violence like this, I get mad. Because, statistically, he has probably had more sex than someone who's not such a bad person. Is that how it works? It has to be, because this Reddit comment said so. Maybe they just convey more confidence through their assholery, but all the same. No, this theory sucks too. I've been fairly nice throughout my life. I've also been a total douche while I was in the Navy. Despite these changes, everything remained relatively consistent. The secret is, become an interesting and fun-loving human. I know that's probably gonna be a little bit difficult for this guy, though. I am all for neutering / removing the testosterone from criminals.
We're talking about soy milk.
They need to be made weak and unattractive. Dude, that is so far out there. He's like, I just can't compete. We have to chop their balls off, don't you see? I don't know if anybody else is gonna get on board, bro. What if you become an accidental criminal someday? I mean, I guess his body's used to the lack of testosterone, isn't it? He'll just become an IRL soy jack, and the world will move on. Much like I will from this post. Oh, this is a long one, okay. I, 19 male, work a full-time job in the tech industry. All right, that's good. My role is 100% remote, so I rarely have a reason to go outside. I mean, how about for your own mental health? Just take a walk around the block, Touch a little grass is fine. However, after recording data on my personal life, oh Jesus, it's going off the rails. I concluded that my social life was in poor state. Can I see that Excel file? I'd like to compare it to my own recorded data on my personal life. I don't think that's how it works. I mean, if it works for you, I guess that's fine. But really? You shouldn't need Microsoft Office to tell you if your mental health is suffering or not. As a result, I decided to pursue hobbies that would allow me to befriend people my age and meet women. He's not actually looking to befriend people his age, okay? He's looking solely to meet women. And this whole thing's gonna turn out really unfortunate. I'll go ahead and spoil it for you now. One such hobby led me to connect with a group of physically active young adults. I was instantly taken by a woman, 22 female, named Amira in the group. She's slim, with a small waist and perfectly round breasts. The cherry on top is her face. It doesn't sound like this is completely platonic, does it? Her sense of humor is rather childish, but I was still fascinated. Yeah, I dislike you as a person. I don't think we can get along, but your boobs are so perfectly round. Just stop. He's not gonna stop. One morning, 6 of us went hiking together. We decided to hold a mini competition.
We'd go off into pairs and choose 3 different routes to complete the trail. Whichever pair completed the trail first would be crowned the winner.
What do you get for winning? Couple granola bars? Seems kind of lame, but I guess you gotta occupy your time somehow.
I knew the route well, as I had studied the area the night before.
Yeah, not because he'd been there, but because he got on Google Maps.
However, Amira wasn't familiar with the trail at all. I volunteered to be her guide and companion for the competition. Our only aid were physical maps.
Wow, that's so selfless of you, OP. I bet you volunteered to be her guide because you just wanted to help, right? It's not your physical attraction to this woman at all. You're not looking to be alone with this woman in the woods at all. I fear for her life at this point already.
As soon as we embarked on the journey, I decided that it would prove fruitful to seize this opportunity to get to know her.
Prove fruitful? Why you talk like that, man? It's not necessary.
I purposely chose a long, complex detour so we could spend more time together.
Oh yes, going off the prescribed route deeper into the woods. This is not good.
I'm in danger.
At the start, we made great conversation, and I found out a lot about her.
Which definitely ended up going in an Excel sheet. He's compiling data on her.
However, as time went by, she grew more frustrated. She kept looking at the map and insisting that we were going the wrong way.
'Cause you were.
I told her that the maps were not accurate, as they didn't account for path closures and other factors. This was not the truth.
Yeah, we all know, OP. You're not fooling anyone. She knows how a map works.
After a while, she grew more stressed and claimed she needed to use the toilet.
Oh no, dude. We're gonna have a tinkle time situation, aren't we? I hate this.
We did find a place she could relieve herself, and this seemed to have given her some peace.
I think OP probably left out the part where he caught a sneaky little peek. I just assumed the worst about him. He lied about the map. I can't believe you on anything now. Unreliable narrator.
After about 6 hours,
Jesus Christ. You want to go spend most of the day in the woods with this creep? Poor Amira, dude. At least she's still alive, but really for how long?
The trail itself was roughly 3 hours, so we started making our way back.
You realize everybody's gonna see through this, right, OP? Amira is, the friend group is. You're not gonna be invited back. It's a disaster.
Amira had already communicated with the group and began accusing me of taking unnecessary detours.
Which is an accurate accusation, according to your own testimony. He's gonna get ousted. He's gonna be more terminally online than ever.
I simply pointed out her desirable physical features and the impact they have on me.
Well, it's just the two of you in the wood. You thought that was a good idea? Jesus Christ! This is despicable! Why do you make these decisions? You thought she'd just give in because of the implication? Oh no, I'm totally alone in the woods. There's nobody around.
She's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
I thought she would be pleased to hear these compliments, but she was not. She told me to stop describing her at all, and that she doesn't want to hear about my biological responses.
Dude, biological responses? You're like, yeah, your boobs are so perfectly round they make my pee-pee hard. Alone in the woods. I hate this. Did she bring bear mace, pocket knife, something?
She did not speak to me for the rest of our journey.
Who would, dude? Why would you ever think that this would work?
I've since been kicked out of the group.
Get what you fucking deserve!
I mean, everybody saw that one coming.
In fact, everyone in the group has labeled me all sorts of things. Amira described me as a
selfish, weird asshole
and asked me to stay far away from her. I suspect these feelings are temporary and born out of confusion more than anything.
She's not the one who's confused here, okay? Please just leave her alone. Find another hiking group to stalk. I guess this is what happens if you look for your hiking buddies on Craigslist, isn't it?
So, am I the asshole for attempting to nurture our connection with the landscape serving as a beautiful backdrop to what could have been? Or should I have not used this particular activity to carry out my plan?
Finally, at the end, you admit that this was your plan all along. It wasn't about making friends or having human connections. It was about finding a milady to milady. If you really have to do it, if you insist on doing it, please don't do it in the woods, okay? I'm sure she feels very vulnerable and alone with the man she doesn't know. And it's good that OP was able to, you know, take the rejection in stride, sort of. He's not completely off the deep end quite yet, but all of this is really concerning, man. I think you need to work on yourself, my dude. When the little wellness bar in your Excel sheet hits 100, then you go out and look for a milady, okay? Or 90, okay? Not 100. I don't think anybody truly attains 100, but just something better than what's going on here, please. Amira gave you a chance. If you just could have held it together and acted normal for the first outing, maybe you'd have a shot. But you firebombed it immediately, and I can't discern why. Desperation, I guess. Well, that was sufficiently terrifying. I guess let's try to move on and get into the next post.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would you like to go on a date with me?
Sorry, I'm taken. Okay, this exchange is fine so far. There seems to be a bit that's cut out here where OP's talking about not trusting the guy. She says, I just don't. Sorry.
Can we be friends?
Sorry, I'm an introvert. I'm not close with many people. It does say with twice.
What do you mean?
Meaning I'm less social, and it takes a long time to be friends with someone. Also, I don't trust that many people. Seems really weird to lay it down so flat. I'm an introvert too. My strategy a lot of the time is just to not respond. I look and I'm like, I don't know what to say about that. And while I do advocate not trusting super easily, there are times that you do have to trust. But definitely not with this guy, especially because of his next line where he says,
I'm a nice guy.
He said it. Look here, buddy boy. Nice guys don't have to tell you that they're nice. They just demonstrate it with their actions. That's the part that I believe, the things that you actually do. OP says, well, nice doesn't make me want to be your friend.
We can get to the friend part.
Sorry, dude, but I don't think we should be friends. I don't feel like I trust you.
Why's that?
I don't trust you.
Why's that?
I just don't.
Stop asking questions. It's none of your concern.
I'm not gonna go deep into it.
Why would you not trust me for?
Why would I trust you? It's so ridiculous to just be like, hello, my name's Bob. You trust me completely now, right? No, you're still being scrutinized. And the fact that you're this pushy about it, forget about it, bro. I'm packing it in, I'm going home. I don't want to talk to you no mores. OP says, I just told you, I'm not gonna go deep into it. Jeez. I'm gonna end the conversation here. There you go.
You think I'll take advantage of you?
It's probably not something you should say out loud, really. The social contract dictates that we're not supposed to take it this direction. OP just says, look, I hope you find someone that will be your friend, but I'm not gonna be friends with a stranger.
Whatever.
Yes, whatever indeed. I guess he'll just go off to find some other anonymous person on the internet to try and be quote-unquote friends with. That's not how friendship works, okay? You want to come through? You want to kick it for a little bit? Ingratiate yourself into the social circle and whatnot? Okay, we'll probably become friends. But if you just walk up to me and you're like, let's be friends now. No, get away from me, creep. OP made the right moves. The right moves. Oh, here's another really beefy one.
Hello?
Hey.
I miss you.
Why are you putting so many vowels at the ends of your words? Stop it!
How's your day going? You so beautiful.
Yeah, go ahead. Just start with the love bombing. When we did the button last time, some dude came out and told the girl she was beautiful, and I said, that's a good way to go. But see, the difference is, they were already on a date. You don't really know this person, as far as I could tell.
Why I'm saying this, I mean, I got over you. I'm done.
Clearly not, dude, but the lies we tell ourselves.
I want to confess, okay?
Putting all the extra letters at the... It's not endearing. It's just weird.
I was in love with you. Sometimes. I was thinking about you in everything. Driving myself, kissing you sometimes.
What the hell are you talking about? This is so poorly worded. Even if the syntax was decent, I don't think she'd be into it. But I can't even tell what he's trying to say. Driving myself kissing you sometimes. Crazy? Thinking about kissing you? What?
When I'm doing, you know, the thing we do, man in my hand. Hand emoji.
Yeah, please stop. Please stop.
No. Wait. You know, I'm shy, little whatever. I was thinking about you.
My dude, form a fucking complete sentence. Just once. And it might help. Also, don't talk about masturbating to the thought of her. That's something that women generally don't like. Unless it's been established already that they do like it. I'm just dying over here.
I love you, OKK. I love you more than anything.
Not more than your hand, apparently.
But no, you just my friend. I'm okay with it, I guess.
You're not a friend. You're a beta orbiter. You're waiting for your opportunity to strike, and it's never gonna come because she could smell the desperation on you. Either start acting like a friend, which you won't, or pack it in, which you won't. OP's gonna have to put that bullet in this guy all by herself. All right, he's my dog, I'll do it. Oh yeah, I still have a partner.
I hope he dead.
Excuse me, what?
He maybe doesn't even love you. I do. You the most beautiful person I ever seen. I love you.
I hope he dead. That's ambrosia, dude. What the hell? And OP says as much. Whoa. What?
Nothing. I mean, I'm happy you are fine, so have nice day. Bye.
It's the most awkward interaction with a human being that I think I've ever seen. You thought you were slick? Trying to slip that one in there? It's a text conversation. I can just scroll up and read the previous message. I'm shocked that OP didn't cut him off at this point. Just 100% no contact. If this little game is allowed to continue, eventually it's gonna go too far. You can tell just by the way this guy attempts to write that he is unhinged, to say the least, okay? Still not as concerning as the guy who lured a woman into the woods. But really, to her face, I hope your boyfriend dies. There's no fix to this, dude. Here's a dating profile.
I'm looking for a long-term partner. If girls on here gave me a chance, I'd be so worth it. But unfortunately, people's expectations are too high.
Yeah, they're just too high. Why even try, you know? Just point the finger, tell everybody else that they're the problem. They gotta lower their standards.
And they're looking to play games, lying about what they want, and dry text, not put effort.
What the hell's a dry text, dude? I think any text that this guy sends is gonna make women dry up like the Sahara. Is that what we're talking about?
And I'm not like most guys. I'm also looking for a long-term relationship. I'm not interested in hookups. I'm interested in something real.
Yeah, Tinder's probably not the place for it if I'm gonna be real honest. But his basic says he's in college and he wants kids and oh, he's a Cancer. Cancer indeed. Here's a little handy hint for anyone who wants to write a successful dating profile, okay? Seem like a fun person. Seem like you enjoy life. This guy does nothing but complain in his bio. That's what you want to tell people about you? That just everybody on this app is no good, so why even try? You're a mess. You probably could have some success, but like I said, you gotta work on yourself first, okay? Know who you are as a person, become more confident with that, and then we'll move on into the relationship portion. I don't know how old he is or whatever, but I hope he's just young. I hope he gets it figured out one day, but I don't know. What I can say, however, is if you see a dating profile that's complaining about things, just exit, post-haste. They're not gonna be any fun to be around, I guarantee you that. Next one. And why not another Tinder profile? Sure, this guy's 25, we know that. That's great.
I try to be a gentleman, but most you ladies not into that.
How are you a gentleman? It's such a vague term.
Yes, I'm quite chivalrous.
Do you care to be more specific?
I see too many pretty girls without a man.
Yeah, that's how women validate themselves, isn't it? You can't be a happy person unless you're with me.
Photography is cool, so is carpentry.
Yeah, you can tell photography's his passion because of the angle of this mirror selfie pointed down at the floor with your fucking bathroom tissue sitting right behind you.
Please, leave me alone.
But,
holy God.
I always want to be more and do more. Tend to keep to myself, but not a shy type. Not expecting much from this app.
Lifestyle? Cat. Just cat.
Dirty hoe.
Yeah, wanting to be more and do more, that doesn't mean anything. A lot of people want to do a lot of things. But sticking your thumb in your butthole and wishing for it ain't gonna make it happen. Every couplet of sentences contradicts itself in this profile, and I think that's really fascinating. I don't think that he did it on purpose. He just doesn't really have a sense of self or who he wants to be. At the age of 25, that's about the time you should be getting it figured out. But I don't know, man. Everybody has their own path to walk. Maybe he's gonna do just fine. At least he's got some nice Kleenex tissue back there. Oh no, what's that say? Batman toilet paper. Sweet, bro. I didn't know they made that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some important business to take care of.
I got nothing. We're moving on.
Community page. Please spread the word to all the bars in town and on campus that starting May 10th, somebody, I really don't want them knowing my name,
Tell them to call me Michiel. You misspelled Michael. God, I hate it. If you're gonna pick a fake name, at least know how to spell it. Mike Heel. Will be available for safe rides to and from the bars. Absolute safety and security is guaranteed. Guaranteed by who? What? This Facebook community page? I think I'm good. Especially if they order angel shots. A silent night will be on the way. He just called himself a silent knight. This is really creepy, man. She's like, okay, thanks for driving me home. And he's like,
I should probably just come upstairs. Make sure you get to bed okay. I should probably just stay here for the night.
No, please don't do that. I'm really not that drunk. Imagine you order an angel shot, and instead of the police showing up, you get Mike Heel, the silent knight. Yeah, go ahead, get into his car. It's probably gonna be fine. This is really concerning. Please do not spread the word. I would kill to see those comments, honestly. Some people are probably super gullible and like, oh, it's a super nice thing to do. But I hope a couple people called him out and said, hey, bro, that's really creepy. Maybe you're not the one that should be doing this. It's all gonna turn out fine, though. Nobody's actually gonna go tell the bars, like, hey, if there's an angel shot, you need to call Mike Heel, the silent knight. Are you Mike Heel, the silent knight? Are you the one that's gonna show up? He's like, yeah, it's me. No, I'm not gonna call you to come pick up chicks that are too drunk. Get out of my bar and don't let me see your face in here again. Maybe I'm too skeptical, but this seems really despicable. Comment section will let me know. All right, let's do one more and then we'll get out of here. It's a pretty long one though. Hi, you're very beautiful. Don't open it up like that. It's love bombing. It's not appropriate. Oh, hi. Thank you. Who are you? I'm a friend of this guy. I found your stuff of hers. It took me a while, but you're just so pretty. I had to find you, lol. Dude. This equates to stalking, doesn't it? OP says, oh, that's not creepy at all. Lol, sorry. Didn't mean for it to come off that way. Just wanted to appreciate your beauty. So are you taken? As far as you're concerned, yes. OP says, yeah. Why exactly? OP knows why. She really just wants him to embarrass himself. I think we all want him to embarrass himself, so let's watch. I don't know. Wanted to see if you wanted to go out sometime, but I guess since you're taken, you won't take me up on the offer. Even if I wasn't taken, I wouldn't take you up on the offer because you stalked my profile. It depends on what you mean by going out. If it's a friend thing, then maybe we could go out with that girl that we both know. That I called a guy earlier. I mean, sort of false hope, but also nice gesture. I'm a little torn. No. I meant just us. One-on-one, you know? Hang out, get to know each other. Wow, that sounds like the last thing I ever want to do in this existence. She was gonna invite me next time all you guys hung out, so... Yeah, so why don't we all hang out together instead of one-on-one? Why do you think that would make it okay? What? Competing for the gold in mental gymnastics. OP says, so why don't we just get to know each other then? It would be easier seeing as she's probably gonna schedule something soon. Because I wanted to get to know you more personally. Who knows? I might take you from your boyfriend, lol. Oh my god, you are just the lord of cringe, aren't you? Mr. Steal Your Body Pillow over here. OP corrects him and says, actually, I have a girlfriend.
Oh, what are you, one of them bi girls? I mean, I don't judge. I'd love to have a threesome with someone like you, lol.
Ew, dude. You are a cum-brained mess. Get out of my messages.
It just means more punani for both of us.
Oh my god, dude. My soul is collapsing in on itself. Yeah, it does kind of work. If you can get a bi girl or a lesbian to wingman you, that's like playing putt-putt golf. It's super easy. But usually there has to be some pre-established relationship so the girl knows that she's not introducing some other girl to a creep, which you definitely are, as has been established. Please stop. OP says, excuse me? Number one, I'm not bi. Number two, I'm a lesbian, so I'd never date or have sex with a man, much less someone like you. She called him not a man in that sentence, which is just, mwah, chef's kiss. Number three, that's so disrespectful and a disgusting thing to say. Hell yeah, let him know. OP laying it down very flat.
Gosh, I was just being funny. It was a joke. Calm down.
Yeah, Schrodinger's threesome. It was a joke, unless... okay, sure.
I could see why no guy wanted to date you. You sound like a stuck-up bitch. That's probably why you claim you're a lesbian, when in reality, you were just too ugly to get dick.
I don't think that's a thing. I think basically any woman could walk out on the street and get laid today if she wanted to. It's a different existence, but also it's really a double-edged sword, because then you got creeps like this crawling in the DMs. Thirsty, thirsty boys.
Maybe if you had some dick, you wouldn't be so bitchy to everyone you meet. I was being nice.
No, you weren't. You were being a creep. You called her beautiful for no reason, propositioned her, tried to get her alone. It's basically like every other creep we've seen in this video. Is it not? OP says as much. You weren't being nice, and that's not how lesbian works. Consider yourself blocked.
No, wait, I'm sorry, I was kidding, don't block me.
And then she blocked him. Beautiful. Time to disengage. Nothing constructive is gonna happen here today. Although, even if this guy didn't learn any lessons in particular, I hope that you did, friends. Perhaps how to stop being a creep, perhaps how to avoid them in general. Like I said, there's a tiny life lesson tucked into every ReddX video.
I'm pretty sure if I claim my own virtue, that automatically makes it true.
Oh, nice guys, it's been a little while. Check out this random Facebook friend request that popped up. And this is the only post that is public from 2015. Interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna read this, I hope you're sitting somewhere comfortable, because this may take a while.
You're new here, aren't you?
I have a lot of things that I want to get off my chest. Now, before I give my dissertation to you all, let me make myself perfectly clear. This is not something that's going on in my personal life.
Are you sure? Oh, please continue with the dissertation.
I consider myself a good guy and have been told that I am as well. This is simply myself being the voice of the voiceless, because the good guys will not voice how they completely feel.
God, defender of the innocent, voice of the voiceless? Look at this guy go. He knows exactly how these people feel, but he's definitely not one of them, okay?
Allow me, on behalf of good guys everywhere, to address the women who complain about the guys that are all total buttholes to them. There are some of you, yes, who've been screwed over and have no luck finding a good guy that'll treat you right. This isn't directed towards you.
Wow, this dissertation's getting really specific. How about this, bro? How about you pack it in and just focus on yourself? Whatever compelled you to make this post? It's not out of the goodness of your heart. I refuse to believe that. You're far too invested in this.
As for the other portion of you, the women who say they want a good guy and actually have/had one, you got a guy who treated you right and would do anything to see you happy. A guy who understands, to the best of his ability, the things going on in your life and stood by you, even when it seemed like it would backfire in his face at any moment. To those women who found a good guy, but instead strung him along, giving him hope, but ultimately made every excuse as to why it wouldn't work, and pushed him away.
See, we're digging really deep into your own traumas right now.
But this isn't about me. If you have someone in your life that is a good guy, and you know that, don't miss out on your opportunity. Otherwise, when the time comes and you realize he was truthful with his intent to care about you and be there for you and never hurt you, you realize he's what you wanted. And you go to him to claim your good guy prize. Good guy prize?
Yes, you're such a gift just by existing. So I'm pretty sure this is just like a creeper on an anonymous account, right? And he sent friend requests to all the girls that he even slightly liked with this one post made publicly available. And he hoped beyond hope that this would be what tips them over the edge. Those girls he friended would be like, oh, I know a guy who's so nice. He could be my prize.
At that point, though, he won't be around anymore.
Nah, dude, beta orbiting is forever.
Here's something that you women I'm addressing don't realize. You led him on. Him being a good guy, being honest with you, took what you told him seriously, opened up to you, let his guard down. Ladies, I do not think you understand what that really means when a guy does that. You gave him hope, only to turn your back on him like he never existed. You crushed him and made excuses instead of holding on to what you had.
Jesus, if you were actually a good guy, you could just accept a friendship for what it is and not read too much into things. She didn't give you any sort of hope. You grew that hope organically, fed by your own delusions. Jesus.
And in doing all of that, you just became every a-hole that ever hurt you. You became what you blame, what you despise, what you hate.
Jesus, dude, where does personal responsibility factor into this?
So let all that sink in. Think of what all those people who broke you did to you and how they used you or hurt you. How they manipulated you to get what they want. Now, think about what you did to that nice guy.
He really thinks he's building a case here. Even this post is part of a larger web of manipulation. Oh, the irony is just palpable.
And that nice guy who should be angry at you or hate you, he isn't. And he doesn't.
Oh yeah, just please come back to me.
My message is clear. Ladies, if you don't know what you want, leave the good guys alone. Let them find someone or be found by someone who will really appreciate them. If you know what you want but are afraid or make excuses, let it all go. They don't care if you're broken. They don't care if you have issues. They care about the person that you are.
And also the that's attached to it, presumably.
If they care about you when you feel no one should, why would you want to pass that up? On behalf of the voiceless, I ask that you ladies be upfront and honest with good guys. They at least deserve that.
Yes, deserving and entitlement. Can you tell me what exactly qualifies you to deserve that? Everybody deserves a basic amount of human respect and decency, but you've not even shown these women that you're addressing the same amount of decency. You're like, hey guys, be upfront and honest. And then you're like sending this from an anonymous Facebook account, talking to the third person, being all cloak and dagger, like you're clever. It's just a really weird way to go. And you should practice what you preach before you start preaching it. That's all I'm saying. Here's something from Instagram.
All these girls want a good man until they get one and they realize he's gonna make her step up and start acting like a real woman. Most of you aren't ready for that conversation. Keep settling for less.
I mean, wouldn't they be settling for less if they settle for you? There is something to be said about lifting your partner up and, you know, trying to help them along in their journey and assist them in living their dreams. But really, it's all a two-way street, isn't it? To me, this entire thing says, hey, I'm lazy. I need a mommy to come and clean up after me, please. Is he trying to say that he's a good man, but he's not a real man? He's just a man baby boy, but at least he's good. At least he's the bare baseline minimum of human existence. So how about no, you keep settling for less. I'm sure if you make enough Instagram memes, the right one will DM you or something. Here's a Discord creeper. Speaking of DMs.
You're a very kind lady, OP. I like you.
Oh, already. No. But OP, I guess, decides she wants to play ball and says, yeah, you're nice too. I'm gonna go play my game now. He's not gonna get the message. We get a string of messages.
Thank you, dear. And all right, enjoy your game.
Dear, why are you all so familiar already? Coming out and saying I like you in the first message? We're up to 2 red flags at least already, right? Whatever, nice guy continues.
Legend of Dragoon is an awesome game. By the way, I'm 27. Hugs.
Ooh, creepy asterisk too. A little crossover.
I'm glad I met you. You and I have something in common. We both like Legend of Dragoon. Anyway, have a good afternoon.
Ew, what a coincidence that you happen to like the game that I'm playing. It's not 100% overt yet. I guess OP's giving the benefit of the doubt, but I would be up and out already. Oh, he sends another message.
Oh, and OP, you are very beautiful.
Oh, dude. Why do you even gotta go there? Why?
I'm simply wondering.
Another message.
Do you have a boyfriend or not really? I apologize if I frightened you, OP. Certainly not my intention. Oh, never mind, you're AFK. XD, laughing emoji. OP, you seem kind of shy. Are you?
Bro, let her have 3 hours to go play Legend of Dragoon, okay? He's just sitting there being a freak, obsessing for 3 hours. Stop it! OP finally returns and says, I'm not shy. I was just playing the Legend of Dragoon. Thank you for complimenting me. I don't have a boyfriend and I'm not interested in dating. All right, I like this. Line in the sand. Let's see what nice guy will do.
You're entirely uninterested in dating? I hear you though. And I honestly have a girlfriend anyway. I was simply curious.
Yeah, he totally has a girlfriend. You don't know her. She goes to school in Canada. OP says, yes, I am completely uninterested. Nice guy says,
also, you seriously don't need a boyfriend. Most men around your age are jerks. Anyway, I'll remain your friend though. and I never lied about anything I said.
Way to make it really sus.
I like you, and I enjoy having conversations with you. Anyway, do you play Warcraft at all, or nah? I'm guessing probably not.
World of Warcraft? Warcraft 3? Doesn't matter. I'd rather stick a hand grenade inside my PC than ever play anything with you ever. OP says, yeah, I definitely agree with all that. I don't play Warcraft though, no. My sister tried to get me into it, but I didn't really like it. Nice Guy says,
well, I hear ya. Also, if you played on a server called this, random people would message you and ask, hey, you want to join an ERP server? And that crap is totally annoying.
He is trying so hard to just bridge the gap in any way possible, make a human connection. But you can understand why something like this just 100% does not translate, right? Ask me about a game. No, I don't play that game. Oh, well, if you did play that game and played on this server in the game that you don't play, you would find something annoying. Bro, I found something annoying right here in Discord. OP just says, yeah, I've had guys do that to me before. Can't stand that. Nice Guy says,
do you mean when you played Warcraft for a little or so, dear?
Oh, dear, why? What's this? Why? Stop it. Wind it back. OP says, just other games I've played. I had that happen.
Oh, all right.
Also had people on Facebook do that before. Lol, way back when I used that. This is just a go nowhere conversation, complete waste of my time. I'm not interested. I'm not invested. I'm going back into do not disturb mode. Please do not disturb. Nice Guy comes in with yet another desperate non sequitur.
Do you think I'm sweet, by the way? And do you appreciate it?
Oh, what? OP, you're nice, yeah, but I think being nice is just like basic human decency. That's what I've been saying the whole time, bare minimum. Glad to see OP call it out. Nice Guy says,
why were those guys flirting with you? They sound like a bunch of dum-dums.
OP, I'd appreciate if you didn't use that word. He used a disparaging R word, not dum-dum for our audible listeners. But yeah, no, it was just random people that wanted to, like, harass me, I guess. Nice Guy says,
I'm asking because I care about you.
Dude, this is some deep cringe. Screaming curse words at each other, it's become old hat at this point. Now I want to see human desperation in its rawest form. And here it is. OP says, it was forever ago anyways. Nice Guy says,
darling, I was using the definition of the dum-dum word, which refers to dum-dums. I wasn't mocking people with mental problems.
Yeah, this dude probably shouldn't, because it seems like he got a couple things going on upstairs himself. Just please seek therapy, okay? Discord isn't gonna fix you. OP says, I really just still don't like that word in general. My uncle uses the N-word when he refers to black people, and that doesn't make that okay. Classic racist uncle. Oh, gotta love seeing him at Thanksgiving. Nice Guy says,
please let it slide though, because I had no way of knowing beforehand that you didn't like it.
Dude, maybe just consider not using words that disparage other people's existence. It's really not that difficult. I'm all for free speech. But again, I choose not to use these words out of respect for other people. OP says, okay, I'll let it slide. I'm just letting you know now. Most people don't like that word even in its definition terms, by the way. Nice Guy keeps digging that hole.
OP, according to Merriam-Webster, this word entails very stupid or foolish, also slow to learn, but you understand the idea.
So really, this dude could apply that word to himself by the dictionary definition terms, right? Do you understand that idea? OP says, yeah, I know the definition. That still doesn't mean the word is pleasant to hear, and almost everyone I know hates that word. Nice Guy says,
Why are you so offended from this word?
OP, it's pretty much the equivalent of the N-word for disabled people. Nice Guy says,
But it isn't like you have mental problems.
Oh yeah, it doesn't affect me, so we can just do whatever. How about you think about how it is for people around you for just a second? At this point, OP unveils, hey, dude, I'm literally autistic. Nice Guy says,
Wait, you're autistic?
OP, yeah? Is that an issue for you? Nice Guy says,
No, dear, not an issue. I love you as a human being, so no.
Okay, what about all the other human beings that you've chosen to invalidate? But it's just OP. That's the human being you love the most that you met a few minutes ago. And it is at this point that OP finally, mercifully, pulls the plug on this dude. And she says, also, even if you think the word's okay, it's not cool to try and mansplain to me that you were using the definition, and I shouldn't be offended when I tell you that I don't like the word. That's when you should have backed off and respected me instead of pushing and going so far as to say, well, it's not like you're one of them, when you don't even know me. Again, mansplain, sort of gendered pejorative, I don't really like that either. But arguing against it would put me on the side of this nice guy, so I just can't do it. It's not the video. And dude says it's much.
It's explain, not mansplain.
OP, look, I'm sorry, but I can tell by this conversation that this friendship isn't gonna work. Next time, maybe you should try respecting other people. Honestly, I got a lot of love for this OP. She drew the line in the sand. Once it was crossed over, she picked up her self-respect and her dignity and just walked away. She even left him with the little pearl of wisdom that he'll probably never consider at all. Just rolls his eyes and goes, oh, what a shrew. I was trying to be so nice. It's like, dude, you dehumanized the entire group of people. That's not very nice. If that's the bar of niceness that we just didn't turn the conversation schmexy, I don't think I want to live on this planet anymore. Let's see exactly that in the next post right now.
I'm sorry, but I can't focus. I'm a little worked up. But I won't let it affect anything.
You already have. OP says, okay. I didn't really want to hear that.
Sorry. I'm just being honest.
Yes, and gross.
So how's your day going so far?
OP says, well, my day was good until you sent me that message. So, yeah. I love this. Just call it out. You don't want to respect the social contract? Then neither shall I.
Oh, well, I said sorry already. I was just in the wrong headspace, and I wanted to let you know.
How about just choosing not to send human beings a message, if that's the case? OP says being in the wrong headspace is not an excuse to send someone an unsolicited comment such as that when we were having a normal conversation.
Yeah, I said I'm sorry. I just wanted to be honest with you. I didn't want to hide it.
He's such an idiot. You think this is gonna work? She's like, oh, how sweet. He was being honest about his priapism. Oh, bro, pack it in. Flip it up into your belt or something because it's time to get up and get the hell out of here. Walk home alone. Honesty needs to be mixed with tact. I don't know why your parents didn't teach you any of this. OP says, it would have been better if you just hit it, to be honest. Like, why do I care if you're all worked up? I was having a normal conversation with you until you hit me up with that unsolicited information. I told you before, I'm not the type of girl who you could just send this to anytime without even asking if it's okay. You did it without my consent, and it made me feel very uncomfortable. I admire you for trying to speak the truth, sit down and explain to this guy how it really makes you feel. But the unfortunate truth of that is that he's probably never really going to understand because he only views you as an object, as proven by this very strange and untoward and unsolicited message. Dude says,
yeah, you're being too dramatic.
Oh, that's what it is. My feelings aren't valid all of a sudden. How do you get to be, like, are you just born at this level of human trashitude, or does it take many years of very hard practice? I think it's the latter. I think I would have to work very, very hard to be this unlikable.
I just made a small mistake. That's it.
OP says, you did the exact thing I told you not to do. You'll be like 25 this year, and you should know not to send things like that to girls because of course it's gonna turn them off. Anyway, I'll go now because I don't want to waste any more brain cells trying to teach you basic human decency. I guess that's the phrase of the day. They're never going to learn. It's the bare basic minimum, and it just can't seem to be met for some reason. Now the nice guy tries to flip the whole script.
Okay, I feel offended now.
Yes, just meet her with righteous indignation. Wonderfully done.
You're getting this really twisted. I'm mature, headstrong, and one of the nicest men out there. I've treated you like a goddess so far. And when I make a small mistake, admit it, and even apologize for it, and you just start maltreating me like this.
He's so lost in the sauce, it's ridiculous.
I think we're not on the same page. I need some time.
I take all you need, bro. Take an eternity. OP says, yeah, saying how you're all worked up in the middle of a totally safe for work conversation is you being nice. After I told you countless times that I don't feel comfortable with it this early on, you break my boundaries and then you play the victim. Okay, bud, best of luck.
You see, that's why you're single.
OP says, aren't you single too?
Not for long, but you'll probably expire alone.
Whatever you need to tell yourself, dude. Walking around like this, I can't see anybody ever wanting to be with you. However, I do find it hilarious how many times he tried to flip the script. He's like, oh, I'm offended now. Now I just need to take some time away. It's like, dude, you think somebody's gonna come chasing after you? You violated her boundaries, you got called out on it, and still, you have the gall to say that you feel offended. I'm super glad she didn't accept his, like, halfway apologies.
Well, I'm totally sorry, you know.
Because he was just gonna loop around and do it again, and we all basically know that as a fact. He wasn't feeling contrite in any way. He just wanted the games to continue. But OP, man, she wasn't here to play no games. And I love to see that. A lot shorter than Neckbeard stories because you cut it off. But a lot of times, that's for the best. We saw one escape today. And you know I love to see it. I got like 3 more short ones. We'll shove those in here, why not?
Hey, it's me from work.
I think it's Derek. Okay, hey, kinda late. What's up?
Okay, this'll seem super weird, but just hear me out, okay?
Oh no. Okay, lol.
Okay, so I know you're seeing that guy, I forget his name, and I know he makes you happy, but I can make you way happier.
Oh, dude. You've been drinking again, haven't you?
Ever since you started working here, I've had a massive bone-on for you. And my heart literally breaks when you're around me because I know you'll never be mine and mine alone. I'm a really sweet guy. If you just give me a chance to prove my devotion to you.
Hello, HR? I need this guy packing up his stuff like tomorrow, yesterday. Derek, come over here, little buddy. Sit on down. Let me tell you something. This is a gross way to be an act, okay? I don't know why you've decided to do these things, but you need to wind it back right now. Not at this job, because this job is over for you. But at the next one, maybe learn how to read the room a little bit, you know? That's all I'm saying. I'm sure you can do it, champ. Get out there and play ball. God, he's a failure. How about this one?
It absolutely amazes me. Just venting. I see more women on here complaining than men. You're the ones choosing the winners. You have all the power in the dating marketplace. Maybe start choosing guys based on more than nice hair and a set of abs. And then you won't end up meeting jerks. You can't meet anyone? Maybe lower your insane expectations. Just a thought.
No, you're right, OP. Bathing is an insane expectation. What are those expectations that you're talking about? Most of the chicks I know pretty cool. They'll roll with the punches as long as you're a decent human being deep down. I think even if this OP had nice hair and a set of abs, people would still be repulsed by him. Because he's turned this whole thing into me versus you. You're choosing the wrong guys and it's all your fault because you didn't choose me. Like, bro, I don't think you're in a position to fix anyone's problems. Start with your own and we'll work from there. Let's do one more and then we'll pack it in.
I had a college-age girl message me on Yik Yak.
What the hell is even that?
That's what's cool with the kids nowadays. I can't keep up, man.
Like, I'm just using the app for fun, not to find a dating partner. She asked for my Snapchat, so I gave her my Snapchat. All along, she's pushing this forward. She sends me a pic, and I immediately realize that she's below my standards. Why don't you try lowering your insane standard?
Oh, it's just the ambrosia, isn't it?
But the truth is, I don't want to be a jerk, so I just keep casually talking. She asked what I look like, and I send her my pic. She's interested. But then she asks my age. I'm 36. She immediately blocks me, like, WTF? I was just being nice, talking to you to begin with.
Yes, OP, truly you are God's gift to the world. All hail! Even the fact that he made this comment for us to read, oh, it's just so nice. I don't know what to say about any of this. At least he felt like he could be honest about his age, maybe? I'm gonna call that a net positive, and we're gonna pack it in for the day. We are reaching levels of delusion that seemed scientifically impossible at one point.
I had a falling out with a girl that I love, and I got served a cease and desist order. What can I legally do?
Michigan, cross post from r/relationships. This isn't r/legal advice, and it is, well, it's something. Hey guys, I already posted on r/relationships for the relationship side of all this, but I need some advice on the legal side. It's not a good start. For context, I'm 21 and she is 19. Got some puppy love going on right here. I'll give the short version of the story here. I guess if you need more context, see my other post. I met this girl in January of this year, at the start of the second semester at our university, where we worked in one of the rec centers together. She was a freshman, and I was a junior. She started college a semester late, she said, because of family issues, and she said she was nervous about it, so I decided to show her around a bit. Yeah, probably just out of the goodness of your heart, right, OP? You're such a nice guy. We hit it off immediately, and I knew I was in love instantly. Yeah, any sort of female interaction and this dude's just sprung. Well, long story short, I asked her out and she said no. I was heartbroken, and she agreed to still be friends. Unfortunately, I don't have evidence of this since the conversation was in person. You have to be my friend, you said. Like, no, that's just the way to let you down easy, dude. Take the L and walk away. I tried several times throughout the semester to show her what she meant to me, but she ignored me and all the thought I put into the gifts that I gave her. Well, did she keep the gifts? Because that's probably sending the wrong message too. But essentially, in an ideal world, you should just be able to take a no and be like, okay, that's fine. Then dudes out here start scrambling to find evidence of their supposed friendship. Like, we had a falling out that involved me drunk dialing her and her telling me to leave her alone when I tried to explain. Yeah, maybe you should just do that. She didn't like it so much that she got the police involved, and you're like, how can I circumvent this, Reddit? Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe that's just the answer that you get. So I have spent the last month in absolute depression. I think about her every day. She blocked me on social media, so I can't see her profile, but I haven't texted her since school ended. Yeah, small wins, we take those. But it finally got to be a bit too much for me. I decided I would try one more time to show her how much I love her. Stop. I knew the town she moved to school from. It's only like an hour away from me, and I have family that live nearby because we've talked about it before. So I texted her and told her that I was coming to meet her. Yeah, out of the blue. This is not gonna go well. I don't understand how somebody could be this creepy and delusional. I was gonna meet her at X coffee shop, and I wanted to just talk about everything. Once again, she couldn't even do me the respect of replying. Bro, you got your reply months ago. It's a no, okay? Let's act like big boys and just move on, please. I checked her Instagram that night and saw she was out partying that very night. Bro, just take a deep look at your life choices right now. What are you doing? There were pictures of her with alcohol. She is underage, and her wearing skanky clothes. She told me that she hated partying. Yeah, that she was just trying to make you not feel bad. Okay? That's why she offered the friendship as well. She's a nice girl. Leave her alone. It's like she's become a totally different person. Yeah, you better save her from herself, you weirdo. So I did freak out a little. Just a little, though. I told her how much I cared and how awful it was for her to just ignore me like that. That I was gonna come to the coffee shop on X day, and if she would do me the respect of coming to see me. And this girl definitely has got a brain and some self-respect, so there's no way she's gonna meet him, right? She never replied. Good. But I got a piece of mail today. It was a freaking cease and desist letter. She said she would seek legal avenues if I didn't stop harassing her. What the hell, Reddit? Oh my God, it's the consequences of my own actions. I need to know what I can do legally to talk to her and make sure she doesn't understand. That's just not happening, my dude. Why do you have to be like this? I don't want to live a life knowing that she hates me. Yeah, and what's the way to get her to stop hating you? Put yourself right in her face. Make her hate you more. You could fade into the background, become a distant memory that she never thinks about. That's the way that I would suggest going, but he seems incapable.
So from my research, a cease and desist letter isn't legally binding like a restraining order or anything, and I'm not harassing her since I don't have an intent to intimidate or hurt her, so she can't charge me with anything. Is all that true? Do I need a lawyer to respond to her letter? No, just stop. Cease and desist. Good for her for starting a paper trail, honestly, because this guy, more than slightly off balance from what I'm seeing. Thanks for all your help, Reddit, and for reading this. Edit. Wow, everyone here's talking to me like I'm a piece of trash. I mean, if it quacks like a duck, you know? Just to be clear, I have not contacted her since I got the letter. I'm trying to figure out my next direction. I can't believe a sub specifically dedicated to legal advice is getting so personal. I mean, it's a personal issue, is it not? You took your shot, you missed your shot, now it's time to move on. You don't want it to progress to the restraining order level, so just let it drop, okay? The next direction that you should go is 180 degrees away from this woman. Just spin on your heel and keep walking. I'm sure the comments are an absolute trash fire, so we gotta see about that. Grasshopper says, I need to know what I can do legally. Well, you can cease, and then you can desist. That's what I said. Seriously, leave her the hell alone. She clearly wants nothing to do with you. And I couldn't have said it any better myself. I don't think he's going to hear reason, but yeah, let's just keep saying the same thing. Deleted says, let it go. This is a prelude to something more serious if you don't knock it off. Out of curiosity, what more serious? About a no contact or restraining order? Because you will be arrested on the spot if you violate those. Dude, let it go. OP keeps replying. What would she have to do to get one of those? How can she get one for me literally just trying to work things out?
She doesn't want to work things out. She doesn't like you. She wants nothing to do with you. Stop it. Grasshopper hops in again. Just from your original post and your replies in here, even I want to get one against you. So, take that for what it's worth. She does not want to work things out. She wants you to leave her alone. You're apparently not grasping that concept, and she finds it disturbing. As do I. As does everyone who ever watched this video. Move on, dude. This is how you end up in jail. And OP still won't hear reason. Why is he still replying?
How can I end up in jail for trying to reconcile a friendship? I don't understand.
Okay, well, maybe a few months in the tank will make you understand. You're like, hey, Bubba, leave me alone, not tonight, I've got a headache. But in jail, you can't file a restraining order, right? This is so insane. I want to believe it's just a troll, but I've seen people that lack self-awareness like this. I don't understand what you're trying to work out. The conversation about just being friends was not a legally binding contract. Please, no more. I think most of the comments say the same thing. Stop trying to contact her. What's going on? Major Phaser has a pretty long one. Let's see. You need to leave this person alone and seek some help.
Stop it. Get some help.
Your post reads like a best of collection for, quote, things emotionally unstable people say and do in the buildup to seriously dangerous activity. You pegged it 100%. You have asked her out and been rejected, refused to take no for an answer, and continually asked her out and been told no. Repeatedly, in no uncertain terms, refuse to understand that blocking you on social media is telling you, in all caps, do not talk to me. Obsessively stalked her online, followed her to another city without asking. After all of this, to try and force a meeting that she clearly didn't want, attacked her character because she's doing unethical things without you. Somehow, I doubt you'd be upset if she was drinking underage with you. And finally, you believe that you can force her to talk to you, or that she owes you a conversation, after she told you clearly and repeatedly that she wants nothing to do with you. Nobody owes you their time or attention. Even if she did just say, let's be friends. Maybe she meant it in the moment, but she can withdraw that at any point. She has her own autonomy. I don't know why this is so hard to understand. Seriously, get help from a professional. This kind of behavior is a one-way ticket to getting expelled from college and arrested. Frankly, you're lucky she hasn't reported you to the school yet, because you are already at serious risk. Run! Do not walk away from this situation, and never, ever contact this person again. OP, as we've seen, never learns his lesson, so of course he replies to this comment as well.
Look, I'm not a perfect person. No one is. But I'm certainly not dangerous. And I wouldn't, go to her house without her knowing or anything.
The fact that you pointed that out is already, immensely sus. Nobody was even asking about that.
All I want to hear is straight from her that she doesn't want to speak to me again.
Major Phaser says you're behaving in a way that dangerous people do. So stop. You have heard it from her. That's what the letter says. It literally says, stop trying to contact me. And Grasshopper hopping in one more time. Yeah, you want to hear it straight from her. How does the cease and desist letter not make that clear? That's about as straight as it gets. Yeah, we're getting lawyers involved and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if this dude did some jail time over it. It was 6 years ago. I think it's a throwaway account, so we're not gonna get any confirmation of it. Which is a shame. For his extreme lack of self-awareness, I assume that there would be other posts, but nope, it's just the ones that we're looking at. User, help me please. Yeah, I think you're a little bit beyond help, bro. So we did get an update. Isn't that exciting? We'll go ahead and check that one out. And let's just all keep our fingers crossed that that girl is safe. Maybe OP had a rude awakening, you know? It could be a great update, although I doubt it. Let's see.
I had a falling out with the girl I love and got served a cease and desist order. What can I legally do? Pass post.
Yeah, we read it.
Oh boy, I've been wondering for a while whether to post here again or not. I wasn't going to, but I know my last post ended up on a few other subreddits, and I actually stumbled across it on my main account on r/niceguys, and I read all the comments there.
Did any of them sink in? Can I ask you that?
It was rough for me to read this original post, but it was a reminder of what my own mindset and the mindset of so many men like me was.
Oh, past tense? Maybe it is a good post, huh? You had my interest, now you have my attention.
I decided I needed to post again for some closure. I would have posted this on r/relationships, but they don't let you update posts that they've taken down. Yeah, the mods there actually took down the post, not me.
Yeah, because it was getting combative and going off the rails, I'm pretty sure.
For those who didn't see my original post on r/relationships before it was removed, it included more details than my last one here, so I'm gonna link to a thread from r/niceguys, from a few people that saved the text of my relationships post in the comments. I wanted to take full accountability for everything, so I wanted to link it here.
1 year later, and this dude's like, I'm ready to take accountability. I was not a good person. Wow, dude, you love to see that, honestly. We could probably dig through the nice guys post comment after we get through this post and its comments. So first, I want to assure everyone that I didn't contact that girl ever again. Right on, OP, taking the L, finally. Since I moved, I no longer see her or go anywhere by where she used to live or go to school or work. I don't know if she still lives in the same area or goes to the same school. I have avoided getting any information about her at all. Wow, dude. This does my heart well, honestly. Maybe there is hope. I mean, he's relatively young, 21. You are still getting it figured out. Your rational brain's not fully developed until 25 or so. But still, good for OP. I will say that many times. The way that I acted and the way that I hurt her and scared her so much still haunts me. Part of me wants to track her down and apologize. Oof. No. But I know from my classes that 1, that can re-victimize her all over again, and 2, it would be a selfish thing to do because it would be to clear my conscience, not to make her feel better. If she wants to get closure by talking to me, I'm sure she could find me somehow. And 3, I don't want to make the mistake of using an apology to make her feel manipulated into talking to me again. I learned in my classes that men do that a lot, and I don't want to hurt her anymore, so I will work past the guilt while never talking to her again. Dude, what class did you take? It rearranged your whole mind. This is great. The Reddit comments didn't seem to do a whole lot, but yeah, he took whatever class that was to heart. He's applying it to his life and understanding the lessons that were learned. Not contacting her because you realize it's only to clear your own conscience, that's big boy stuff right there. You are growing as a human being, OP. High five. I was truly distraught after my last post here. I admit, I came here looking for validation, not for help. I had a warped sense of entitlement that led me to believe that no one would possibly disagree with me, but obviously hundreds of people told me that I was messed up, a predator, a stalker, and that I needed help. And all of those people were right. I don't know what happened, but something clicked in me after seeing all those comments. Despite how combative I was in the comments, I checked myself into therapy in Michigan the week after I posted here. I knew something was wrong, but I was still in denial. I thought I needed help with my heartbreak. I didn't recognize that I actually needed help with identifying and combating my messed up belief system that I used to justify stalking and victimizing that poor girl. After a few sessions, I started seeing a psychiatrist too. I got on mood stabilizers and I started to realize that something was very, very wrong with the way that I was acting. Something that couldn't be cured by medication. After talking it over with my therapist, I decided it would be best for me to move out of state into my aunt's house. Within a month of me posting here, I had moved into my aunt's house. God damn, dude, Reddit really coming in clutch. I didn't think it was sinking in for OP, but apparently it did. He got the help that he needed. Luckily, these classes were not court-ordered, which was a theory being bounced around in my brain. After moving, I started the process of transferring to a new school next semester, working full-time, and I continued to take my medication and was transferred to a new therapist. I had a fresh idea of the issues that I wanted to work on in therapy, but after a few weeks of having 2 therapy sessions a week, my therapist pointed out to me during a session that I was still exhibiting the same kind of obsessive behaviors over women that earned me a cease and desist letter in Michigan. Although I wasn't actively stalking anyone at this point, I was only obsessing in my mind, which is bad, but at least I wasn't actively victimizing anyone. Honestly, small win, but we take those, you know? Something like this, probably so deeply ingrained, does take baby steps to get out of. And it's good for you for coming clean. Admitting to all this stuff and taking responsibility is really one of the most mature things that I've seen. We don't often get stories like this, but I don't know, man. It makes me so happy to see it happen, for reals. And so, I realized that in addition to therapy, I needed some more help. My therapist pointed me to a class run by a local agency that was designed for men that have committed violent crimes against women, like domestic violence, maltreating, stalking, assault, etc. Most of the men in the class are court-ordered to go as a condition of their probation or parole, but you didn't have to be court-ordered to go, so I signed up voluntarily. Yeah, it's like a quick glimpse into your future. If you had continued down that road, you would be in that class, not voluntarily. I attended a 2-hour class session every week and have been attending for about a month now. The goal of the class is to help us recognize and change our maltreating or violent behaviors. I know most of you are thinking, what kind of monster can't recognize their own violent behavior? Well, people like me. People like me in the last post. I look like a normal person. I grew up in an upper middle class neighborhood. Monsters come in all shapes and sizes. And I fooled myself by saying that because I didn't look like one of those guys, or because I wasn't like those guys that I saw on TV, that I wasn't one of them. But I am. And I can't take back what I've done, but I can promise myself that I will never victimize anyone else again. Dude, I'm so happy. Posted 5 years ago, but I hope that you are doing well, OP. I meant it at the end of the last post, and I doubly mean it near the end of this one. In conclusion, a lot had changed for me in 3.5 months. I want to say that I don't blame my behavior on my mental illness or anger or the media or whatever else. I made a conscious decision to terrorize another human being because I thought I had the right to dictate how others interact with me. The class is a year-long class, and I've only been in it for a month, but I've already learned so much. I've learned from my group that this is always a conscious choice, and it is a learned behavior. But I believe that since I did learn this behavior, and it is voluntary, it's also totally within my control to change it. I've also learned from my group about the importance of having a non-romantic support system. So I made some male and female friends at work that invite me over just to play some video games with them. Don't worry, Reddit, these are actual friends and not people that I'm stalking or believe that I'm in love with. I talked about this extensively with my therapist, and I try to be more cognizant of my obsessive tendencies. I mean, that's all we could really ask for. Something like this, I'm sure it does take practice because it is deeply ingrained within you. But everybody has the ability to change, and I'm glad to see you utilizing that, OP. So thank you to everyone who told it to me straight, and I'm sorry for how I decided to treat everyone who was just trying to give me the advice that I had asked for. TLDR, I did cease, I did desist, and I got mental health help. So thanks to everyone. Edit, wow. Just wow. I didn't expect this response. I guess this is a top post of all time. I wanted to say some things for everyone who reads this in the future. 1, I read every single comment in r/best of legal advice, even though I didn't reply to many, and I cried a lot while reading them. 2, I didn't post this to be gilded or patted on the back. I'm not sure why I did it, but I don't think congrats is quite the right thing to say to me. I don't know if I deserve praise for being a normal human being with normal relationships, but thank y'all for being so supportive anyways. It's not the fact that you're a normal human being that deserves congratulations. It's the fact that you recognized your problems and took steps to remedy them. That takes a very big person. Even admitting you have a problem at all is a step that most neckbeards and nice guys on this channel are not willing to do. 3, I've had at least 10 people ask me for the name of the program that I'm in. The program I'm in is specific to my area, so I'd rather not disclose the name. However, I encourage anyone who is concerned that they might be too controlling in their relationships with partners, family, or friends to Google Batterer Intervention Programs in my area. I did some research today about the class that I'm in, and that is what these types of classes are called. Not exactly flattering, but accurate. They all operate a little differently based on where you live and what program you do, but we use stuff like the power and control wheel, and there are steps in my program. There is no official federal program for this, I don't think. Yeah, there you go, the federal government doing what they do best. Nothing! 4, I am not healed. I've had a lot of obsessive thoughts, and I have to try really, really hard to have appropriate boundaries. My meds have helped me with this, but it is a behavior and thought process that I need to change, and that part of it can't be done with pills. I have a lot of mental health issues, duh, based on my first post, and honestly, what you saw was just the tip of the iceberg, as it is with Reddit posts, honestly. I've never had real friends until the ones that I have now. Before Jamie, I definitely engaged in stalking behaviors with both women I had crushes on and men that I wanted to be friends with. It was never as bad as it was with Jamie, but I'm sure I made some people uncomfortable. I also have some self-harm behaviors that I'm working out, so to the person who was worried that I would use all of the good praise to say, oh, now I'm perfect, I can do whatever I want. Trust me, I know I'm screwed up, and I do want to change. I want to have normal relationships and friendships. I want to not be known as that creepy kid at my new college. So please, get help if you need it. Take it from me, all people are capable of changing for the positive. So I am excited to read about this post. I also do have like just something in the back of my mind, a little bit of trepidation because he made this post after a month when he was excited about the program and on about truly want to change. Did he actually change? We don't know. We can't ever know. I like to believe that he did though. He came and took accountability for his actions when he really didn't have to. I'm sure he solidified at least some of what he was learning in the class with this post. So yeah, I'm gonna close the book on this and say good, wholesome story, happy ending. So yes, comment section showing this guy some love and well deserved, at least in the moment. I hope that he didn't backslide or anything like that. And if he did, I hope he had the self-awareness to be like, okay, we're going the wrong direction with all this. I'm gonna check out the comments in the thread over on r/niceguys. And we'll see if we can't get some pointy jabs at our now reformed OP in order to end the video. Because that's the fun part. I do like the wholesomeness, but I'm also quite partial to the roasting. I don't know. The duality of man and whatnot. XGen Original top post says, yeah, that's the old I'm not harassing her because my intentions are pure. The only thing that matters is what I think is happening, is a pretty good summary of his entire situation, to be honest. I'm sure if she could just hear what I have to say, she'd understand. She'll never understand. She doesn't want to understand. It's time to pack it in. And he did. That's the best ending that I could hope for. Honestly, this is an extremely common train of thought with guys like this. The only correct interpretation of what is going on is theirs. And if yours is different, well, it's just because you don't understand, or you're too sensitive, or you haven't considered the bigger picture. I hear this with the whole, geez, learn to take a compliment line of defense against catcalling or harassment, or the old, it was just a joke defense against acting like a poo-poo head. I mean, sometimes it really was just a joke though, but your feelings are valid. You feel how you feel about the thing. I think that's where the rub in this situation was. He wasn't acknowledging anybody else's feelings but his own. And now he's able to do that a bit more, and it feels good, man. I gotta cease and desist, guys. What do I do? Everyone, cease and desist. And so he did. Well, one person did acknowledge that he could desist and then cease, so he's got options. Lordy though, when you still don't get the message, when the person's had to go to a lawyer to get a cease and desist against you, yeah, you've got some issues. Honestly, everybody's got issues on different levels. Everybody could use therapy. Some people could just use it a lot more than others. I'm so proud of this OP, man. I can hardly even bag on him anymore. It just brings me some great happiness. Arcadia Ware says, Jesus, this is the other side of r/let's not meet. And it is. Even a reformed OP, I don't think we could necessarily kick it, but I do want to give him a nice pat on the back for taking responsibility for all the things that he's done. This reminds me of the story of the guy who realized that he was the stalker. Started stalking a kid at Walmart or something, ended up checking himself into a facility. And yeah, that was the right move as well. I'm not gonna sign off on what that guy did to that kid in a Walmart, but I do acknowledge the fact that he turned it around, and that's beautiful. Pavares says, wow, a 19-year-old girl went to college and started drinking and partying? What's the world coming to? Skank. Yeah, that about sums up the whole post. The only reason you're mad because you wasn't invited, bro. Oh my god, she's becoming such a whore, and I'm the only person who can save her. Yeah, the monologue that's endlessly repeated. It is really concerning how common this train of thought is for dudes, though. I hope that I'm not one of these guys, but I think the comments section would let me know about it pretty immediately, so I'm not too worried. Anyways, great post, great turnaround. I loved everything about it. The first part had me very concerned, but I don't know. The clouds parted. A sunbeam came down from the heavens and shined on us today and said, hey, have something wholesome. Oh, thank you. I laughed, I cried, I ate crinkle cut fries. I hope you guys will join us for the wholesome live stream this Sunday. We're going to be writing nice letters to strangers on the internet, playing kind words over on Steam, so that should be fun. And as always, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Like, comment, subscribe on the video if you ain't yet. Share it around to brighten somebody's day. Just keep them buckled in. You got to say, hey, watch till the end. It's not all bad. We've also got social medias down in the description. Yeah, many of those. Discord, super important. TikTok, I'm still trying to hit 1K subs, but I did start uploading over there again. Or their followers over there, not subs, whatever. I'd also like to thank my Patreon patrons, my gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful YouTube channel members. They're all gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful people. And if you'd like to join them, I'd appreciate your support. Join us again tomorrow, of course, friends. We'll be here doing the thing, as always. Keep yourself safe out there, wash your hands. And of course, always remember that you are loved, you are worthy, you definitely, definitely deserve it. And I shall see you in the next one. So until then, friends, bye-bye.